Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
With Butch's troops holding back the monster army, Lucas and the others were able to focus on the catastrophe-grade beasts. Lucas looks completely worn out. This isn't good. Vulcan frowned as he looked at the exhausted Lucas. He thought that Lucas was already invincible after he had become a mythical knight, but even a powerful warrior like him was helpless in front of these monsters. The winged goblin monarch isn't the problem here. Lucas can block it on his own. The real threat is that thing. He looked at the half-kobold monster that was continuously releasing spirit attacks against their troops. Boom, boom. We need to stop it somehow, so Lucas can focus on the winged goblin monarch. As he thought of this, he raised his hand and shouted, "My brothers, follow me to attack that big-headed beast." Upon saying those words, he urged his horse to charge towards the half-kobold beast. Thousands of warriors unhesitatingly followed him, their roars shaking the forest. Lucas, who was fighting the winged goblin monarch, immediately understood what he was trying to do. That fool. Is he trying to get himself killed? He wanted to say something, but the winged goblin monarch didn't give him the chance. It attacked him with fearsome force. Each of its strikes was fatal, so he had to be careful not to get hit. Whoosh, whoosh. Lucas imbued mana into his sword to deflect and block the monster's long, sharp claws. Clang, clang. His arm was already covered in cuts, and the injuries were starting to affect his strength and speed. Sensing his weakening power, Lucas snorted and unleashed a massive burst of mana to temporarily increase his strength. Your efforts are commendable, but you are not my match. Just give up, human. I promise to give you a quick death. The winged goblin monarch spoke with a demonic smile. Lucas was repulsed by its expression. He sneered and simply ignored its remarks. It never spoke like this earlier. He narrowed his eyes and observed the monster closely. It was then that he found out that its arms were shaking almost imperceptibly. I see. It's also tired. He grinned at the discovery. Knowing that the monster was also exhausted, Lucas fought with less intensity. Once it shows a flaw, I will attack with full force. The monster didn't seem to notice his plan and continued to fight with extreme aggression. Suddenly, Lucas noticed that Zephyr was quietly gathering its mana. With one look, he realized what the Draconic Lion was doing. We can do this, Zephyr. I'll buy you time. Lucas squinted his eyes as he forced the winged goblin monarch to keep its focus entirely on him. This way, it wouldn't be able to sense Zephyr's unusual movements. About 5 minutes later, Lucas suddenly kicked the winged goblin monarch, which made it lose balance in midair. "Zephyr now!" he shouted. Upon hearing his words, Zephyr opened its mouth and spat out a giant ball of flame. Whoosh! Caught unprepared by the unexpected attack, the winged goblin monarch couldn't defend itself from the ball of fire. It was struck, and its body was quickly engulfed by the fearsome flames. Zazie! Roar! The beast roared in pain and fury as it tried to expel the flames using its mana. Seeing this, Lucas immediately rushed towards the monster and released a series of slashes that carried tremendous force. "Do you think I will let you escape?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The winged goblin monarch was focused on expelling the flames from its body, so it was late to react to Lucas's attacks. In the next moment, one of its arms was cut off, and it also received a long laceration on its chest that exposed its bones. Roar! The winged goblin monarch collapsed on the ground, grimacing as it grabbed its bleeding shoulder. It managed to remove the flames from its body, but it was still steaming from the heat. With furious eyes, it glared at Lucas. It was as if it wanted to tear him apart. "I don't like the look in your eyes," Lucas muttered as he slowly approached the monster. His sword was emitting a terrifying amount of energy that made it produce a sharp wailing sound. Even the monster could feel the enormous mana his sword was emitting. Fear flashed in its eyes for the first time since they fought. Lucas smiled faintly when he saw this. So, you also know how to make that kind of face. Just then, he tapped his foot and his figure vanished all of a sudden. Like a mirage, he appeared in front of the winged goblin monarch and stabbed it with his sword. SCHHK. The winged goblin monarch lowered its head and looked at the sword that had pierced through its chest. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Don't worry, your beast's soul crystal will not be wasted. Lucas's mocking voice drifted into its ears. It raised its head and saw Lucas staring at it with a sharp gaze. Die! Lucas's face contorted with fury as he unleashed a fearsome wave of mana. The terrifying amount of energy tore a fist-sized hole in the beast's body. The winged goblin monarch lifelessly fell to the ground, blood leaking out from the hole in its chest. Lucas stared deeply at its corpse and flicked his sword. Turning his head, he saw that Vulcan and the others were still fighting against the half-kobold beast. I need to help them. He gathered his mana and was about to rush over when he felt a sharp pain in his energy core. Shit, did I overexert myself? He gritted his teeth and clutched his chest, sweat trickling down his face. He then felt a stabbing sensation in his head that made him grimace. Arg! Lucas staggered toward a nearby tree. He found himself feeling nauseous, and he had this urge to vomit. Not now. Grimacing, he grabbed his head as he leaned against the tree. Why'd it have to be now? Damn it. While Lucas was having trouble with his energy core, the battle against the half-kobold monster was becoming more bloody. The combined troops of Vulcan and Garandel, which numbered around 80,000, were almost reduced by half in just half an hour. Tens of thousands of corpses were strewn across the grasslands, painting the greenery with red. It was a gruesome scene that made everyone feel uncomfortable. However, the battle must continue. At this moment, Vulcan's armor had already been torn apart, so he was forced to discard it. With his upper body exposed, he received numerous cuts and bruises which left him teetering on the edge. He had expended a huge portion of his mana, and he could barely stand on his feet. Commander, are you all right? An elven warrior rushed to his side and placed his arm around Vulcan's waist to keep him from falling. Breathing heavily, Vulcan replied in a weak voice. As you can see, I'm no longer in the best condition to fight. More warriors crowded around him, staring at him with concern. Vulcan had always been at the very front, making sure that everyone was protected. If it weren't for him, more warriors would have perished. Everyone greatly respected him. Even the proud and arrogant elves who held the barbarians in disdain admired this brave warrior. You should get some rest, Commander. We will handle things here, one of the warriors said. No, Vulcan shook his head. Without him, the monster would be unstoppable. Garandel and the other experts wouldn't be able to stop a beast at this level by themselves. While they were at their wits' end, a figure suddenly rushed towards them. Someone's coming, a warrior exclaimed. Everyone furrowed their eyebrows and turned their heads. When they saw who was coming, their eyes revealed a hint of delight. It was Alaric. Moreover, he didn't come on his own. There were thousands of warriors following him, including one transcendent barbarian warrior. It's His Highness Alaric. Vulcan was also pleasantly surprised. The addition of 2 transcendents would greatly lessen their burden. Meanwhile, Alaric frowned when he saw the corpses of their comrades lying across the grassland. His eyes flashed with rage. Brothers, follow me to kill that beast. He roared as he charged towards the half-kobold. The monster sensed his arrival and immediately released invisible spirit attacks on their way. Alaric waved his swords and used his powerful senses to detect the spirit attacks. Bang! Bang! However, even with his efforts, hundreds of warriors still perished under the fearsome attacks. This was the scariest thing about spirit-based monsters. Their attacks were difficult to predict and almost unnoticeable. Not to mention that this was a catastrophe-grade beast. The deaths of the warriors fueled Alaric's rage. He moved with ghost-like steps, nimbly evading the spirit arrows. When he reached a certain distance, the half-kobold felt threatened. Its expression darkened. With a raise of its arm, an overwhelming pressure descended and fell upon his body. What is this pressure? He took an abrupt halt as he tried to free himself from the pressure, but to no avail. What kind of attack is this? Alaric quickly used appraisal on the monster. Treacherous Spirit Kobold Catastrophe Grade, EXP, 4777/10,000. Potential S. Innate Ability, Demonic Aura, SS, Spirit Arrow, S. Beast Control, S. Mana Regeneration, S. Mental Power, S. Dream Illusion, S. Strength, 553. Stamina, 700. Agility, 601. Vitality, 759. Endurance, 777. Mana, 900. Most of its innate abilities are spirit-based. With its high mana, prolonging this battle would only make things worse for us. We need to kill it now. Suddenly, Alaric struck with tremendous force that freed him from the pressure. Whoosh! His slash left a trail of ice in the air. The monster was surprised. It didn't expect that a mere transcendent knight would be able to overcome its demonic aura. With a quick leap, Alaric slashed out his sword. His attack carried a chill that froze the surrounding air. Whoosh! The treacherous spirit kobold snorted and destroyed his attack using its spirit arrows. Bang! Bang! I have underestimated you, human. Now go and die, it shouted, its eyes burning with beastly rage. In the next moment, Alaric found himself trapped in an illusion. He could hear the warriors screaming as if they were warning him. In front of Alaric was an endless darkness, a dark void that bound his body in this seemingly infinite world of nihility. After what seemed to be an eternity, he regained his consciousness. When he gathered his senses, he saw Neo in front of him with a bloody hole in his chest. Elder Neo! Alaric's face fell. He knew in that instant that Neo had taken a hit for him. Neo fell on his knees, his face pale. You can't die here, Your Highness. Ivana, that girl still needs you. Alaric rushed to his side and injected his mana into the High Elf's body to stop the bleeding. Don't waste your mana. I won't make it. Neo pushed his hand away. No, stop saying that. Alaric felt a wave of sadness. Neo suddenly grabbed his hand and mumbled, She's like a daughter to me. You must protect her. After saying those words, Neo's body fell into Alaric's arms. Elder Neo. Alaric checked his pulse, but he sensed no heartbeat. He was dead. Alaric raised his head and roared. His roar was filled with grief and rage. He stood up and handed Neo's corpse to an elven warrior. Please take his body somewhere safe. Don't let those monsters desecrate his body. Yes, Your Highness. The elven warrior felt a chill in his heart when he saw Alaric's expression. With a whoosh, Alaric's figure blurred and reappeared hundreds of meters away in just a blink of an eye. He rushed towards the half-kobold monster that was currently massacring thousands of warriors. Upon gaining momentum, he leaped into the air and released a slash that almost emptied his energy core. Die, you filthy beast! He bellowed, his face contorted with fury. The half-kobold monster was occupied with its frenzied slaughter. Its entire body was covered in the blood of the warriors it had slain. Die, you filthy beast! The sudden shout surprised the monster. When it turned around, it saw a beam of light that carried an overwhelming, freezing coldness. So cold, it thought with its eyes wide open. Bang! Everyone became deathly silent. The spirit-based catastrophe-grade monster, a beast that had killed tens of thousands of warriors, was turned into a block of ice. No one could believe what they had witnessed. A transcendent knight was not meant to defeat a monster at this level, but Alaric did the impossible. With a slash of his sword, he froze the terrifying monster. Alaric landed on the ground, breathing heavily as he looked at the frozen monster. He did it. His Highness defeated the last catastrophe-grade beast. Someone exclaimed, Oh my God, what kind of sword technique was that? Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with a mixture of admiration, disbelief, and astonishment. In the midst of their cheer, Alaric's face showed no joy or excitement for his victory. This was because there was still no notification from his system. This could mean two things. First, the half-kobold monster was still alive, so the system didn't recognize the completion of the mission. The second one was that he still had to thoroughly destroy or wipe out the monster colony for the mission to be completed. Doing the second one would be no problem. Even without his help, The warriors would be able to take care of the remaining monsters on their own. However, if it was the first one, thinking about this, Alaric's face darkened. Wait, the monster could still be alive. We need to make sure that it's dead. He shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Given their current situation, no one was in perfect condition to fight the half-kobold monster. When his words fell, everyone panicked. What? It's still alive. There's no way. How could that be possible? Garandel rushed towards Alaric's side and asked, his face looking incredibly pale. Do you think it's still alive? Alaric nodded. It's a catastrophe-grade beast. Monsters at this level have higher regeneration abilities. Killing them wouldn't be easy. We need to make sure that it's dead. His recent attack might be powerful enough to threaten a catastrophe-grade beast, but the treacherous spirit kobold had one innate ability that made him uncertain. It was the S-rank health restoration. Garandel nodded at his words. You should get some rest. Leave this to me. Alaric frowned with a hesitant look. Seeing his expression, Garandel snorted. Don't underestimate me. I might not look like it, but I'm close to becoming a mythical knight. Besides, I won't be alone. He pointed to the remaining transcendents. Although they were injured, most of them still had the strength to fight. Alaric stared deeply at the Elven King and nodded. I leave it in your hands, your majesty. Garandel chuckled while shaking his head. Didn't I tell you to call me uncle? Without waiting for Alaric's response, the Elven King led the Transcendents to attack the frozen half-kobold monster. In the next moment, a series of powerful attacks were launched upon the beast. Bang! 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 Violent explosions erupted one after another. The shockwave from the blast created a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Alaric squinted his eyes while trying to see beyond the dust. When the air cleared, everyone saw something that made them horrified. The half-kobold monster, which everyone presumed was dead, was now standing still while eyeing the surroundings with its eyes filled with brutal savagery. Meanwhile, Garandel and the rest of the Transcendent experts were lying on the ground, trembling. They had failed to kill the monster. Moreover, their situation had become more dire. Suddenly, the monster turned its big head. Its gaze stopped on Alaric. You are a threat to me. You must die. It let out a shrill scream as it summoned a wave of spirit arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gritting his teeth, Alaric pushed his body to its absolute limit. He could feel his muscles screaming with pain as he evaded the fatal strikes. Bang! Bang! Somehow, he managed to dodge the spirit arrows. Blood leaked out from his nose. He felt as if his head were spinning. Alaric grabbed his head and forced himself to stay awake. Not now. I won't fall just yet. I don't know what will happen if I do this, but there is no choice. After making his resolve, Alaric took a deep breath to feel the last trace of mana in his energy core. He was planning to stimulate his exhausted energy core. Normally, the energy core would leave a small amount of mana to protect itself from breaking. Once this trace of mana was forcibly tapped into, one would risk destroying their energy core. However, Alaric couldn't care less. The veins in his body protruded and blood rushed out from his 7 orifices. Arg! An overwhelming wave of pain traveled through his body. He felt as if 1,000 sledgehammers were being hammered into his entire being. Gritting his teeth, Alaric staggered as he performed another sword technique. Waves of mana were channeled into his sword, slowly filling it with tremendous power. The half-kobold monster sensed this and revealed a wary look. I must stop you, human, it muttered in a cold voice. While Alaric was gathering his power in one final sword strike, the monster lifted its arm and conjured hundreds of spirit arrows. Everyone watched the scene with ever-changing expressions. There was helplessness, anticipation, hope, and terror. Right at this moment, a beaten figure suddenly rushed towards Alaric, grabbing a broken shield from the ground. It was Vulcan. Kill it, Alaric. I will protect you, he shouted. Alaric heard his voice, but his focus was entirely on his sword. Suddenly, the half-kobold monster abruptly lowered its arm, its face contorting with rage. Die, human warrior! Just when the spirit arrows were about to hit Alaric, Vulcan appeared out of nowhere with a broken shield in his hand. Grunting, the barbarian warrior blocked all the spirit arrows that were about to fall on Alaric. Arg! Vulcan grimaced. The spirit arrows penetrated the broken shield and pierced through his arms, but he ignored the pain and kept the shield in front to protect Alaric. "You will have to step over my dead body first before you can kill him," he roared. At some point, the broken shield was torn apart, and all the spirit arrows fell upon Vulcan's body. SCHHK, SCHKK. The spirit arrows penetrated through his flesh and left bloody holes that made him bleed profusely. However, he stubbornly resisted until the last spirit arrow struck his chest. He staggered and fell on his knees, gasping for breath. At this moment, Alaric had gathered enough energy to release his sword strike. With one powerful swing, he slashed out his sword. Whoosh! His attack carried an immensely dominant force that destroyed everything in its path. This terrifying sword energy struck the half-kobold monster's body with a bam. What followed was a deafening explosion that shook the grasslands. Everyone was forced to cover their ears with mana. The residual force also pushed them back a couple of steps. When the dust settled, everyone was startled. In front of them was a long crack that stretched hundreds of meters, as if an immortal had cleaved the land with his sword. It was an unbelievable sight. As for the half-kobold monster, it was lying in its own pool of blood, and a huge portion of its lower body was missing. Its eyes were wide open, but it was no longer breathing. It was dead. Meanwhile, Alaric had also collapsed on the ground, his condition unknown. There was a brief moment of silence. This was more shocking than what they had witnessed earlier. There was never a time when a transcendent knight had killed a catastrophe-grade monster. It was a common logic that everyone gradually learned to accept. However, today it has been proven to be wrong. After a moment of shock, the injured Garandel recovered his senses. "Quick, find our healers and have them treated," he shouted as he carried his injured body towards the Alaric and Vulcan. In his haste, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but a hand caught him just in time. "Your Majesty, let me help you." It was Rosalie, the Grand Elder of the Greenwood Kingdom, and a three-ringed Beast Soul Master. She was also present throughout the entire battle, so she witnessed everything that had unfolded. Until now, she was still reeling in shock. The young human warrior who had helped them back then had already transformed into a formidable warrior that even she had to look up to. The unexpected twist of fate left her with a sense of incredulity. "Thank you," Garandel mumbled weakly. The Elven King was also nearly killed in that battle. His strong physical body saved his life. A group of healers came to treat the injured, but everyone unanimously agreed to prioritize Alaric and Vulcan for the treatment. "How are they?" Garandel asked while looking at the healers. One of them answered, his face looking grim. "Commander Vulcan is not in good condition. He lost too much blood, and his energy core is exhausted. The silver lining is that none of his vital organs are damaged. He can still be treated, but it will take a long time before he can recover. As for His Highness Alaric," the healer seemed hesitant to speak. "Spit it out." Garandel furrowed his eyebrows, the volume of his voice rising. He overstimulated his energy core, which caused it to fracture. This also brought severe damage to his internal organs. Treatment is almost impossible, and even if he miraculously recovered, there is a high chance that his strength would deteriorate. Garandel's face fell upon hearing this. It wasn't just him. Everyone's faces darkened. To a warrior, their strength was equivalent to their lives. Many would rather commit suicide than live as a cripple for the rest of their life. Is there no hope for him to recover? A concerned voice drifted into everyone's ears. Everyone turned their heads and saw Lucas walking unsteadily towards them using his sword as a crutch. The healers glanced at each other, shaking their heads. They didn't say anything, but everyone understood what that meant. Lucas fell on his knees upon hearing this. "Alaric, my son." Overcome with emotions, the voice of the mighty venerable trembled. Garandel approached Lucas, his face filled with guilt and remorse. "I'm sorry, Lucas. It's all my fault. If only." Lucas raised his hand and forced a smile. Please don't say such things. We chose to help you because we are allies. You don't need to blame yourself. Ashamed, Garandel covered his face to hide his tears. Your Majesty. Rosalie stared at the Elven King with a deep sigh. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted the atmosphere. Lucas raised his head and lifted his weary body. The battle isn't over yet. There are still thousands of monsters in the nest. Let's talk once everything is settled. He spoke before he headed in the direction of the commotion. Hearing this, Garandel sent everyone a look and said, For those of you who can still fight, please follow me to eliminate the remaining monsters. The rest will stay here to guard our injured comrades. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, the warriors who still had the energy to spare rushed towards the nest to kill the remaining monster. Another gruesome battle followed, but this time there was no powerful monster to stop them. Everyone was fueled by their rage. The deaths of their comrades filled them with strength. In the next few hours, thousands upon thousands of monsters were annihilated. Even young and old weren't spared. It was a total massacre. What remained of the monster nest was also set ablaze. A fearsome flame engulfed the complex cave. Alaric opened his eyes and found himself surrounded by corpses. There was blood everywhere, and all the buildings had collapsed. It was like an apocalypse. He lifted his body and looked around, observing the surroundings with trembling eyes. I recognized this place. His gaze was frozen with disbelief when he realized where he was. This is where I died. Suddenly, he felt a sharp stabbing pain in his head. Arg! Grimacing, Alaric grabbed his head. Your Highness, you're awake. A surprised voice drifted into his ears. When he opened his eyes, he found out that he was no longer in that apocalyptic nightmare. Above him was an unfamiliar ceiling. The strong smell of medicinal herbs lingered in the air. Where am I? He wanted to get up, but a sudden burst of pain coursed through his body. Your Highness, please don't move around carelessly. Your stitches might open up. Aldrin's concerned face came into his view. Aldrin, where am I? A weak, almost inaudible voice leaked out of his mouth. Aldrin took a deep breath and replied, This is a recovery room constructed by the Elven royal family. They wanted Your Highness to be comfortable, so they used Astania's architectural design when they built this facility. Hearing his response, Alaric let out a sigh. So we are in the Greenwood Kingdom. That's right. With a deep look, Alaric asked, What happened to the monster colony? Aldrin's face turned serious as he answered, We destroyed the colony. We won the battle, Your Highness. Looking at his gloomy expression, Alaric no longer said anything. For Aldrin to reveal that kind of face, we must have suffered disastrous losses. After a moment of silence, Aldrin spoke. I will inform Lord Lucas and the others that Your Highness has woken up. Amen. Alaric hummed in response. I'm glad that you have awakened, Your Highness. It has been 3 weeks since you lost consciousness. Aldrin bowed to Alaric and left. 3 weeks? Alaric was stunned. He wanted to ask him something, but Aldrin had already left. I was out for that long. He tried to sense his mana, but then he suddenly felt an uncomfortable feeling in his chest. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. What was going on? He gritted his teeth, his face full of sweat. I can't use my mana. His face fell, and he quickly summoned the system. It was then that the familiar interface appeared in front of him. Underscore. Mission complete. Rewards. 6,500 battle points, 1,000 EXP, 250 stat points, Transcendent Knight card X1, Random Trait Upgrade card X2, S-Rank Trait card X1. Underscore. Alaric Silver Sword Transcendent Knight, EXP, 143, 1143/5000. Potential, S. Traits, Swordsmanship, SSS, Ruthless Slaughterer, SS. Horseback Riding, B. Close Combat, B. Sixth Sense, B. Appraisal, B. Hunting, C. Tracking, C. Monster Affinity, C. Mana Gathering, C. Archery, D. Strength, 343. Stamina, 335. Agility, 335. Vitality, 315. Endurance, 315. Mana, 340. Battle points, 4,220. 10720. Stat points, 250. Requirements for the next advancement: 5,000 EXP, 500 in all attributes, and 25,000 battle points. Looking at the big leap in his attributes, he let out a heavy sigh. So he won, huh? Strangely, he didn't feel happy. In fact, he felt the exact opposite. Do you want to use your random trade upgrade cards? Yes, no. Alaric clicked no and closed the system screen. At this moment, he heard a series of footsteps outside. Alaric, Lucas stepped in with a group of people. All of them looked relieved upon seeing that Alaric was awake. My lord. Alaric forced a smile while looking at his father. Garandel and a few important people were also there, so he gave each of them a nod. I'm sorry if I couldn't greet everyone properly. It's all right. You're still recovering. There is no need for you to worry about the minor details. Your health is more important. Garandel smiled faintly at him. Alaric looked at the Elven King and saw an exhausted face. Thank you for your understanding. The Elven King looked like he had much to say, but in the end, he only spoke a few words before he left with the others. Only Lucas and Alaric remained inside the room. Lucas stared at his son with a complicated expression. How do you feel, son? Why is Dad giving me that kind of look? Alaric was curious, but he didn't ask. I can barely move from the neck down. I also can't sense my energy core. He responded. Lucas sighed upon hearing this. He grabbed a chair and placed it next to the bed. He then took his seat and carefully placed his hand on his son's shoulder. With a forced smile, he said, Don't worry about it, son. Even without mana, you are still the heir of House Silversword. Nothing can change that. Alaric was baffled by his father's words. What do you mean, Dad? Lucas leaned on the chair with a gloomy expression. The healers said that your energy core can no longer recover. Samaya stopped it from completely breaking, but even she couldn't heal it. Alaric fell silent. Samaya was a subordinate of his birth mother. She was a 3-ringed B-Soul Master with the S-rank Ultimate Heal integrated monster trait. If a skill at that level couldn't heal his damaged energy core, it meant that recovery was close to impossible. Then why did the system still recognize me as a Transcendent Knight? I don't believe that there is no more hope for my energy core to recover. Thinking about this, his expression eased up and he gradually regained his calmness. What happened to Commander Vulcan? During the battle against the treacherous spirit Kobold, he saw Vulcan using his body to protect him. It was because of him that he was able to deliver that final sword strike against the beast. Hearing him mention this, Lucas smiled faintly. Vulcan is recovering in a separate room. He had awakened 2 weeks earlier than you. He is a tough guy, so you don't need to worry about him. Alaric was relieved to hear this. Lucas left soon after chatting with his son. After he left, a group of healers and medical practitioners came to check his condition. They gave him some medicine and changed his bandages before leaving the room. Once everyone had left, Alaric opened the system screen and used his rewards. Do you want to use your random trade upgrade cards? Alaric clicked yes. Your trait horseback riding, B, has been upgraded to horseback riding, A. Your trait close combat, B, has been upgraded to close combat, A. Alaric didn't stop there. Do you want to use your S-rank trait card? Yes, no. After clicking yes, a notification popped up in front of him. You have awakened the trait Supreme Regeneration S. As soon as he received this message, he felt a sudden change in his body. The sense of discomfort he was feeling earlier gradually vanished and was replaced with a cool sensation that traveled through his entire body. He had never felt this kind of comfort before, but if there was something to compare it with, it was oddly similar to the feeling of relaxing in a hot spring. Suddenly, he felt a trace of mana slowly moving towards his chest. This is mana. He was pleasantly surprised. It must be because of my new trait. He knew for sure that it was related to the new trait Supreme Regeneration. An S-rank trait is indeed exceptional. He smiled faintly. Just then, he heard the knocking on his door. Knock, knock, knock. He closed the system screen and cleared his throat. Come in. It's open. In the next moment, Ivana stepped inside, her face displaying all sorts of emotions. I came here after hearing that you have regained consciousness. She stood by his side and observed his complexion. Her voice was cold, but Alaric could sense the worry in her eyes. I'm fine. He smiled faintly. Ivana stared deeply at him and said in a trembling voice, "Today is the funeral of Elder Neo and Elder Dahan." Hearing this, Alaric recalled the scene before Neo's death. The High Elf took a fatal blow to save him. It's my fault. If I hadn't come back thoughtlessly, Elder Neo wouldn't have. Alaric felt a wave of remorse. Neo was like a father to Ivana. He felt guilty about his death. Tears slid down from Ivana's eyes as she muttered, "Elder Neo, I miss him." She broke down in tears. Looking at her distraught face, Alaric wanted to comfort her, but no words came out of his mouth. He could only watch as she cried her eyes out. He wanted to take her into his arms, but he couldn't even move his body. This left him with an unprecedented feeling of helplessness and grief. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Alaric's eyes turned bloodshot as he held back the urge to cry. After a long time, Ivana wiped off her tears and looked at him. "My mind is a mess right now. I will be back in a few days." Without waiting for his response, she turned around and left. After she left, Alaric felt empty. He cried in silence. Unknowingly, he drifted into sleep. The next morning, Alaric opened his eyes. He tried moving his arms and realized that he could already move a bit. It was a small progress, but it made him relieved. In a few more days, I should be able to get up, he thought to himself. And so, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After taking his medicine, Alaric got up from the bed with the help of Aldrin. "You should take it easy, Your Highness. The healers said that you shouldn't move around for the next 2 weeks." Aldrin reminded him out of concern. Grimacent, Alaric stood up, his face covered in sweat. "I won't overdo it. I promise," he replied while forcing out a smile. "I hope so." Shaking his head, Aldrin sighed helplessly. With Aldrin's support, Alaric could already manage to walk. "Do you know where Elder Neo and the others are buried?" he asked. Hearing this, Aldrin nodded, and a wave of sadness flashed in his eyes. "Yes, Your Highness. Please take me there. I would like to pay my respects." Aldrin hesitated for a moment, but he relented upon seeing Alaric's expression. "All right, but we need to bring Dame Samaya with us." Alaric understood his intentions, so he nodded his head. "That is fine by me. Please wait here for a moment. I will bring her over." Aldrin bowed and left with haste. A quarter of an hour later, he returned with a beautiful woman wearing a green elven dress. "Greetings, Your Highness." Samaya curtsied upon stepping inside the room. Alaric waved his hand and said, "There is no need for formalities." He then turned his head to Aldrin and sent him a knowing look. "Let's go." "Please excuse me, Your Highness." Aldrin grabbed Alaric's arm and wrapped it around his shoulder. Alaric was still having trouble walking on his own, so he carefully supported him. Outside the recovery facility, a carriage was already waiting for them. There was also a team composed of 20 warriors to escort them. "Greetings, Your Highness." The warriors greeted him in unison. Alaric nodded to acknowledge their presence. Aldrin and Samaya helped him sit comfortably inside the carriage. After making sure that everything was in place, Aldrin communicated with the coachman. "Start the carriage." "Yes, sir." The coachman slapped the horses, and the carriage soon moved forward. The escort team followed closely on their horses. The elves had a tradition to bury their dead underneath a tree. Each deceased elf was buried underneath a different tree. They said that it was a way to send them back to nature. 30 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a tall tree filled with healthy green leaves. Alaric stepped out of the carriage with the help of Samaya and Aldrin. The duo brought him closer to the tree. "So this is where Elder Neo is buried," Alaric mumbled as he looked at the towering tree. Alaric placed his palm on the tree and closed his eyes. "Aru, please guide his soul to your divine kingdom." After solemnly praying for Neo's soul, Alaric bowed deeply, which caused some of his wounds to open up. "Your Highness!" Samaya wanted to help him, but Aldrin raised his hand and signaled her not to interrupt Alaric. "His Highness is paying respects to the man who saved his life. He deserves this respect and honor." Aldrin reminded her in a stern voice. He was present during the battle against the catastrophe-grade beasts. He saw everything that had happened, including Neo's selfless sacrifice. Samaya sighed and mumbled, her words trailing. I'm only worried that His Highness' wounds might. Aldrin ignored her, turned around, and looked at Alaric. After half an hour, Alaric motioned for Aldrin to support him. Aldrin noticed blood seeping through his bandages, so he sent Samaya a knowing look. Sensing his gaze, Samaya approached Alaric and said, "Please excuse me, Your Highness." Alaric didn't stop her and allowed her to do her task. With his permission, Samaya used her ultimate heal on Alaric, which brought the latter some relief. He also felt that his wounds had closed up significantly. "Your Highness, you shouldn't move around excessively in the next few days. Without sufficient mana, your recovery speed is what it used to be. Even with the help of my integrated trait, your body is not responding well to the healing," Samaya said in a chiding tone. Alaric was already used to her nagging, so he just nodded his head. "I will be careful." Samaya could only helplessly shake her head at his lack of concern. The trio left soon after and headed back to the carriage. "Where do we go next, Your Highness?" Aldrin asked. Alaric thought for a moment while adjusting his posture to a more comfortable sitting position. Suddenly, he remembered something. "You said that Elder Dahan was also killed in battle." Hearing this, Aldrin nodded with a gloomy expression. "That's right. I heard from the others that he was with Sir Butch at that time. According to them, Sir Butch and Elder Dahan led 5,000 warriors to block tens of thousands of monsters. It was because of them that no monsters were able to interfere during our battle with the catastrophe grade beasts." Upon hearing this, Alaric recalled Dahan's face. He was a stubborn but loyal high elf. He was always in the most dangerous position during battles. He was a brave elven warrior. "Bring me to his grave," Alaric spoke. "Yes, Your Highness." Aldrin nodded and immediately informed the coachman of their next destination. Dahan's remains were buried underneath another tree, which wasn't that far from where Neo was buried. It only took them about 5 minutes of travel to get there. Surprisingly, there was someone visiting Dahan's grave, and it was a familiar person. It was a tall and muscular warrior wearing a mask. "Sir Butch." Aldrin and Samaya greeted the man. Butch nodded at them and bowed to greet Alaric. "Your Highness." Alaric waved his hand to acknowledge his greeting. The group walked towards the tree where Dahan was buried. "Was he a friend?" Alaric asked while keeping his eyes on the tree. Butch knew that the question was meant for him, so he responded while shaking his head. "No, he wasn't a friend, but he was willing to risk his life to protect mine. If not for him, I might have perished that day." Butch's voice sounded harsh due to the effects of the relic-level mask he was wearing, so they couldn't tell what he was feeling. "He saved you, so he must have been a good man." "He was, but do I deserve his sacrifice?" Alaric turned his head to look at him. Butch's eyes were trembling. It was almost imperceptible, but Alaric saw it clearly. "He must have seen something in you that is worth sacrificing his life for." "Don't question your own worth, Sir Butch. You are an amazing person." Alaric smiled faintly. Butch's shoulders shook. He lowered his head and stayed silent. After praying for Dahan's soul, the group didn't linger for long. "Are you coming with us, Sir Butch?" asked Alaric while looking at the big fellow. Butch lowered his head. "Yes, Your Highness." "In that case, let's head back to the recovery facility." In the next moment, the group left. Upon returning to the recovery facility, Samaya and 2 of her assistants helped Alaric remove his bandages. Samaya furrowed her eyebrows. Alaric's wounds had closed up significantly. Most of the minor cuts on his body were gone and had only left scars. This was something she didn't expect. After Alaric's energy core was damaged, his body rejected mana, which slowed down his recovery. She thought that it would take a few more months for his wounds to completely heal and turn into scars. "Is his energy core?" Her eyes flashed with surprise. She placed her fingers on his wrist and injected him mana. To her amazement, his body no longer rejected her mana. His energy core seemed to have healed a bit. How is this possible? She found it unbelievable. She had been inspecting his energy core in the past few days, and she was so sure that there was hope for it to recover. "Your Highness, please excuse me. I need to inspect your energy core further." She spoke with a serious look. Alaric didn't stop her. "Go ahead." After getting his permission, Samaya immediately began her work. As she examined closely, her Her expression changed multiple times. Alaric was amused when he saw this. She must have noticed the changes. He couldn't blame her. Even he was surprised by how quickly his body was recovering ever since he awakened the S-rank Supreme regeneration trait. Coupled with Samaya's ultimate healing and the elven medication he took, the results were remarkable. It's a miracle. Your Highness energy core is recovering. Moreover, I can sense a small trace of mana circling your energy core. This is a good sign, Samaya exclaimed. After a more thorough checkup, Samaya confirmed that his energy core was recovering. I need to inform Lord Lucas about this. I hope you don't mind, Your Highness, Samaya said while helping him change his bandages. I don't mind. Alaric shook his head. There was no point in hiding his recovery. His father was also looking incredibly distraught over the past few days because of his condition. Letting Lucas know that he was recovering would help the former feel relieved. Samaya made him drink another set of medicine before she left the room with haste. A moment later, the assistants also left, leaving him alone. I still have the Transcendent Knight card, but I can't use it while I'm here. I wouldn't be able to escape questioning if an unknown Transcendent Knight would show up. Alaric thought to himself. He couldn't wait to use the card, but he held back the urge. A few minutes later, he heard a series of footsteps outside the room. Creak! In the next moment, the door sprang open and Lucas stepped in with an urgent look on his face. Alaric! He rushed to Alaric's side and inspected him closely. He was a mythical knight, so he quickly noticed the small stream of mana coursing through his son's body. It's true. Your body is no longer rejecting mana, he exclaimed. Samaya and a few others entered the room a moment later. Their faces were covered in sweat, and they were breathing heavily. Looking at them, Alaric could tell that they had rushed to get here. Lucas looked like he had a lot more to say, but he held back since there were other people around. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder and smiled faintly. I'm so glad that you are recovering well, my son. I will come back tonight to speak with you. Yes, my lord. Alaric nodded with a light smile. Lucas said a few more words before he left the room. It seemed that he had matters to attend to, so Alaric didn't stop him from leaving so soon. A few barbarian chieftains also visited Alaric. They were present when he fought with the treacherous spirit kobold, so they all greatly respected him. The barbarians were known to favor the brave and the strong, so Alaric wasn't surprised by their attitudes. Your Highness, Vulcan would like to have a word with you, a barbarian chieftain suddenly said. Just as Alaric was about to respond, Samaya immediately interjected. Your Highness, we just changed your bandages. You shouldn't move around for the time being. It wouldn't be good for your recovery. Alaric sighed helplessly. I know, but if it weren't for him, shaking her head, Samaya could only force a smile. Fine, we will just change your bandages again. Hearing this, Alaric chuckled. He then turned his head to the barbarian chieftain who had spoken about Vulcan. Bring me to his room. Yes, your highness. Aldrin didn't wait for Alaric to say anything. He walked by his side and helped him get up. Be careful, your highness, he whispered. Alaric nodded without saying a word. After that, the group headed to Vulcan's room, which wasn't far from where Alaric was staying. However, there was an unexpected visitor. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Ivana walking along the hallway. Alaric saw the surprise in her eyes when she saw him. You can already walk? She asked with a hint of disbelief. She had visited him from time to time while he was still unconscious, so she was aware of his condition. How could this be? I thought he wouldn't be able to walk for a few months. Alaric gestured for everyone to give them some space. The group understood his intentions and immediately distanced themselves. They even blocked off their hearing using mana to give them privacy. Aldrin hesitated for a moment, but he also took a few steps back after seeing Alaric's gaze. Ivana approached him, sizing him up. I heard that your energy core has shown signs of recovery. Alaric nodded. Amen. That's good. The atmosphere became awkward all of a sudden. I visited Elder Neo's grave. Ivana's eyes dimmed when he mentioned this. I see. I owe him my life. You do. Where are you guys headed to? Ivana quickly changed the topic. Looking at her face, it was apparent that she was still shaken about Neo's death. I heard that Vulcan wants to speak with me, Alaric replied. It must be for something important. You should go and see him. We can chat later. Ivana didn't wait for his response, turned around, and left. Alaric took a deep breath as he watched her leave. A moment later, he beckoned to Aldrin and the others. Let's go. We can't let Vulcan wait. Yes, Your Highness. The group walked along the hallway, and after a few turns, they arrived in front of Vulcan's room. Aldrin knocked on the door to announce their arrival. Commander Vulcan, His Highness has come to see you. The door is unlocked. Please come in. Vulcan's weary voice drifted into their ears. Upon stepping in, Alaric saw Vulcan lying on the bed in the middle of the room. There were splints and casts wrapped around his limbs. He also had a neck brace to support his head. Your Highness, I apologize for my lack of courtesy. As you can see, I am not in the best condition to open the door myself. Vulcan chuckled lightheartedly. Seeing him in this state, Alaric let out a sigh. I'm glad to see you in good spirits, Commander Vulcan. Please drop the honorifics, Your Highness. The war is already over. Just call me by my name. Vulcan smiled faintly. Alaric shook his head. That won't do. You're my father's friend. I'll call you Sir Vulcan instead. All right, whatever suits you. Vulcan shrugged. He then sized up Alaric, his eyes showing a glimmer of surprise. It seems like Your Highness has made a great recovery. With the help of a great medical team, I am recovering well. Alaric smiled faintly. The two exchanged pleasantries before they went to the topic. I thought we were all going to die at that time. Vulcan suddenly said, his face displaying a hint of fear. Alaric understood what he meant by those words. But then I saw how you fought. Vulcan raised his head. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of admiration. A young transcendent knight, with the courage and determination to face a catastrophe-grade beast. That's when I knew that only you have the power to slay that catastrophe-grade beast, and you didn't fail me. Vulcan smiled faintly. You are probably the first in the Empire to achieve such a feat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you have the same level of talent as the legendary warriors of the ancient era. Alaric chuckled with a look of embarrassment. This was the highest praise he received from someone other than his family. I don't deserve your praise, Sir Vulcan. Without everyone's support, I wouldn't have slain that beast. I don't dare claim that I can fight a catastrophe-grade beast on my own. At least not at the moment. Vulcan scoffed. Look at this guy acting so humble. You sound just like your father during his youth. Alaric laughed awkwardly. He never thought that Vulcan was actually the chatty type of guy. He spoke nonstop for over an hour, and Alaric only nodded his head while pretending to listen. After a long while, Vulcan noticed that Alaric was getting bored, so he shooed him off. You look tired. You should get some rest. Hearing this, Alaric didn't insist on staying and nodded. I had fun talking with you, Sir Vulcan. If you need someone to talk to, don't hesitate to call me. Vulcan snorted. This kid really knows how to pretend. Alaric acted like he didn't hear his words and left with the help of Aldrin and Samaya. After they left, a figure emerged from behind the curtain and muttered with an exasperated tone. Did you really need to spout nonsense for an hour? I was nearly suffocated standing behind the curtain while listening to your bullcrap. Vulcan stared mockingly at Lucas. Who told you to hide behind the curtain? Lucas chuckled dryly as he took his seat by his side. Thank you. Vulcan raised an eyebrow. What are you thanking me for? Lucas leaned on his seat and smiled. I knew you spoke all that nonsense to get rid of my son's guilt. Vulcan scoffed. Stop saying such embarrassing things, and just peel those oranges for me. Alaric's treatment continued for another month. His body was not in a condition to do heavy physical activities, so he wasn't able to perform his daily exercises. For the past month, Samaya and a group of healers used their healing abilities on him. Coupled with his supreme regeneration and the elven medicinal herbs, his energy core gradually improved. A month ago, he could barely absorb mana. Now, he could use mana to speed up his recovery. All the wounds in his body had already scarred. There was still some lingering pain, but they were manageable. Hershey and Elena might pester me if they see these scars. Alaric mumbled bitterly as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. His skin was now covered in new scars of all shapes and sizes. It reflected the intense battle they had been through. Sighing heavily, he changed into a new set of clothes. This time, he wore formal attire since today was a bit special. It was their last day in the Greenwood Kingdom. At this moment, two women suddenly stepped forward. They were Matilda and Celine. "Please allow us to help you, Your Highness." Matilda offered while staring at Alaric's face. Alaric looked at them through the mirror and shook his head. "It's fine. I can do this on my own. You two can wait for me outside." Matilda looked disappointed, but she didn't insist. Meanwhile, Celine stayed silent the entire time. "We obey your words, Your Highness." The two ladies bowed before leaving the room. Alaric sighed as he watched them leave. Lustful cauldron. That's one strange ability. It's getting harder and harder to resist her charm. Alaric shook his head. He spent a quarter of an hour adjusting the creases of his clothes. After making sure that he hadn't forgotten anything, he stepped out of the room. "Let's go." He nodded to the two ladies who were waiting for him outside. During the past month, they had been taking care of his daily needs. It wasn't appropriate for Samaya to handle menial tasks, so these two were responsible for helping him. At first, Ivana was highly resistant to seeing them in close contact with him, but she gradually accepted their presence. Upon stepping out of the recovery facility, Aldrin, Samaya, and a group of warriors led by Butch were already there waiting for them next to the carriage. "Your carriage is ready, Your Highness." Aldrin approached him while sending Matilda a quick glance. Her face and overflowing charisma were hard to resist, but knowing that she was Alaric's woman, Aldrin forced himself to look away. The escort warriors were the same. They couldn't help but stare at her shapely body. Unlike Aldrin, it took them a great deal of effort to pull their eyes away from Matilda. As for Butch, he showed no signs of interest. He only sent her a couple of curious glances. Samaya faked a cough when she sensed them staring intently at Matilda. Alaric shook his head when he saw this. "I might need to find a way to tame her charisma. I can't have my men ogling at her all day. Let's go meet the others." He spoke to Aldrin. Aldrin acknowledged his command with a bow. He then informed the coachman of their destination. Alaric and the three ladies entered the carriage, while Aldrin and the warriors jumped onto their horses. Butch made a hand signal to the escort warriors, signaling them to follow the carriage. The carriage stopped right beneath a hill located several hundred meters from Ivana's treehouse. When they arrived, a large crowd had already gathered. Everyone was exchanging farewells with the elves they had befriended. The barbarians and elves who were like fire and water before were now chatting like longtime friends. The recent war had bridged the differences between these two races. Alaric stepped out of the carriage and warmly greeted the people who were waiting for him. They were military officers from the barbarian tribes and the Elven Kingdom. "Congratulations on your recovery, Your Highness." "You look good in that attire, Your Highness." Alaric politely responded to them one by one. A moment later, Aldrin brought him to where Lucas and the higher-ups from both races were. There he saw Ivana standing next to her father, Garandel. Ivana also noticed his arrival. She smiled at him, but when she saw the women behind Alaric, her smile faded. "Ivana." Alaric greeted her. The elven princess responded curtly. She didn't even bother to hide her displeasure, but her mood slowly improved as their conversation deepened. In the past month, Ivana visited him regularly to check his condition. She even used her nature's blessing integrated trait to help him absorb the elven medicinal herbs. With their daily interactions, their relationship gradually improved. It still wasn't what it used to be, but Alaric was happy with the progress. While they were conversing, Garandel suddenly jumped on top of the small hill and opened his mouth. "Everyone, may I have your attention?" He imbued mana into his voice, so everyone heard his words loud and clear. Hearing the Elven King's words, everyone turned their heads. Garandel swept his gaze at the gathered crowd, looking pleased. "First of all, I would like to thank you all for helping our kingdom overcome this crisis. If not for your help," a long speech began. Everyone listened closely, for this was the Elven King's last message before their departure. "When the time comes that you will need our help, we will be there for you. I wish you all a pleasant journey back home. Our doors are always open for your return. Once again, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart." Garandel bowed deeply at the end of his speech. What followed was another round of farewells. At this moment, Alaric, a familiar voice, suddenly drifted into Alaric's ears. Alaric turned his head and saw Vulcan limping towards him. Seeing this, he immediately rushed to his side. You shouldn't force yourself, Sir Vulcan. It wouldn't be good for your recovery, he reminded the barbarian warrior. Vulcan snorted at his words. If you're worried about me, you better visit my tribe when you have time. He then leaned forward and whispered, I will introduce you to the ladies in our tribe. Hearing this, Alaric nervously glanced at Ivana, who was standing not far from them. Are you trying to sabotage me, Sir Vulcan? With a bitter smile, he whispered back to the barbarian warrior. Vulcan snickered in amusement. He then placed his hand on Alaric's shoulder and said, I heard from your father that you're gathering troops to attack Harun. Do you need our help? Alaric shook his head and smiled faintly. This is our battle, Sir Vulcan. I don't want to involve you guys in this. We will take care of it on our own. However, if things get harder, we might need your help. Vulcan chuckled. Just send us the word. I will gather the warriors of the barbarian tribes to support you. Alaric beamed at his promise. He had seen the bravery and power of the barbarian warriors. They might not have the same level of equipment as the warriors of Astania, but they possessed the courage to face even the most overwhelming odds. He had nothing but admiration for them. Vulcan only left after inviting him to visit their tribe for the 100th time. Looking at them leave, Alaric smiled and let out a deep sigh. Goodbye, Sir Vulcan. For a barbarian warrior, he has a mischievous personality. Ivana's voice echoed behind him. Alaric laughed at her words while nodding in agreement. Indeed, he turned around and looked at her, his face revealing the reluctance to separate. It might take a long while before we can see each other again. Ivana raised an eyebrow and said, What do you mean? I am coming with you. Alaric widened his eyes upon hearing her words. Huh, I said I'm coming with you, Ivana repeated. He stared deeply at her and realized that she wasn't joking. Have you gotten your father's approval? Ivana nodded in response. Alaric frowned. She was the heir of the Greenwood Kingdom, so he found it hard to believe that her father would agree to her request. Why does it seem like you don't want me to go with you? Ivana squinted her eyes. Alaric immediately shook his head. Of course not. I'm just surprised that Uncle has permitted you to leave. Ivana snorted. He can't do anything about it. Alaric chuckled dryly at her words. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Ivana grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the carriage. Alaric couldn't even do anything and just let her drag him away. Not far away, Garandel watched this scene with a trace of reluctance. Are you sure about this? Asked Lucas, who was standing next to him. The Elven King forced out a smile. A hatchling will never become a bird if it stays in its nest. I knew this day would come. His words trailed off. Lucas patted his shoulder and reassured him. Don't worry. I will make sure that your daughter is safe. Garendel's expression eased at his words. You have my gratitude, Lucas. I will also send Rosalie to stay with her. I hope you don't mind. Lucas smiled faintly and shook his head. Having Rosalie with us will be more reassuring. The two exchanged words before they bid each other farewell. Soon, the warriors of House Silversword left the Elven Kingdom. With Butch's troops holding back the monster army, Lucas and the others were able to focus on the catastrophe-grade beasts. Lucas looks completely worn out. This isn't good. Vulcan frowned as he looked at the exhausted Lucas. He thought that Lucas was already invincible after he had become a mythical knight. But even a powerful warrior like him was helpless in front of these monsters. The winged goblin monarch isn't the problem here. Lucas can block it on his own. The real threat is that thing. He looked at the half-kobold monster that was continuously releasing spirit attacks against their troops. Boom! Boom! We need to stop it somehow, so Lucas can focus on the winged goblin monarch. As he thought of this, he raised his hand and shouted, My brothers, follow me to attack that big-headed beast. Upon saying those words, he urged his horse to charge towards the half-kobold beast. Thousands of warriors unhesitatingly followed him, their roars shaking the forest. Lucas, who was fighting the winged goblin monarch, immediately understood what he was trying to do. That fool. Is he trying to get himself killed? He wanted to say something, but the winged goblin monarch didn't give him the chance. It attacked him with fearsome force. Each of its strikes was fatal, so he had to be careful not to get hit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lucas imbued mana into his sword to deflect and block the monster's long, sharp claws. Clang! Clang! His arm was already covered in cuts, and the injuries were starting to affect his strength and speed. Sensing his weakening power, Lucas snorted and unleashed a massive burst of mana to temporarily increase his strength. Your efforts are commendable, but you are not my match. Just give up, human. I promise to give you a quick death. The winged goblin monarch spoke with a demonic smile. Lucas was repulsed by its expression. He sneered and simply ignored its remarks. It never spoke like this earlier. He narrowed his eyes and observed the monster closely. It was then that he found out that its arms were shaking almost imperceptibly. I see. It's also tired. He grinned at the discovery. Knowing that the monster was also exhausted, Lucas fought with less intensity. Once it shows a flaw, I will attack with full force. The monster didn't seem to notice his plan and continued to fight with extreme aggression. Suddenly, Lucas noticed that Zephyr was quietly gathering its mana. With one look, he realized what the draconic lion was doing. We can do this, Zephyr. I'll buy you time. Lucas squinted his eyes as he forced the winged goblin monarch to keep its focus entirely on him. This way, it wouldn't be able to sense Zephyr's unusual movements. About 5 minutes later, Lucas suddenly kicked the winged goblin monarch, which made it lose balance in midair. Zephyr now, he shouted. Upon hearing his words, Zephyr opened its mouth and spat out a giant ball of flame. Whoosh! Caught unprepared by the unexpected attack, the winged goblin monarch couldn't defend itself from the ball of fire. It was struck, and its body was quickly engulfed by the fearsome flames. Zazie! Roar! The beast roared in pain and fury as it tried to expel the flames using its mana. Seeing this, Lucas immediately rushed towards the monster and released a series of slashes that carried tremendous force. Do you think I will let you escape? Whoosh! Whoosh! The winged goblin monarch was focused on expelling the flames from its body, so it was late to react to Lucas's attacks. In the next moment, one of its arms was cut off, and it also received a long laceration on its chest that exposed its bones. Roar! The winged goblin monarch collapsed on the ground, grimacing as it grabbed its bleeding shoulder. It managed to remove the flames from its body, but it was still steaming from the heat. With furious eyes, it glared at Lucas. It was as if it wanted to tear him apart. I don't like the look in your eyes, Lucas muttered as he slowly approached the monster. His sword was emitting a terrifying amount of energy that made it produce a sharp, wailing sound. Even a monster could feel the enormous mana his sword was emitting. Fear flashed in its eyes for the first time since they fought. Lucas smiled faintly when he saw this. So you also know how to make that kind of face. Just then, he tapped his foot and his figure vanished all of a sudden. Like a mirage, he appeared in front of the winged goblin monarch and stabbed it with his sword. SCHHK. The winged goblin monarch lowered its head and looked at the sword that had pierced through its chest. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Don't worry. Your beast's soul crystal will not be wasted. Lucas's mocking voice drifted into its ears. It raised its head and saw Lucas staring at it with a sharp gaze. Die! Lucas's face contorted with fury as he unleashed a fearsome wave of mana. The terrifying amount of energy tore a fist-sized hole in the beast's body. The winged goblin monarch lifelessly fell to the ground, blood leaking out from the hole in its chest. Lucas stared deeply at its corpse and flicked his sword. Turning his head, he saw that Vulcan and the others were still fighting against the half-kobold beast. I need to help them. He gathered his mana and was about to rush over when he felt a sharp pain in his energy core. Shit, did I overexert myself? He gritted his teeth and clutched his chest, sweat trickling down his face. He then felt a stabbing sensation in his head that made him grimace. Arg! Lucas staggered toward a nearby tree. He found himself feeling nauseous, and he had this urge to vomit. Not now. Grimacing, he grabbed his head as he leaned against the tree. Why did it have to be now? Damn it. For now, you should stay in this inn. I will come back to get you in a few days. Just lay low and don't alert anyone. Alaric instructed. I obey, my lord. Alaric tried asking him more about his identity, But just like what happened with Galliner and Butch, he only saw Sekus moving his mouth, but Alaric heard nothing. After some time, Alaric gave up. Here is some money. Alaric handed him a small stack of bills. Use that for your daily needs. You can also use the money to buy yourself a new set of clothes. If you can, you should find a way to get yourself an identification. This was another test for him. He wanted to know the extent of this guy's abilities. Will he be able to get himself an identification in a few days? Alaric revealed a look of anticipation when he thought about this. I follow your commands. Sekus remained calm and simply acknowledged his instructions. All right, you may go. If I don't come in a few days, I will send someone to pick you up. Alaric waved his hand. Sekus bowed with a fist palm salute. I will wait for your summons, my lord. After saying those words, he turned around and headed inside the inn. Alaric watched him leave with a thoughtful look. It seems like I got myself a mysterious fellow. Sekus Transcendent Knight. EXP 3700/5000. Potential SS. Traits: Assassination SS. Dagger Mastery SS. Poison Mastery S. Sixth Sense S. Swordsmanship S. Hidden Weapons S. Interrogation S. Tracking S. Counter Reconnaissance. Infiltration A. Strength 466. Stamina 442. Agility 489. Vitality 477. Endurance 450. Mana 428. Most of his traits are something that only assassins would possess. He must have been a highly trained assassin or death warrior. Alaric didn't linger for long and hurried back to the estate. Meanwhile, a figure stood atop the roof of the inn, watching him disappear into the darkness. How'd I come back to life? Sekus thought to himself. As he tried to recall more about himself, he felt a sharp pain that spread across his body. It was so painful that it made a trained assassin like him grimace. There is no use in thinking about the past. I'm no longer 003. I am Sekus. Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished. Alaric stayed in the mansion for the next few days. He still had some lingering issues with his mobility, but he decided to do his daily missions. It's been 4 days since I left Sekus on his own. It's about time to bring him to the estate. Alaric thought. He had already hinted to his father that he had found an interesting person in the town. Lucas also seemed curious when he mentioned this, so he believed that there wouldn't be any issues if he brought Sekus now. After changing into a new set of clothes, Alaric summoned Aldrin and instructed him to bring Sekus to the estate. What does His Highness want from a blind man? Thought Aldrin, who was riding his horse in the streets of North Pine Town. While trying to guess Alaric's motive, he found himself in front of an inn. This should be the place. He jumped off his horse and entered the establishment. Oh my, what a rare visitor. Please come in, greeted the proprietress, a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Aldrin was dressed in his guard's uniform, which carried the emblem of House Silversword, so the proprietress enthusiastically entertained him. Aldrin was already used to this kind of enthusiasm from the townspeople, so he wasn't flustered. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked what he came for. Is there a blind man among your guests? Hearing this, the proprietress hesitated for a moment. Aldrin noticed her hesitation, so he immediately explained, You have nothing to worry about. I am just running an errand for His Highness. When he mentioned that it was related to Alaric, the proprietress was taken aback. Oh, you should have told me sooner. She grinned. There is only one blind person in my inn, and it's that man over there. She pointed to the corner of the dining hall, where a lone person was eating his meal. Aldrin thanked her and approached the person she had pointed out. Are you Sir Sekus? He asked while looking at the man's side profile. He had short black hair. The right side of his face had a burn scar, and his neck had 2 stab scars. Looking down, Aldrin observed the man's arms. It was also covered in scars of different shapes and sizes. His palms have thick calluses too. That is not something that one would have from simply doing hard labor. Is he a swordsman? Aldrin narrowed his eyes. He tried to sense the man's aura, but no matter how hard he tried, he felt no trace of mana from him. Suddenly, Sekus stood up and turned around to face him. You must be the person sent by my lord. He spoke in a voice devoid of emotion. Aldrin finally got a clearer look at the man's eyes. It was all white, but strangely enough, he felt as if his entire being had been scrutinized. Cold sweat trickled down his back. This guy's an expert, one who is much stronger than me. Forcefully calming his nerves, Aldrin nodded. That's right. His Highness sent me to pick you up. I see. Lead the way. Sekus indifferently responded. Follow me. Aldrin gestured for him to follow before he walked out of the inn. When they stepped out of the establishment, Aldrin realized that he hadn't brought an extra horse. I only brought one horse with me. If you don't mind, you can sit behind me. Sekus shook his head. That won't be necessary. Just lead the way. I will follow you. Aldrin raised an eyebrow. Although his horse was only a fatal-grade monster, its running speed was faster than most elite knights. Is he a transcendent knight? A thought came to his mind, and it made him a bit fearful of Sekus. All right. He didn't force Sekus to sit behind him. He jumped onto his horse and turned his head. Are you ready? Sekus nodded calmly. After getting his response, Aldrin squeezed his legs and urged his horse to move. They were still on the busy road, so he didn't make his horse move faster to avoid accidents. He only urged his horse to go at full speed when they went past the public streets. To his amazement, Sekus was able to match his mount's speed without breaking a sweat. This confirmed his suspicions about Sekus's strength. He is indeed a transcendent knight. But how can he see me when he is blind? Aldrin was becoming more and more curious about this mysterious blind warrior. He wondered who this person was and why Alaric was looking for him. Soon, they entered the estate. The guards had already been made aware that he would bring someone with him, so no one stopped them from going in. A moment later, they stopped in front of the main mansion. Aldrin jumped off his horse and beckoned to Sekus. His Highness is waiting for you in his study. I will take you there. Sekus didn't say anything and just followed him quietly. On their way to Alaric's study, they encountered a few servants who sent them curious looks. The warriors stationed inside the mansion eyed Sekus with a deep frown. Sir Aldrin, who is this person? A middle-aged warrior came to stop them. It was Arthur, one of Alaric's most trusted confidants. Aldrin cupped his fist to greet him. This is Sir Sekus. His Highness sent me to pick him up from the town. Arthur furrowed eyebrows, eased up upon hearing this. So, this is the person that His Highness has mentioned. I apologize for my discourtesy. Please. The middle-aged elite knight made a this-way gesture. It's all right. You don't need to apologize, Sir Arthur. Aldrin nodded and smiled faintly. He respected this man. Other than his unwavering loyalty, he was also one of the strongest elite knights in the household. His strength was only beneath that of Frederin's and Henry's. After speaking with Arthur, Aldrin brought Sekus to the upper floors. They passed by a few more guards, but this time, no one came to stop them. A few minutes later, they finally arrived in front of Alaric's study. His Highness is inside. I can only take you here. Aldrin stared deeply at the blind warrior. Sekus nodded, walked past him, and entered the room. Looking at the closed door, Aldrin smiled bitterly while shaking his head. What a cold fellow. Now that his task was done, he didn't linger and left. Meanwhile, Sekus had already found Alaric. The latter was seated behind his desk, reading a book about the history of Harun. Seeing him, Sekus bowed his head deeply. Greetings, my lord. Alaric put down the book he was reading and gestured for him to sit on the chair adjacent to his desk. How was your task? I have already completed the task, my lord. I paid a wandering merchant to forge me an identity. Sekus took out a wooden title which had his name written on it. The name of a certain village was also carved on the title. This was a simple identity plate commonly used by the commoners. This was usually handed out by officials, but some legitimate groups or organizations could also make one. Alaric smiled as he inspected the wooden plate. The money he gave to Sekus was only sufficient to buy him clothes and food. There wasn't enough to pay for an identity plate. Alaric purposely did this as a form of test for him, and Sekus didn't disappoint him. As for how he didn't bother to ask. What was important was that he had completed the task. Well done, he praised. Sekus remained expressionless after hearing his praise. By now, I'm sure you're already aware of my identity. You should change how you address me, so the others won't say anything about you. Alaric reminded him. I obey, your highness. Sekus complied without hesitation. In the past few days that he was in the town, he had indeed inquired about Alaric's identity. He had also familiarized himself with the town. He had even infiltrated the outer parts of the estate and mapped out the layout. As for the inner parts of the estate, he didn't venture too deeply since he sensed that it would endanger his life. "Follow me." Alaric stood up and beckoned to him. "I will introduce you to my family. I believe I don't need to tell you what to say to them. You can rest assured, Your Highness. I know what not to say." Sikis calmly replied, "Good." Alaric was pleased by his response. He then brought him out of the study and went to introduce him to his parents. They were curious about Sikis, especially Lucas. They asked Sikis some questions, mostly about his identity. Unsurprisingly, the man was able to respond without stuttering. Even in front of Lucas, a mythical knight, Sikis managed to keep his cool. After over an hour of questioning, Lucas finally dismissed them. "Not bad. You sure know what you are doing." Alaric chuckled as he tapped Sikis' shoulder. Cool as always, Sikis simply lowered his head, looking completely unbothered by his praise. Alaric brought him to the training grounds and introduced him to the warriors. Unlike his parents, the warriors didn't dare ask Sikis too many questions, especially after hearing that he was a transcendent knight. To most of them, a transcendent knight was a respectable figure that they couldn't afford to offend. "Your Highness, could I request a spar against Sir Sikis?" A deep voice suddenly drifted into Alaric's ears. His voice wasn't loud, but those nearby heard it clearly. "Sir Butch wants to spar with a new guy. This will be interesting." A spar between two transcendent knights? That's rare. Everyone eagerly waited for Alaric's response. Seeing the anticipation in their eyes, how could Alaric reject the request? With a nod of his head, he agreed. "All right, I allow it. Thank you, Your Highness." Butch lowered his head. Everyone erupted into cheers. They quickly vacated and gave the two transcendents enough space to show off their prowess. This is only a spar, so no fatal attacks must be made. You cannot use mana or weapons either. Do you two agree with this? Alaric laid down the rules. "I have no objections, Your Highness," Butch responded. On the other hand, Sikis simply nodded in response. "All right, you two may begin." Alaric left the stage for them. Butch adjusted his stance while keeping his eyes on Sikis. He hadn't requested this spar out of personal preference. It was something that Alaric had tasked him with. What's special about this man? Butch narrowed his eyes beneath his mask. The two were in a standstill for a few seconds before Sikis' figure suddenly vanished. No one saw him move, and they only realized what happened when he reappeared in front of Butch. So fast. When did he dash? The warriors were startled by his speed, but before they could comprehend the situation, the fight had already begun. Whoosh! Sikis sent a kick that created a violent gust of wind. Butch was also surprised by his speed, but he was quick to react to the attack. He raised his arm to defend himself. Bang! The kick was so strong that the impact caused a loud noise. However, Butch managed to block it without moving from his spot. So strong. Butch thought to himself, shocked by his opponent's raw power. He was most confident in his strength, but against this blind man, he found himself a bit lacking. In the next moment, the two exchanged dozens of moves, causing sharp whistling sounds with each of their strikes. Most of the warriors could barely follow their movements, but the elite knights noticed that Butch was on the losing end. No way. He is actually stronger than Sir Butch with that slender frame of his. Arthur exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Aldrin nodded in agreement. He is flexible, and he attacks, even in awkward angles. I don't want to admit it, but he is stronger and more skilled than Sir Butch. Is he really that good? A warrior couldn't believe his words. I don't know if I should say this, but I think he is comparable to Sir Galliner, at least in terms of skill. Rigger, another elite knight, spoke. No way. How was that possible? Galliner was a symbol of strength and power. He had already proven himself on the battlefield. To these warriors, his strength was only beneath that of a mythical knight. He isn't wrong. Alaric, who was silent the entire time, expressed his agreement. Galliner is stronger, but Sikis is more skilled. If I had allowed them to use weapons, this battle would have already concluded. He added, this time, No one could deny it anymore, for Alaric wasn't someone to speak nonsense. While they were conversing, the battle between Butch and Sekus became more intense. Bang! Bang! As more time passed, it became apparent to everyone that Butch was losing. How can a blind man move as if he has eyes on his back? I never thought that I would see Sir Butch lose in a sparring match. The warriors discussed as they watched the battle. Soon, the fight ended with Butch admitting his defeat. It was an amazing fight. Butch cupped his fists with a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He still wanted to continue, but he knew it would be meaningless. Moreover, he couldn't fight his best without his weapon. Sekus returned to the gesture while nodding his head. After the spar, the warriors gradually dispersed to resume their training. Meanwhile, Alaric instructed Aldrin to tour Sekus around the estate. "You may leave." Alaric waved his hand and headed back to the main mansion. After taking care of this matter, Alaric went to find Dudu to check her training progress. The girl had been receiving physical training from Ivana, and he was curious to see how the latter would teach the naughty girl. Inside the mansion, there was a special room built for isolated training. This was where Alaric usually does his daily mission, but it was mostly vacant. Since no one else uses the room, Ivana decided to use it as Dudu's training room. He arrived outside the isolated chamber a few minutes later, and he could already hear Ivana's stern voice echoing through the hallway. "One more set. Raise your arms properly." Alaric took a peek and saw Dudu performing some kind of exercise under Ivana's strict supervision. The little girl was covered in sweat, and she looked at Ivana with her big, sparkling eyes. However, her attempt to gain Ivana's mercy didn't seem to have worked. Seeing Dudu like this made Alaric chuckle. He entered the room and walked towards them with a faint smile on his face. Ivana noticed his arrival and quickly turned her head. "What are you doing here?" The elven princess raised an eyebrow with a displeased look. "Uncle." Dudu lowered her arms and was about to rush towards Alaric, but Ivana pulled her clothes to stop the little girl. "Did I tell you to stop?" Seeing Ivana's stern glare, Dudu could only lower her head in fright, her shoulders drooping. "Don't be so harsh on the girl. She is still a child after all," Alaric reminded her in a gentle voice. Ivana glanced at him and retorted, "It is important for her to train her body while she is still young. When I was her age, I already knew basic martial arts techniques." Hearing this, Alaric simply smiled. "Ivana, I understand that you only want the best for Dudu. However," he paused for a moment and leaned forward to wipe off the sweat on the little girl's face. "Dudu doesn't need to learn martial arts," he continued. Ivana frowned when she heard this. "Why? Are you saying that our martial arts techniques are weak?" She felt insulted. The techniques she learned had been passed down by their ancestors and were improved by the generations that followed. She couldn't accept anyone underestimating their techniques, even if it was Alaric. Sensing her anger, Alaric waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that your techniques are lacking. I will explain to you later, so you should let Dudu get some rest first." Ivana stared deeply at him. She took a deep breath to calm her agitation before she nodded. "Fine, but you better give me a good explanation." "Of course." Alaric smiled bitterly. For some reason, her temper had become more fiery after coming to North Pine Town. Ivana snorted at him. She then looked at Dudu and said, "You can go for now." Hearing this, the little girl seemed to be invigorated. Her face brightened as she excitedly jumped in joy. "Yay!" Before leaving the isolated chamber, Dudu beamed at Alaric. "Thank you, uncle." The little imp then scurried out as if she were afraid that Ivana would take back her words. "Just look how frightened she is." With a wry smile, Alaric shook his head helplessly. To survive in this cruel world, a girl like her needs to learn how to protect herself. Ivana muttered while crossing her arms. "Enough about that. Tell me exactly why she doesn't need to learn martial arts." Alaric chuckled nervously upon seeing her cold face. He cleared his throat and replied, "Only a few people know about this. Dudu isn't a normal girl. She carries the bloodline of a dragon." His words were like a bomb that exploded in her mind. "What?" Ivana widened her eyes in disbelief. "Are you saying that Dudu is a descendant of a dragon?" Alaric nodded his head. "That's right. She is still young, so her dragon bloodline has yet to awaken. But when that time comes, she will possess the power of a catastrophe-grade beast. Ivana gasped in shock. She had seen the power of catastrophe-grade beasts, and it was something that she didn't want to witness again. They were walking calamities that brought destruction and chaos to the world. "Are you certain of this?" she asked, her heart pounding with a hint of fear. Dudu's grandfather told me about it. I also did some observations on her, and I am certain that she does have the blood of a dragon. Ivana took a deep breath. She stayed silent for a moment to process all this information. After calming herself, she looked at Alaric and asked in a cold voice, "What do you intend to do with her? You're not planning on using her as a weapon, right? Do you think I am that kind of person?" Alaric sighed while shaking his head. "You don't have to worry about that. I never planned to bring her on the battlefield. Well, I did plan it first, but not anymore." He didn't say his thoughts out loud, since it would only anger Ivana. "Besides, I don't think House Silversword is weak enough that we have to send a little girl into war." Ivana's expression eased up upon hearing this. "Then should I stop her physical training?" she asked. "No, you can continue with her training, but you don't need to be strict about it. You might accidentally awaken her dragon bloodline if you push her to her limits." He grinned. Ivana seemed to believe his words by the look on her face. "All right, I will decrease the intensity of her physical training. That will be nice. Anyway, how was your stay in the town?" The days passed by in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, another month came. Alaric was mostly free during the past month, so he was able to focus on his recovery and training. With the daily healing from Samaya, coupled with his supreme regeneration, Alaric was finally back to full health. Alaric's Silver Sword, Transcendent Knight, EXP 1143, 1233/5000. Potential S. Traits: Swordsmanship SSS, Ruthless Slaughterer SS, Supreme Regeneration S, Horseback Riding A, Close Combat A, Sixth Sense B, Appraisal B, Hunting C, Tracking C, Monster Affinity C, Mana Gathering C, Archery D. Strength 343, Stamina 335, Agility 335, Vitality 315, Endurance 315, Mana 340, Battle Points 10,720, 11330, Stat Points 250, 340. Requirements for the next advancement: 5,000 EXP, 500 in all attributes, and 25,000 battle points. It seems like I have accumulated a lot of stat points. I should distribute them now. Alaric thought to himself before distributing his stat points to his attributes. After half an hour of careful consideration, he had allocated all the stat points he had accumulated. Strength 343, 423. Stamina 335, 415. Agility 335, 415. Vitality 315, 365. Endurance 315, 365. Mana 340, 370. Stat points 340, 0. I now have 3 attributes above 400, and the rest are not that far off. He was satisfied with his progress this time. Even without testing it, he could tell that his overall abilities had improved significantly. Can I beat Seekus now? A thought crossed his mind. In the past month, he had been sparring with Butch and Seekus. He could already beat Butch, but there was still a gap between him and Seekus. However, he felt that he might be able to beat Seekus now. Should I test it out? Thinking about this, Alaric stepped out of the isolated chamber and headed straight to the training ground. When he arrived at the training ground, he looked for Seekus, but he was nowhere to be found. Where's that guy? Suddenly, he felt someone staring at him. Furrowing his eyebrows, he turned his head and saw Seekus hidden in the crowd looking at him with a calm gaze. When did he? He beckoned to Seekus. "Come here for a moment. Were you looking for me, Your Highness?" Seekus asked as he approached him. "Why? Don't tell me you intentionally hid yourself?" Alaric stared at him suspiciously. Seekus lowered his head. "I apologize, Your Highness. I concealed myself out of habit." "Never mind that. Why don't you spar with me?" Alaric came here with so much confidence. but he now felt that there was still some distance between him and Sekus. If he hadn't intentionally revealed himself, I wouldn't have sensed him. He is indeed good at hiding his aura. I obey your commands. Sekus agreed without hesitation. No hesitation, huh? Alaric raised an eyebrow. He then instructed the crowd to vacate some space for them. When the warriors heard he would spar with Sekus, everyone eagerly cleared enough space for them. His Highness is sparring with Sir Sekus again. How long do you think His Highness will last this time? The last time they sparred, Sir Sekus defeated His Highness in just a few minutes. Maybe today's spar will be a bit longer. The crowd discussed as Alaric and Sekus headed to the center. Let's begin when you are ready. Alaric unsheathed his sword. During his last spars with Sekus and Butch, he had never used his short sword. He didn't want to rely on it too much. Sekus grabbed a pair of daggers and nodded his head. I'm ready, Your Highness. Alaric was about to make his move, but then an urgent voice echoed through the training ground. Your Highness, there is a letter from the capital. It's from His Highness Giovanni. A warrior on horseback shouted as he approached. Hearing this, Alaric lowered his sword, his eyebrows deeply furrowed. The messenger noticed that he seemed to have disturbed an important moment, so he jumped off his horse and bowed in apology. I'm sorry for disturbing Your Highness. I will come back later to deliver the letter. Alaric waved his hand while sheathing his sword. There is no need for that. Bring the letter here. Yes, Your Highness. The messenger rushed to his side and handed him the letter. Alaric saw Giovanni's seal on the letter. After making sure that it hadn't been tampered with, he dismissed the messenger. Good job. You may go. Yes, Your Highness. The messenger bowed deeply before he left. Alaric didn't open the letter since there were many people around. He looked at Sekus and said, We will continue the spar at a later time. Follow me to my study. We might have work to do soon. Sekus nodded to acknowledge his command. With this sudden turn of events, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. It seems like we are heading to battle soon. Aaliyah, who was among the crowd, mumbled with a cold look. You think so? Do you think His Highness will bring us to the battlefield? Renani asked with his arms crossed. Who knows? But I sure hope His Highness will. I want to test out my progress in a large-scale battle. Rasmus responded. What do you think, Wolf? Everyone turned their gaze towards the youngest member in the group. A few months ago, he looked like a scrawny teenager, but Wolf's physical appearance had completely changed. He was now almost as tall as Rasmus. He had even developed some muscles. Although his face still carried some semblance of youth, he also gained some maturity. I think we're all ready for this. I will try to convince Sir Rigger to let us participate in the coming war. If that doesn't work, I will speak with His Highness. Wolf replied with a determined expression. Everyone in the group smiled upon hearing his words. Even Aaliyah, who usually wore a stern face, couldn't help but smile. Then we will help you convince Sir Rigger. Rasmus placed his hand on Wolf's shoulder, beaming. What are we waiting for? Let's do this. After making their decision, the group went to look for Rigger. Rigger was their main instructor, and his words carried some weight in the household's military matters. He might not be a transcendent knight, but he's been with the household for a long time, so everyone trusted him. Half an hour later, they found Rigger entering the beast garden. It's Sir Rigger. Quick, let's go. They rushed to the beast garden, but Rigger was faster than them. When they entered, he was already nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Is he purposely avoiding us? That can't be. We should look for Sir Cassius. Sir Rigger will definitely look for him, since this place is within his jurisdiction. Renani suggested. Then we must hurry. The group didn't waste any time and headed straight to Cassius' little hut, which was located right in the middle of the beast garden. The place was inhabited by numerous monsters, so they had to navigate the area carefully. Luckily for them, the monsters here were mostly tame beasts, so they didn't encounter any major problem along the way. Soon, they saw a small thatched hut surrounded by short wooden fences. There were a few powerful disaster-grade beasts guarding the hut, so the group was forced to take a halt so as not to alert them. The monsters eyed them warily, but they didn't attack the group. Calm down, everyone. Those monsters are Sir Cassius's tame beasts. We can't be reckless here. Renanti reminded the group. Hearing his words, everyone nodded, while keeping a close watch on the beasts. These monsters are so powerful. How did Sir Cassius make them so obedient? Rasmus asked while rubbing his chin. I heard that he has a gift for making friends with fierce monsters. Someone told me that Sir Cassius can also communicate with these creatures. Renandy replied, Wow, really? That's an awesome ability. Wolf exclaimed with a fascinated look. What are you guys doing there? Stop dragging your feet and come quickly. Aaliyah's stern voice drifted into their ears. Hearing this, they no longer dawdled and rushed towards the hut. At this moment, they saw an old man with a straw hat coming out of the thatched hut. He had a gentle smile on his face, looking completely like a harmless old man. However, they didn't dare underestimate him, for this old man was someone who had recently become a transcendent. Never mind that. Why don't you spar with me? Alaric came here with so much confidence, but he now felt that there was still some distance between him and Sekus. If he hadn't intentionally revealed himself, I wouldn't have sensed him. He is indeed good at hiding his aura. I obey your commands. Sekus agreed without hesitation. No hesitation, huh? Alaric raised an eyebrow. He then instructed the crowd to vacate some space for them. When the warriors heard he would spar with Sekus, everyone eagerly cleared enough space for them. His Highness is sparring with Sir Sekus again. How long do you think His Highness will last this time? The last time they sparred, Sir Sekus defeated His Highness in just a few minutes. Maybe today's spar will be a bit longer. The crowd discussed as Alaric and Sekus headed to the center. Let's begin when you are ready. Alaric unsheathed his sword. During his last spars with Sekus and Butch, he had never used his short sword. He didn't want to rely on it too much. Sekus grabbed a pair of daggers and nodded his head. I'm ready, Your Highness. Alaric was about to make his move, but then an urgent voice echoed through the training ground. Your Highness, there is a letter from the capital. It's from His Highness Giovanni. A warrior on horseback shouted as he approached. Hearing this, Alaric lowered his sword, his eyebrows deeply furrowed. The messenger noticed that he seemed to have disturbed an important moment, so he jumped off his horse and bowed in apology. I'm sorry for disturbing Your Highness. I will come back later to deliver the letter. Alaric waved his hand while sheathing his sword. There is no need for that. Bring the letter here. Yes, Your Highness. The messenger rushed to his side and handed him the letter. Alaric saw Giovanni's seal on the letter. After making sure that it hadn't been tampered with, he dismissed the messenger. Good job. You may go. Yes, Your Highness. The messenger bowed deeply before he left. Alaric didn't open the letter since there were many people around. He looked at Sekus and said, We will continue the spar at a later time. Follow me to my study. We might have work to do soon. Sekus nodded to acknowledge his command. With this sudden turn of events, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. It seems like we are heading to battle soon. Aaliyah, who was among the crowd, mumbled with a cold look. You think so? Do you think His Highness will bring us to the battlefield? Renandy asked with his arms crossed. Who knows? But I sure hope His Highness will. I want to test out my progress in a large-scale battle. Rasmus responded. What do you think, Wolf? Everyone turned their gaze towards the youngest member in the group. A few months ago, he looked like a scrawny teenager, but Wolf's physical appearance had completely changed. He was now almost as tall as Rasmus. He had even developed some muscles. Although his face still carried some semblance of youth, he also gained some maturity. I think we're all ready for this. I will try to convince Sir Rigger to let us participate in the coming war. If that doesn't work, I will speak with His Highness. Wolf replied with a determined expression. Everyone in the group smiled upon hearing his words. Even Aaliyah, who usually wore a stern face, couldn't help but smile. Then we will help you convince Sir Rigger. Rasmus placed his hand on Wolf's shoulder, beaming. What are we waiting for? Let's do this. After making their decision, the group went to look for Rigger. Rigger was their main instructor, and his words carried some weight in the household's military matters. He might not be a transcendent knight, but he's been with the household for a long time, so everyone trusted him. Half an hour later, they found Rigger entering the beast garden. It's Sir Rigger. Quick, let's go. They rushed to the beast garden, but Rigger was faster than them. When they entered, he was already nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Is he purposely avoiding us? That can't be. We should look for Sir Cassius. Sir Rigger will definitely look for him, since this place is within his jurisdiction. Renani suggested. Then we must hurry. The group didn't waste any time and headed straight to Cassius' little hut, which was located right in the middle of the beast garden. The place was inhabited by numerous monsters, so they had to navigate the area carefully. Luckily for them, the monsters here were mostly tame beasts, so they didn't encounter any major problem along the way. Soon, they saw a small thatched hut surrounded by short wooden fences. There were a few powerful disaster-grade beasts guarding the hut, so the group was forced to take a halt so as not to alert them. The monsters eyed them warily, but they didn't attack the group. Calm down, everyone. Those monsters are Sir Cassius's tame beasts. We can't be reckless here. Renanti reminded the group. Hearing his words, everyone nodded, while keeping a close watch on the beasts. These monsters are so powerful. How did Sir Cassius make them so obedient? Rasmus asked while rubbing his chin. I heard that he has a gift for making friends with fierce monsters. Someone told me that Sir Cassius can also communicate with these creatures. Renanti replied, Wow, really? That's an awesome ability. Wolf exclaimed with a fascinated look. What are you guys doing there? Stop dragging your feet and come quickly. Aaliyah's stern voice drifted into their ears. Hearing this, they no longer dawdled and rushed towards the hut. At this moment, they saw an old man with a straw hat coming out of the thatched hut. He had a gentle smile on his face, looking completely like a harmless old man. However, they didn't dare underestimate him, for this old man was someone who had recently become a transcendent knight. Meanwhile, Alaric was in his study, reading the letter sent by Giovanni. Mentioned in the letter was Giovanni's displeasure that Alaric couldn't come to his wedding. Truthfully, Alaric wanted to attend his cousin's wedding, but it just so happened that there was a situation in the enchanted woodlands. Alaric smiled in amusement upon reading Giovanni's rants. A moment later, his face suddenly turned serious. So he has finally gathered troops from the central region's aristocrats and martial houses. You have done well, Giovanni. Alaric put down the letter and kept it inside his inner pocket. He stood up and looked at the warrior who was silently standing by his side. Sekus, we are heading to the Lord's office. He needs to see this letter. As you wish, Your Highness, Sekus responded with a nod of his head. Alaric didn't waste any time and stepped out of his study. Sekus followed him quietly. The two walked along the hallway and headed straight to Lucas's office. Alaric was in a hurry, so they arrived in just a few minutes. Upon arriving, Alaric knocked on the door and announced his arrival. It's me, my lord. Come in. It's unlocked. Lucas's voice echoed from inside the room. Hearing this, Alaric pushed the door open and stepped inside the room together with Sekus. Inside, they saw Lucas sitting behind his desk. Bastian, his trusty butler, was not far from him, preparing a pot of tea. Alaric bowed to his father and nodded to the butler. Lucas nodded at him to acknowledge his greeting. He then beckoned to his son and gestured for him to take his seat. Is there something on your mind? He asked while adjusting his sitting posture. Alaric took his seat and nodded. Yes, my lord. He took out the letter he had received and handed it to his father. Giovanni sent this letter. I have already read the contents. Seeing his serious expression, Lucas furrowed his eyebrows and took the letter. While he was reading the letter, Bastian approached and quietly served tea for Alaric. Thank you, Sir Bastian. Alaric smiled faintly. The butler simply bowed his head and took a step back after pouring tea for him. A while later, Lucas put down the letter and rubbed his temples. Is your decision final? He asked. Alaric knew what he was talking about and nodded, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Yes, my lord. I cannot forgive those bastards for attacking our lands. Besides, I will never forgive their damn crown prince for coveting my mother. Lucas took a deep breath. He knew that this day would come. Alaric had already discussed this with him when he arrived from the western region. Lucas was also furious that someone wanted to take his wife. He wanted to join his son in battle, but due to his special identity, he couldn't carelessly leave the Empire. After mulling over it, he spoke. I will speak with His Majesty and convince him to send me to Harun. You must not act carelessly while I'm not there. His words were an admittance that the Emperor was still in good health, but Alaric smartly avoided the topic. Lucas didn't want to admit it, but Harun was a lot stronger than Astania. They had countless transcendent knights, and even several mythical knights and B-Soul grandmasters. There were even rumors that they had secretly allied with Veronica. If that were true, the next battle might spark the biggest war in the history of the Empire. My lord, Alaric wanted to dissuade him, but Lucas raised his hand and said, "You don't need to dissuade me. I've already made this decision some time ago. Your mothers also agreed with my decision." Hearing this, Alaric sighed and leaned on his chair. "Do you think His Majesty will accept your request?" He carefully asked. Lucas didn't answer right away. He grabbed his cup and took a small sip of tea to calm his nerves. "I don't know, but even if His Majesty rejects my request, I will still go." He snorted domineeringly. Alaric couldn't help but smile at his words. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door interrupted their conversation. Knock, knock, knock. Lucas kept the letter in his pocket before he sent Bastian a knowing look. The butler understood his intentions and immediately went to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, two people entered the room. They were Rigger and Rasmus. The two bowed deeply upon seeing them. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, your highness." Alaric nodded, wondering what they had come here for. Meanwhile, Lucas beckoned to the two with his hand. "Come here and take your seats." Rigger nodded his head and walked towards the vacant chairs. Rasmus nervously followed him. "So, why did you two come to my study?" Lucas stared deeply at Rigger. Rigger cleared his throat and replied awkwardly, Actually, we came here to see His Highness." Lucas raised an eyebrow. "Is it so urgent that you have to interrupt my conversation with my son?" "I apologize, my Lord Dash." Rigger couldn't finish his words as Rasmus suddenly spoke. "It's my fault, my lord." The young warrior looked nervous, but he didn't want his instructor to take the blame for them. Everyone turned their gaze to him. Sensing that they were looking at him, Rasmus took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. After calming himself, he opened his mouth. "We want to participate in the war." Everyone was stunned. "What did you say?" Alaric frowned. He knew that the next war would be more bloody and brutal. He had never planned on bringing the young warriors with him. Rasmus could tell that Alaric was furious, but they had already made up their minds. "Your Highness, we understand that you don't want to put us in danger. We are grateful for your kindness. However, we will never truly grow if we always choose to stay in a peaceful environment. We want to grow stronger and have enough power to stand by your side." Rasmus stood up and bowed deeply. "Please grant us this opportunity." Looking at Rasmus's youthful face, Alaric recalled the powerful warrior he was in his past life. At that time, Rasmus didn't have any support, but he still made a name for himself on the battlefield. He advanced by leaps and bounds through sheer effort and talent. He is right. This war might give him the chance to become a full-fledged knight. Not just him, all the young warriors in his batch are talented individuals. Given their potential, I'm pretty sure that some of them will become knights if they survive the war. Thinking about this, Alaric let out a heavy sigh. "All right, all you young warriors will follow Sir Rigger as part of our infantry. If you're not satisfied with this arrangement, then prove yourselves in battle." Rasmus's eyes brightened. He bowed his head and exclaimed, "We will not disappoint you, your highness. We will show you the results of our training." Alaric smiled faintly. "I shall await to see that day." "Thank you, your highness." Rasmus couldn't wait to deliver the good news to his friends. "You can rest assured, your highness. I will keep an eye on them." Rigger was also happy. Rasmus and the other young warriors were his students. He considered it an honor to fight with them on the battlefield. With Sir Rigger guiding them, I feel more at ease. Alaric chuckled. He then waved his hand and signaled at them to leave. "You two may leave. I still have important matters to discuss with his lordship." Hearing this, Rigger and Rasmus nodded. "We will not disturb you any further." A moment later, the two eagerly left the room. "It looks like your subordinates have grown into reliable warriors." Lucas's voice drifted into his ears. Indeed, in just a year, they showed remarkable progress in their training. Some of them are even close to becoming knights. Alaric was proud of their growth. Lucas rubbed his chin thoughtfully and suggested with a smile, "Why don't we give them the first batch of purple mist fruits?" Alaric was taken aback. During their march towards the goblin colony more than 2 months ago, they encountered a purple mist tree, a spiritual tree which produces a rare fruit called purple mist fruit. The said tree had been transplanted successfully in their back garden with the help of Ivana's nature's blessing integrated monster trait. The fruit of this spiritual tree was not that helpful to high-level warriors, but when eaten by a knight apprentice, they would immediately advance to the knight realm. What are you hesitating for? I thought you got that tree for those young ones. Lucas chuckled. Alaric smiled awkwardly. He had indeed thought of rewarding the most excellent young warriors with those fruits, but he hadn't had the chance to mention it to his father. Now that Lucas had taken the initiative to bring up the topic, he no longer hesitated. In that case, I will have the fruits ready for them. Alaric cupped his fists. Lucas waved his hand. You go and handle this. I need to prepare for my trip to the capital. Alaric took this as his cue to leave. He stood up from his seat and lowered his head. Thank you, my lord. After bidding his father farewell, Alaric turned around and left with Caecus. Meanwhile, Rasmus went to find his friends to deliver the good news. Seeing him run with such excitement made Rigger sigh while shaking his head. Silly kid. I hope you guys will not regret this choice. Soon, they arrived at the training ground where Renani and the others were waiting. When they saw Rasmus and Rigger approaching them, they quickly stopped what they were doing. It's them. They are back, one of them exclaimed. Rasmus waved his hand excitedly and rushed to their side. Good news, everyone. Seeing his joyful expression, everyone revealed a look of anticipation. How is it? Did His Highness agree? Renani asked. The others stared anxiously at Rasmus and waited for him to speak. With a smile on his face, Rasmus nodded. That's right. His Highness gave his approval. We will join the battle as part of Sir Rigger's infantry unit. Hearing this, everyone cheered. Great. Good job, Rasmus. I was right about you. I knew you could convince His Highness. Ha ha. Not bad, Rasmus. The cold-faced Aaliyah also curled her lips upward. Suddenly, an indifferent voice interrupted their celebration. You guys, His Highness is looking for you. The young warriors turned their heads and saw a stone-faced Caecus standing behind them. When did he? Rigger, who was standing nearby, was stunned. He didn't even feel Caecus's presence. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. The young warriors were nervous in front of Caecus. Even Aaliyah, who was the bravest of the group, was fearful of this man. Sir Caecus. They greeted him respectfully. Caecus's eyes remained serenely calm as he spoke. Follow me. The young warriors glanced at each other. Seeing this, Rigger immediately kicked their asses and gave them an earful. What are you guys standing there for? Go and follow Sir Caecus. Hearing this, Rasmus and the others quickly followed Caecus. I hope those kids won't say anything that would displease that man, Rigger mumbled to himself as he watched them leave. Why do you think His Highness is looking for us? Rasmus asked in a whispering voice. Do we look like we know something? Wolf glanced at him as if he were looking at a fool. Rasmus glared at him and sneakily elbowed his back. Wolf was about to take revenge when Renanti stood between them. Stop arguing, you two. You are only embarrassing yourself in front of Sir Caecus. Renanti chided them with an exasperated expression. On the other hand, Aaliyah snorted as she muttered with disapproval. How childish. Caecus secretly observed them through his peripheral vision. He could feel himself envying their friendship. I wish I also had the same luck as these children. Unfortunately, I didn't get to meet him so soon. Soon, they arrived in front of Alaric's study. His Highness is waiting inside. Caecus reminded them as he opened the door. Upon entering, they saw Alaric sitting behind his desk. There were two beautiful ladies standing by his side. The one with monolid eyes was massaging his back, while the valiant-looking lady was serving him tea. Greetings, Your Highness. Rasmus and the others bowed at him. Alaric smiled and nodded in response. I have something important to discuss with you. Come and take your seats. While saying this, he sent a signal to Celine. Author's note. In case you have forgotten, Celine is the big-breasted slave he got from Giovanni. She's also a former knight of Heruan. Celine understood his intentions. She put down the pot of tea and walked toward the nearby drawer to get a wooden box. The young warriors curiously watched the box she was holding, wondering what was inside it. Ignoring their curious glances, Celine placed the wooden box on the floor in front of them. Earlier, Rasmus came to me and informed me about your desire to join the war. Alaric's voice echoed inside the room. I have thought it through and decided to give you guys the chance to participate. However, the battlefield is a very dangerous place. You will face numerous challenges and even witness the death of your comrades. When he mentioned this, the faces of the young warriors turned serious. You are the most talented young warriors in the household, and I would be disheartened to see you fall in battle. Inside that box is something that will help you increase your survivability. Open it up. Alaric sent Rasmus a look. Sensing his gaze, Rasmus didn't dawdle and stood up to lift the lid. As soon as he opened the box, they saw 10 purple fruits lying inside, emitting a strong, tempting scent. Your Highness, these fruits. Looking at their baffled faces, Alaric smiled faintly. It seems like you don't know anything about those fruits. In that case, allow me to explain. He told them everything he knew about the purple mist fruit. Upon hearing his explanation, they immediately understood what was going on. Your Highness, we can't possibly accept something so precious. We haven't done anything worthy of receiving this kind of reward. Aaliyah, the proudest of the bunch, was the first to express her opinion. She's right, Your Highness. I don't think we deserve to eat these fruits. Your Highness. The others also voiced their rejection. Instead of being angry, Alaric merely chuckled while shaking his head. I understand your feelings, but this is something that you must accept. Just think of it as me investing in you guys. But, no buts. This is an order. Alaric sternly insisted. Seeing that there was no way for them to refuse, they could only helplessly accept his gift. There are 10 fruits inside that box. You can give the remaining fruits to those who deserve them. I trust that you guys will give it to the most deserving people. There was one more fruit, but it was a bit special, so he decided to hold on to it for the meantime. Once you have consumed all the fruits, report back to me immediately. The information you provide will be helpful, so remember all the details. Alaric instructed. A month ago, he gathered a group of scholars and knowledgeable individuals to research the purple mist tree. He felt that this spiritual tree had more to offer. I will compile everything that we will experience after we consume the fruits. Renani volunteered for the task. He was the smartest person in the group. Most of them hated reading or the idea of learning. The rest didn't even know how to read and write. All right, I will wait for your report. You may leave now. Alaric dismissed them with a wave of his hand. The young warriors stood up from their seats and bowed to him. After taking the wooden box, the group left. Can these fruits really help us advance to the Night Realm? Rasmus asked while scratching his head. He grew up in a small orphanage, so he didn't have much knowledge about spiritual plants. The things taught to him were only basic knowledge and arithmetic, so he was completely clueless about high-level information like this. His Highness will never joke about something like this. Renanti calmly replied, We will know for sure after eating them. Wolf chimed in. If we eat 4 of the fruits, there will be 6 left. Who should we give the remaining fruits to? Aaliyah suddenly asked. The group became silent as they pondered deeply. There were many talented warriors in their batch, so it was quite difficult to make a decision. We can't be reckless about this. We must think carefully about who will get the remaining fruits. Renani spoke. How about we go by strength? Rasmus suggested. Strength is not the most important factor in determining someone's potential. Aaliyah glared coldly at him. I'm just expressing my opinion. There's no need to glare at me like that. The next day, Alaric was in his study looking over the information on the warriors that he would take with him into war. Your Highness, is there a need for you to go that far? Asked Matilda, who was massaging his back. Hearing her words, Alaric put down the documents and turned his head to look at her. What do you mean? Matilda pointed at the documents and replied. Why are you reading the basic information about these warriors? You've been at it since yesterday. Alaric leaned on his chair and let out a deep breath. The expression on his young face revealed an uncharacteristic depth that was far beyond his age. I want to know how these people lived so, in case they meet a tragic fate on the battlefield, at least someone would remember who they were. Wouldn't it be lonely to die without someone to remember you? Alaric's voice trailed off. Most of these warriors were peasants or refugees. They had no families or relatives. Some of them didn't even have proper names. Matilda was stunned. She thought that he would just brush off her question with a simple response, but Alaric's answer blew her mind. Is this something that someone of his age would say? For an unknown reason, Matilda felt that she wasn't talking to a young prince, but an old warrior who had been through hell. Celine, who was listening at the sidelines, was also surprised by his response. Why did you stop? Alaric gestured to Matilda to continue with the massage. Oh, right. At this moment, they suddenly heard a series of knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Alaric sent Celine a knowing look. Understanding his intentions, Celine nodded and went to open the door. Creak. Renanti, who was dressed in his training uniform, stepped inside the room, holding a piece of rolled parchment paper. Greetings, Your Highness. I'm here to give my report. Alaric stared deeply at him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Oh, look at this guy. It seems like the fruit worked well. Renani Knight, EXP, 1 out of 500. Potential, A. Traits, pain tolerance, A. Spear mastery, A. Horseback riding, C. Close combat, C. Archery, E. Hunting, E. Tracking, F. Sixth sense, F. Strength, 66. Stamina, 60. Agility, 61. Vitality, 55. Endurance, 70. Mana, 30. His attributes are insanely high for a newly advanced knight. Alaric determined his raw attributes to be on par with the veteran knights of the household who had years of experience. Renanti felt unusually nervous upon meeting his gaze. It felt as if his very soul was being laid bare. Your Highness, I have compiled what we experienced after consuming the purple mist fruit. He handed the parchment paper while saying this. Alaric took the paper and read the contents quietly while gesturing at Renani to take his seat. The latter didn't dare disturb him and just silently waited as Alaric read the report. At this moment, he noticed the woman behind Alaric looking at him with curious eyes. He hurriedly looked away, afraid to be misunderstood. A moment later, Alaric put down the parchment paper and smiled faintly. Not bad. You wrote it well. It must have been difficult to compile all this information. Renani felt a wave of joy after hearing his compliments. It wasn't that hard, Your Highness. I just had to note down what the others had felt during the advancement process. Well, they weren't able to properly articulate their experiences, but it was easy to understand since I went through the same thing. Is that so? It looks like you have a knack for this kind of task. Not bad. Keep it up. Alaric chuckled. Renani was the steadiest person of the cohort, but a simple compliment made him excited. He is still young after all. Alaric thought to himself. Gather the 10 people who consumed the fruits and bring them to the training ground. I would like to see their progress myself. He instructed. Hearing this, Renani was pleasantly surprised. He stood up and bowed his head deeply, saying, I obey your commands. Let's go. Alaric stood up and walked towards the door. Renanti and the 2 ladies immediately followed him. Upon stepping out of the room, Alaric saw Dudu standing outside, holding a large piece of skewered barbecued meat. Dudu, what are you doing here all by yourself? Smiling, Alaric picked up the little girl and rubbed her head. I couldn't reach the doorknob, so I waited outside. The little girl pouted. Uncle, you should build a shorter door so I can go inside your study room whenever I want. Alaric laughed, amused by her words. Dudu should have knocked on the door. No, the bad elf teacher said that I shouldn't disturb you when you have a visitor. She shook her head, puffing her cheeks in displeasure. Alaric chuckled. He knew who she was talking about. Dudu, you shouldn't call your teacher like that. That is disrespectful. If I hear you say that again, I will tell your teacher. Alaric sternly said, while wiping off the oil stains on her chubby face. Dudu looked scared when she heard this. No, I will not call her that again. I promise. Please, Uncle, don't tell her. Yes, I won't tell her. Alaric observed Dudu's attributes and discovered that her powers were still sealed. I hope you can live like a normal child, Dudu. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. Renani returned a moment later with 9 more people. They were the young warriors who had consumed the purple mist fruits. Alaric was already familiar with all of them, so there was no need for introductions. He used his appraisal on them one by one to check their progress. Surprisingly, most of them had doubled their attributes. The most shocking one was Wolf. His stats were already close to the threshold for knights when he had just advanced. You guys didn't fail to surprise me. Alaric couldn't help but smile upon seeing their quick progress. In just a year, you have become knights. You have the best potential in the household. Even in the entire empire, you guys are among the very top. However, potential alone won't determine your future success. Alaric shook his head. He had seen many talented warriors die prematurely. The most important thing is your determination to overcome any trial. On the battlefield, you will encounter numerous life and death experiences. In war, there is no chivalry. You must kill your enemies to survive. You must remember it well. Alaric warned them. A good person was usually the first one to die on the battlefield. Alaric wasn't trying to brainwash them. This was the truth about war. A single second of hesitation would cost you your life. For the next few days, you will be training under Sir Rigor. Don't expect this training to be a walk in the park. This will be different than your usual physical training. Alaric wanted to give them one final training before the war. They might be powerful for their age, but they still lack the experience of a veteran warrior. To survive a large-scale war, strength alone wouldn't be enough. Alaric talked for another half an hour before he sent them to Rigor. After they left, an unexpected person suddenly spoke. Some of them might not make it out alive. Are you sure about sending them in a battle? Alaric turned his head and looked at Celine with narrowed eyes. It's uncharacteristic of you to be concerned with someone. Celine looked away from him and responded. They are still young. War will only leave lifelong wounds in their hearts. Alaric sighed and shook his head. He was about to say something when Dudu suddenly grabbed his hand. Uncle, I want to visit Gwenaëlle. Author's note. Gwenaëlle is Alaric's baby sister. Pronounced as Gwenaëlle. Looking at her bored face, Alaric let out a smile. All right, let's go visit her. Dudu's eyes brightened. She reached out her hands as if asking him to carry her. Seeing this, Alaric chuckled and lifted the girl. Dudu, you seem to be heavier now. The little girl tilted her head in confusion. Celine and Matilda watched their interaction as they followed Alaric to the main mansion. It was only in front of Dudu and his baby sister that Alaric would reveal this kind of behavior. Sometimes, they even felt that he was a completely different person. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of Maria's bedchamber. Alaric knocked on the door, which was quickly opened by a maidservant. Your Highness! The servant was startled when she saw that it was Alaric. Where's the madam? Alaric asked. The servant carefully answered. The madam is inside with Miss Gwenaëlle. Do you want me to inform the madam about your arrival? There is no need. We came here to visit them. Hearing this, the maidservant brought them inside the spacious room. It was like a small house in itself with a few twists and turns. Soon, they reached the bedchamber which was guarded by 4 female knights. Your Highness! The female knights greeted him upon seeing him. Maria heard this and immediately rushed to see her son. My son, did you come to see your sister? She approached Alaric and gave him a tight hug. Alaric smiled as he replied, Dudu wanted to see Gwenaëlle, so I brought her here. Maria turned her gaze to Dudu when she heard this. So that's the case. How have you been, Dudu? Maria was about to pinch the little girl's cheeks, but she quickly swatted her hand and buried her face into Alaric's chest. Maria could only smile bitterly at her actions. She would always squeeze Dudu's cheeks every time she saw her, but it seemed like the girl had been traumatized by it. I'm sorry, Dudu. I promise I won't squeeze your cheeks hard this time. Hearing this, Dudu turned her head. You promise? Yes, I promise. Maria nodded with a chuckle. Okay. The little interaction made Alaric laugh. In the next moment, Maria brought them to the bed where Gwenaëlle was sleeping. She just slept, so don't make any noise. Alaric watched his baby sister's innocent little face with a gentle smile. He reached out his hand, but he stopped midway, afraid that he might wake her up with a slight touch. I heard from your father that you will be leaving soon. Maria's worried voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Turning his head, Alaric's expression turned serious as he replied, "We will march to Haroun in a few days." Maria's eyes shook as she spoke in a trembling voice. "Do you really have to go? You don't need to endanger yourself, son. The Empire has plenty of powerful warriors. The Imperial family can send someone to replace you." Alaric shook his head firmly. Haroun attacked the western region in retaliation for going against their Imperial family. Their crown prince desires my mother, and they killed thousands of our people just because of his selfish interests. He must be punished, and I want him to die by my own hands. Alaric's voice was filled with suppressed rage. Maria grabbed his hands and whispered, "Please don't go, son. Haroun has already suffered disastrous losses during the war in Acklam Pass. I don't think they will attack us again." Alaric sighed and shook his head. "For how long will this peace last? We can't say for certain that they won't attack us again. The only way to prevent Haroun from occupying our lands and killing our people is to take the initiative to fight them." Staring deeply at his mother, Alaric said in a cold, determined voice, "Mom, this is a battle that I must fight." Tears slid down Maria's cheeks. She could see the firm determination in his eyes, and she knew for sure that she couldn't change his mind anymore. Alaric took his mother in his embrace and gently patted her back without saying anything. Dudu watched their interaction with a baffled look. She was still too young to understand what they were talking about, but she instinctively knew that she shouldn't say anything. A moment later, Maria wiped off her tears and lifted her head. "Just promise me that you will always prioritize your safety. If things get bad, you must retreat immediately." Alaric nodded and responded with a faint smile. "I promise." It was an emotional moment for the mother and son, but Alaric felt more relaxed now that he had told Maria about the situation. Unlike his birth mother, Jade Christine, Maria was more emotional. The latter had also just given birth, so she was prone to mental distress and anxiety. "You should talk with your mother about this. She might look calm on the surface, but I'm sure that she is also worried about you," Maria suggested. Alaric was already thinking of visiting his birth mother to discuss this matter, so he nodded. "I will." The two chatted for some time before Alaric left. He didn't take Dudu with him since the little girl wanted to wait for Gwenaël to wake up. On their way to Jade Christine's room, Alaric paused his steps. He turned his head and looked at Celine, who had her head lowered the entire time, seemingly in deep thought. "Do you hate me for planning this invasion on your empire?" Celine looked startled, her eyes shaking. Sensing the tension, Matilda stood between them, looking incredibly worried. "Your Highness!" Alaric ignored her and kept his eyes on Celine. A fierce wind suddenly blew past him, making his red cape flutter violently. Outside the mansion were thousands of warriors, standing neatly in rows and columns. The families of the warriors were also present, looking at them with emotional faces. Alaric looked at the gathered crowd, his eyes soon resting on his family's faces. Taking a deep breath, Alaric walked towards the front where his horse was standing. He rubbed the horse's belly before jumping onto its back. After locking his feet on the stirrup, Alaric pulled the reins to make the horse face the crowd. "Everyone, I believe that you have already said your goodbyes to your families. Take a good look at them, as this might be the last chance you will ever see them." Alaric wasn't trying to scare them. Death was inevitable in war. Not everyone would have the luck to make it out alive. The stern-faced soldiers became emotional as they looked at the faces of their families. Meanwhile, the family members were crying and shouting their final goodbyes. It was a heart-wrenching scene. "Silence!" Alaric shouted after some time, his loud voice gathering everyone's attention. With a fierce look, Alaric opened his mouth and spoke. "A few months ago, Haroun attacked our lands and killed hundreds of thousands of our people. We don't know for sure when they will attack us again, but we cannot let that happen. Today, we will march to prevent the same tragedy from happening. It will be a long and arduous journey." He paused and scanned the faces of the warriors before he continued. "Not all of us might return alive, but this is a battle that we must fight to make sure that Haroun will never set foot on our lands once more. Warriors of House Silversword, move out." The loud sounds of the marching drums followed his speech. The cries of the families left behind drifted into their ears, gripping at their hearts. Alaric took one last look at his family before he turned his gaze forward. I will be back. I promise. Under his leadership, close to 10,000 warriors departed that day. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed behind him. Don't overthink it. You are the Prince of Astania. You are only doing what is best for your country. He turned his head and saw Ivana riding on her horse. Alaric shook his head. Are you sure about this? You will put yourself into danger if you follow me. Ivana snorted at his words. Of course. I already told you that I will follow you wherever you go. You can't stop me. A few days later, House Silversword's army took a stop in a forested area somewhere in the northern region. We have arrived at our first stop, Your Highness, Aldrin reported. Alaric looked around before moving his eyes to a map of the northern region. We will set up camp here and rest for the night. Tell everyone to set up the tents and send scouts to observe the area. He instructed, I obey your commands. Aldrin bowed his head deeply, turned around, and left to complete the task. After sending him away, Alaric jumped off his horse and went ahead to set up his tent. This brings back memories. When he was part of the Crown Prince's army in his past life, he had mastered the art of setting up a tent. It was one of the basic skills that a soldier must learn. Your Highness, why are you doing this on your own? Let me do it for you. A surprised voice drifted into his ears. Alaric turned his head and saw Rigger rushing to his side. Seeing him running towards him, Alaric raised his hand and said, I'll do it on my own. Rigger stopped in his tracks, hesitating. Alaric ignored him and focused his attention on his task. Rigger was taken aback upon seeing his skillful hands. When did His Highness learn to do this? In just a few minutes, Alaric erected his tent without anyone's help. Alaric admired his handiwork with a faint smile. It's been a while since I set up my tent. I should do this more often. Suddenly, he noticed that Rigger was still there. Sir Rigger? Rigger was startled. I apologize, Your Highness. I didn't notice the time. Do you need my help for anything? I have nothing in mind for now. Wait, Alaric seemed to have remembered something important. The northern houses, we should be meeting a few of them soon. Keep me updated about their whereabouts. They had already sent letters to the northern houses, instructing them to gather troops and march westward. Rigger acknowledged his command with a bow. Yes, Your Highness. I will send our scout team to track their location. Is there anything else? That's it for now. You may leave. Alaric dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Rigger took this as his cue to leave. A moment later, another figure approached him. The fragrant scent of jasmine lingered in the air, assailing his nostrils. Ivana, are you staying in my tent tonight? Alaric smiled at her. Hearing this, Ivana snorted. Keep dreaming. I only came here to check on you. While saying this, she used her integrated monster trait to create a chair made out of vines. That's an amazing skill you have right there. Alaric praised. Other than minor healing properties, her nature's blessing allowed her to manipulate any plant life form. As long as there were plants around her, she could control them at will. If used properly, this skill alone would make her a formidable force. Unfortunately, she was only a 2-ring B-Soul adept, so her degree of control was still limited. Author's note, B-Soul Warrior's ranking system has been changed to B-Soul Novice, B-Soul Adept, B-Soul Master, B-Soul Grandmaster. Ivana felt a hint of pride upon hearing his praise. She leaned on the vine chair and crossed her legs, exposing her jade-like legs. How many northern houses have answered your call? She asked all of a sudden. Alaric thought for a moment and replied. Surprisingly, most of the northern houses responded favorably. If nothing goes wrong, about 90% of them should be heading to the central region by now. I see. That's good to hear. Ivana already had some idea of the military strength of the northern houses. Excluding House Silversword, which had over 10,000 warriors, each northern house had around 100 to 1,000 soldiers. With 90% of them joining the march, they could gather approximately 150,000 troops. The north wouldn't be a problem, but I am worried about the other regions. Alaric sighed as he sat on the grass. We don't know for sure if they would be willing to join this expedition. Not all aristocrats and martial houses would answer our call, since this isn't a command from His Majesty. Ivana sneered. Even in the face of adversity, you humans are still not united. That is your greatest weakness. Alaric smiled bitterly at her words. That is true. I can't deny that. I don't understand what your emperor is thinking. If he had only revealed himself and led the people, there would have been fewer sacrifices. Ivana shook her head. Alaric remained silent. He had also tried to understand the emperor's intentions, but he failed. Just then, he saw another dagger in his line of sight, and it was aimed at his neck. He uses 2 daggers. With his current position, dodging wasn't an option since it would completely mess his balance. His only choice was to defend himself. Gritting his teeth, he quickly angled his sword right in front of his neck. Clang! Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. The force behind the dagger almost made him fall to the ground, but Nord was surprisingly quick-footed for someone his age. With his incredible footwork, he somehow managed to stabilize himself. He created some distance to gather momentum for his next move. However, Nord discovered that his opponent was no longer in front. Where is he? Startled, he searched for Seekus through his peripheral vision, but he couldn't even find the latter's shadow. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. You lost. An emotionless voice suddenly drifted into his ears. His face fell upon hearing this. He was about to turn his head when he felt a cold sensation on his neck. Slowly looking down, he saw a dagger just a few centimeters away from his skin. How did he? He was stunned and confused. The battle had already ended without him knowing how he had been defeated. Not even a minute had passed by. Seekus, you may now lower your dagger. The match has concluded. Alaric's voice echoed. The cold sensation on Nord's neck abruptly disappeared, making him feel relieved. He turned his head and looked at Seekus, who was nonchalantly walking towards Alaric. As for his daggers, they were nowhere to be found. Nord felt cold sweat on his back. He was terrified. In that moment, he realized that this man was someone he couldn't even hope to defeat. The difference in their power was like heaven and earth. The crowd was similarly shocked. The battle only took less than half a minute. Just when they thought that things would become more interesting, the battle had already ended. Did you see it? I only saw him pressing his dagger, but I didn't notice how he appeared behind the old man. He is so fast. I barely saw his movements. Who is he? There's another powerful figure in House Silversword. I don't know if I heard it right, but I think his name is Seekus. Everyone was still reeling in shock. At this moment, Theo had finally recovered his senses. He approached Nord, who was standing motionless, and patted the old man's shoulder. It's just a spar, Sir Nord. You fought well. He comforted. Nord smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was a one-sided fight, my lord. Even if I had used my mana, the results would have been the same. Hearing this, Theo sighed helplessly. He only wanted to show off the strength of their new, transcendent knight, but it backfired on him. House Silversword is truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He mumbled. Alaric walked towards them with a faint smile. I haven't introduced him yet. This is Sir Seekus. He joined our household recently. Seekus cupped his fists in greeting. Theo and Nord immediately returned to the gesture. It's a pleasure to meet an expert like you, Sir Seekus. Likewise. Seekus nodded. With that, the crowd dispersed and headed to their respective groups to share the news. Seekus became instantly famous. Meanwhile, his opponent, although defeated, also became known to the various houses. Later on the same day, the march continued. This time, the group was headed to a city in the outermost part of the central region where they would meet with the other aristocratic houses and martial houses. The trip took about 12 days due to their increasing size. By the time they arrived at the meetup location, the size of their army had ballooned to about 270,000. Lemire was a large city known for its unique architecture and beautiful landscapes. It also housed many well-known tourist destinations in the empire, one of which was the famous mountaintop inn. Just like its name, it was an inn located at the very top of a mountain. Ordinary people couldn't enter this particular establishment without a membership card, and getting this membership card would require a hefty amount of cash. Despite its exclusivity, many tourists would still come to admire the building from afar. At this moment, Alaric was inside this and together with the various lords from the northern region and the central region to meet Giovanni, who had hosted a small gathering. It has been a while, Alaric. You didn't send me any letter, so I was really sad. Giovanni approached him with a smile. Hearing his words, Alaric shook his head. I'm sure you already know what happened. We were in the enchanted woodlands, so I didn't have the time to write you a letter. Besides, I don't think we're close enough to write letters to each other. Why are you saying that? Giovanni put on a sad look. Alaric was exasperated by his antics. Enough with your nonsense. If you have nothing serious to say, then I will leave and bring my troops to the western region. Giovanni smiled helplessly and pressed his hand on Alaric's shoulder. Relax. I have some good news to share with you. Do you think I will organize this gathering just to make fun of you? Furrowing his eyebrows, Alaric crossed his arms and leaned on his chair. Hurry up and spit it out. Giovanni chuckled. Since you are in a hurry, I won't waste your time. After saying this, he sent a hand signal to his subordinates. A moment later, there was a commotion from the crowd. Alaric frowned upon hearing the noise. Turning his head, he saw a person whom he never expected to be present. Lord Dominic? He quickly rose to his feet upon seeing this person. It was Dominic, the right-hand man of the Emperor, a powerful, mythical knight. Do you want to use appraisal on the selected target? Yes, no. The last time he encountered this man, his appraisal failed due to the overwhelming difference in their strength, but things were different now. Alaric chose yes. Dominic, Mythical Knight, EXP, 699/10,000. Potential, S. Traits, Halberd Mastery, SS. Horseback Riding, SS. Swordsmanship, SS. Close Combat, S. Shield Mastery, S. Command, S. Strength, 711. Stamina, 699. Agility, 615. Vitality, 733. Endurance, 724. Mana, 655. Alaric was stunned by his high attributes. His raw attributes are even higher than Dad's. Although he doesn't have an SSS rank trait, he has 3 SS rank traits and an array of S rank traits. You're sizing me up? An amused voice drifted into his ears, interrupting his thoughts. Hearing this, Alaric smiled awkwardly. I apologize if I have offended you, Sir Dominic. He cupped his fists in a humble manner. He might be a prince, but in front of Venerable, he was still nothing. Greetings, Venerable. Giovanni greeted in a respectful tone. Everyone inside the building also greeted Dominic, their loud voices echoing within the establishment. Dominic smiled faintly and waved his hand, gesturing at everyone to give them some space. Please be silent, everyone. I would like to speak with the 2 highnesses. Hearing his words, the various lords didn't even protest and quickly vacated some space for them. After clearing the crowd, Dominic motioned to the 2 princes to take their seats. I will make this quick. He spoke. Alaric and Giovanni listened carefully with upright posture. For this battle, I will be joining you guys. His words sent shockwave through the hearts of the 2 princes. Taking a deep breath, Giovanni asked with a serious expression, Sir, if you leave, who will be left to protect Astania? Dominic smiled at his words. You have nothing to worry about, Your Highness. Astania isn't as weak as you think. Even without me, the Empire can protect itself. The Venerable spoke with great confidence. His words stunned them. There were various implications behind his words, but they didn't dare speculate. And it wouldn't just be me. Ignatius will also come with us. Dominic added. What? Alaric was startled. Ignatius Firecrest was one of the main reasons why they won the battle in Pass. He was a formidable 4-ringed beast soul grandmaster who could command the power of flames. Even Lord Ignatius? Giovanni was also dumbfounded. That's right. Dominic nodded, looking amused by their reactions. Speaking of which, I briefly met Lucas on my way here. He should be speaking with His Majesty by now. If he gets His Majesty's approval, then there would be 3 venerables joining this expedition. Dominic rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Alaric frowned. Why would His Majesty send Lord Dominic and Lord Ignatius? Could it be that Haroun is anticipating our invasion? Thinking about this, his expression darkened. If Haroun had time to prepare its defenses, its troops would have a hard time invading its land. Dominic saw the sudden change in his expression. It seems like you have guessed something. Alaric nodded with an uncertain look. I'm not sure, my lord. Could you please enlighten me? Feeling curious, Giovanni perked his ears while looking at Dominic. Dominic adjusted his sitting posture and replied in a stern voice, telling you wouldn't be a problem. We heard from our informants that Harun had sent 3 venerables to guard their borders. 2 of them are 4-ringed B-Soul Grandmasters, and the other one is a mythical knight. Moreover, our informants mentioned that they also brought a powerful monster that possessed overwhelming levels of mana. The informants were uncertain, but it seems that what they discovered was a catastrophe-grade beast. The faces of Alaric and Giovanni fell upon hearing this. 3 venerables and 1 catastrophe-grade beast. That is insane, Giovanni mumbled, his eyes shaking. If only Zephyr isn't injured. Alaric thought helplessly. Mission: Harun's Invasion 3. Mission difficulty: Hard Hell. Mission adjustment: Harun has caught wind of Astania's plan to invade its lands. To defend its borders, they will send most of their top fighting force in hopes of crippling Astania's military power. Follow the army of Astania to successfully occupy 3 cities. Mission rewards: 10,000 battle points, 2,000 EXP, 300 stat points, 3-ring B-Soul Warrior card X1, random trait upgrade card X2, SS rank trait card X1. Penalty for failure: colonization of Astania. Understood. Alaric narrowed his eyes upon seeing the changes on his chain mission. Another hell difficulty mission. From the rich rewards, he could already tell that it would be bloodier than the last hell mode mission. What made him more worried was the penalty. If they were to be defeated, Astania would be colonized and their people would be enslaved. Alaric couldn't allow that to happen. Can we even win against their lineup? You look worried, Your Highness. Do you think we will lose? Dominic's voice drifted into his ears. Hearing this, Alaric lifted his head, his face looking incredibly serious. We must not lose. Dominic could see the fire in his eyes. That's right. Losing is not an option. You have to trust our warriors, Your Highness. We will never back down, even against overwhelming odds. He spoke with confidence. Alaric nodded. He had seen the willpower of Astania's warriors during the battle in Aklan Pass. They were battle-hardened warriors ready to bleed for the Empire. The trio chatted some more while sharing a meal. After their meal, Dominic announced to the army to continue the march. In the next 2 weeks, the army headed westward, absorbing the armies from the various regions. By the time they arrived at the western region, they had already amassed more than 500,000 warriors. If they included the troops that were already stationed in Aklan Pass, they could gather a staggering number of over 700,000 warriors. New tents had been set up on the mountains of Aklan Pass to accommodate the soldiers. At this moment, Dominic summoned all the highest-ranking military officers of the army to gather for a meeting. This was a high-level gathering composed mostly of transcendent knights and highly accomplished elite knights. As for the knights, they weren't even qualified to sit together with the individuals invited for this meeting. By the time Alaric arrived at the meeting venue, there was already a large crowd of high-ranking warriors seated inside. His presence attracted everyone's attention. The place became quiet for a moment as all eyes turned to size him up. Alaric remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes. He just casually nodded his head at the people who came to greet him. After responding to those who had approached him, Alaric went to his assigned seat and took his seat. Sekus and Galliner sat to his right and left, eyeing everyone with stern faces. Butch, Azazel, and the other sat somewhere not far from him, making sure that he was protected from all angles. Everyone present was intimidated by his security detail. That blind man must be Sir Sekus. I heard that he is on the same level as Sir Galliner. I wonder if that is true. From what I heard, a transcendent knight challenged him to a spar only to be defeated in less than half a minute. Look over there, that is Sir Fredrin. He had recently become a transcendent knight after absorbing 2 disaster-grade B-Soul crystals and a large number of elixirs. Damn, just how many transcendent knights do they have? I have no idea, but I heard that a few unaffiliated transcendent knights offered their services to His Highness. Do you see that bald old man over there? That is Sir Nile, the commander of Black Wind Fort. According to my sources, he had already sworn allegiance to House Silversword. Author's note. For reference, Nal has already been introduced briefly. Check chapter 344 for more details. Alaric could tell that everyone was talking about him, but he purposely ignored them and simply closed his eyes while waiting for Dominic to arrive. In the next half an hour, more military officers came. The seats inside the venue were soon filled, and the elite knights even had to stand at the back, which made them slightly uncomfortable. However, the astute ones knew that this was a purposeful arrangement, likely to encourage them to train harder and one day have the chance to sit with these people. 40 minutes after Alaric's arrival, the people inside suddenly quieted down. This was because a small group of people led by 2 individuals walked in. Noticing the silence, Alaric opened his eyes and turned his head. Walking side by side, towards the frontmost seats were Dominic and Ignatius. Following closely behind them were the loyal experts of the imperial family, including Kristen Evander, the commander of the Griffin Knights Order. Author's note. See chapter 376 for reference. Greetings, venerables. Everyone respectfully greeted the 2 top experts. Dominic and Ignatius waved their hands to acknowledge their greetings. Ignatius went to his assigned seat, while Dominic took the stage to begin the meeting. Everyone, thank you for coming here. He scanned everyone's faces as if he wanted to commit them to his memory. You are the most accomplished warriors of Astania, the pride of the Empire. I feel proud to see you here in front of me, gathered for one ultimate goal. A long introduction followed, but no one dared to doze off. Our goal is not as simple as an invasion or to retaliate. Dominic shook his head, his commanding voice echoing across the venue. We are gathered here to prevent Harun from attacking our lands. To accomplish that, we must show them the might of our nation. After his speech, the crowd erupted into loud applause and cheers. Dominic smiled faintly and raised his hand, signaling for them to keep quiet. Now, I invite the Crown Prince to step onto the stage and discuss our battle plans. He announced. What? His Highness is also here. Does this mean that all princes are gathered here today? Everyone was surprised by Dominic's announcement. They all thought that only Alaric and Giovanni would participate in the war. They never would have imagined that even the elusive crown prince, Leonard Exler Astania, would also be here. At this moment, someone from the crowd stood up. He was wearing a hood that covered his face and his entire body, so no one recognized him. The person removed his hood and revealed his face. Your Highness, someone exclaimed upon seeing who it was. It was the Crown Prince, Leonard. Smiling lightly, Leonard cupped his fist to Dominic before walking towards the stage. TSK. Alaric heard someone clicking his tongue behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to know that it was Giovanni. Only that guy had a beef with Leonard. Upon taking the stage, Leonard displayed a map of Harun. More specifically, a map of its outermost region, which was composed of more than 20 cities and over 100 towns and villages. Leonard pointed at the map and spoke. Attacking Harun would be incredibly difficult. By now, they should have already fortified their defenses and stationed more troops to guard their borders. He pointed out several locations on the map and added, These 5 cities are our targets, but they are well defended, so we must. Your Highness, can I ask something? Someone from the crowd raised his hand. Leonard glanced at the man and nodded. All right, you can go ahead and ask. After getting his permission, the man stood up. Is there something special about those cities? From what I see, they're harder to penetrate if we consider the terrain. We will have a much easier time if we choose different cities. Hearing this, some people nodded to agree with his words. That's a good question. Leonard motioned at the man to be seated. You are right. Attacking these cities would be a lot harder due to their locations. However, I didn't choose these cities randomly. He shook his head and circled the 5 cities on the map. Look here. These cities hold strategic locations. The Crown Prince explained it simply to make it easier for everyone to understand. At first, everyone was skeptical about his plans, but when they heard his explanation, they realized that it was the ideal route for them. It was brilliant and well thought. Our first target is this city. A Tarkin. Leonard pointed the stick he was holding at a specific city. Everyone looked at the map and furrowed their eyebrows. Atarkan was a city built on top of a megamountain. It was a fortress city once built to defend Harun from foreign invaders. Through the years, it had become one of the largest and most thriving cities of the empire. From the information we gathered, Atarkan is defended by more than 100,000 warriors. Its walls are also equipped with mana cannons and trebuchets. Leonard mentioned the defensive capabilities of the city, which made everyone's face turn grim. If it was so heavily guarded, how the hell could they invade it? That was what everyone thought, and Leonard could already tell it from their expressions. There's a reason why I chose Atarkan as our first target. This is because they have one major weakness despite their strong defense. Hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows. Leonard took out a painting of a middle-aged man and pasted it on the wall. This is Fibrio Quinton, an aristocrat of Harun who holds a barony. He is a spy we sent decades ago to infiltrate Harun. With his efforts, he managed to climb his way up to become a baron, and now he has full control of Atarkan's southern gate. The crowd was astonished. They never thought that they actually had such a high-level spy within the enemy territory. Leonard didn't even need to continue his explanation. Everyone understood how this would play out when he mentioned Fibrio's identity. At this moment, a lord from the eastern region suddenly raised his hand. "Your Highness, if I may ask, what if Fibrio has already joined the enemy's side?" The moment he mentioned this, the military officers frowned. They couldn't deny the possibility that Fibrio might have already betrayed them. "I understand your worries, but you can rest assured. I have sent my trusted subordinates to speak with Fibrio in person, and they have guaranteed that the man is still on our side. However, if he has indeed chosen to side with Harun, I already have a counter-strategy prepared for that." Leonard told them about his plans. Soon, the worries in everyone's hearts disappeared and were replaced with utter astonishment. Leonard's schemes ran deep, making them a bit scared of his cunning mind. They even felt fortunate that he was on their side. "He is weak, but at least he has a useful head," Giovanni mumbled. Alaric was amused when he heard this. The meeting continued for 2 more hours before it concluded. "That was a great strategy," praised Alaric as he approached the crown prince with Giovanni. "You flatter me, cousin." Leonard chuckled. The two exchanged pleasantries, while Giovanni occasionally sneered at Leonard. To his remarks, the crown prince merely laughed. He wasn't even offended, since he was already used to Giovanni's hostility. "Knowing that your father will join us in this expedition is very reassuring. I'm glad that His Majesty has approved Lord Lucas's request," Leonard commented. Alaric laughed proudly at his words. Although Lucas might not be as powerful as Dominic and Ignatius at the moment, he has the highest potential among them. He was way younger than the two, but his skills had already caught up with them. In a few more years, he would definitely surpass them and become the strongest warrior of Astania. By the way, where is Zephyr? I heard that it was injured during your trip to the Enchanted Woodlands. Hasn't it recovered yet? Giovanni suddenly asked, and Alaric let out a sigh when he mentioned Zephyr. Seeing his expression, Giovanni placed his hand on Alaric's shoulder. "Don't worry about Zephyr. It is a tough lion. I am pretty sure it will recover soon." Alaric forced a smile. "I hope so." The 3 princes chatted briefly before they went their separate ways. There were so many things to prepare, so they didn't linger for long. Alaric headed back to their camp together with his subordinates. On their way to the camp, his mind was occupied with random thoughts about the adjustments to his mission. In the last Hell Mode mission, many warriors were killed. "I hope there won't be too many casualties this time. Is there something on your mind, Your Highness?" A concerned voice drifted into his ears. The one who spoke was the newest member of House Silversword, a transcendent knight named Nile. He was the former commander of Black Wind Fort's defense force, a warrior with some reputation in the western region. Nile was a bald, old man with a muscular physique. Hearing his words, Alaric furrowed his eyebrows and responded sternly. "Leonard's plan sounds seamless, but one mistake would be disastrous for our army. I'm just worried that something might go wrong. I hope I'm just overthinking things." He shook his head and let out a heavy breath. Nile didn't say anything when he heard his worries. He was afraid that he might say something that would hurt their morale. A moment later, the group arrived at their camp. Alaric issued a series of commands, informing everyone to make preparations for their departure. When the warriors heard that they would be marching soon, some of them revealed a look of unrest, while the others just stayed silent to hide their unease. It seems like everyone is also worried. Alaric thought to himself. In the next few hours, all the troops stationed in Acklam Pass began making their preparations. Each battalion was informed about their respective tasks, and some military officers even collaborated with the others to perform joint exercises to foster teamwork. However, they were time-pressed, so the warriors didn't learn much from the collaborative exercises. A few days later, the beating sound of the drums awakened the resting soldiers. Alaric opened his eyes and donned his battle armor. He then strapped his red cape to his shoulder guards. After making sure that everything was in place, Alaric grabbed his swords and tied them to his waist. He also tied a dagger to his leg and placed a concealed weapon in a hidden pocket beneath his armor. "Your Highness, everyone is waiting for your command." Galaner's voice echoed from outside the tent. Hearing this, Alaric took a deep breath and stepped out of his tent. Upon stepping out, he saw Galaner and Sekus dressed in their armor waiting for him. "Let's go," he told the two. Alaric could already see House Silversword's troops at a distance, standing in neat rows and columns. They radiated intense auras that coalesced into a dense cloud of mana. The battle hadn't even started yet, but the warriors were already looking like this. "It seems like I have underestimated my troops' mental strength." With a proud look, Alaric jumped onto his mount, a disaster-grade war horse of special breed. The horse snorted and moved forward when Alaric pressed its belly with his legs. Galaner and Sekus followed him on their horses. Looking at the stern-faced warriors, Alaric inhaled deeply and opened his mouth. "Warriors of House Silversword, we are marching towards Harun. Move out." Alaric pulled the reins to make his horse take a turn. He then lightly squeezed his legs, urging it to move slowly. The well-trained horse understood his intentions. It was a scorching hot weather, so everyone was covered in sweat, but no one complained as they followed Alaric to gather with the rest of Astania's troops. Harun was located over 1,000 miles from Acklam Pass. Normally, it would be a month of travel on land, but due to the extremely hot weather, the army was forced to make several stops to give the warriors enough time to rest and hydrate themselves. Just like that, 2 weeks passed by in the blink of an eye. Night was approaching, and the army was setting up camp in the middle of nowhere. The temperature was also starting to drop as the sky slowly darkened. The winds were becoming colder, so the troops divided themselves into various groups to create bonfires to help them regulate their body temperature. At this moment, Alaric was sitting in front of a bonfire, looking at the flickering flame with a blank expression. "You have been really quiet since we left Acklam Pass." Ivana's voice drifted into his ears. Turning his head, he saw Ivana walking towards him with a big piece of skewered, uncooked meat in her hand. "I can't shake off the feeling that we might encounter something terrible." Alaric didn't hide his thoughts from her. Ivana squatted down and handed him the skewered meat. "Cook it yourself. Having something to do might relax your mind." Alaric smiled wryly as he took the skewered meat. He then stood up and approached the fire. He placed the skewered meat just inches away from the fire and mumbled, "My father hasn't arrived yet, and it's making the troops worried." The flame made a ka-cha sound as if it were reacting with the meat. "Although we have Lord Dominic and Lord Ignatius leading the army, we don't know what kind of enemies we will be facing in battle." Ivana stared at his side profile and replied, "It's not like you to be this worried. As long as we follow Laenard's plan, we should be able to take control of Atarkan without many casualties." Alaric's eyes were fixated on the flame as he responded, "That is if things go according to plan." Ivana frowned at his words. Alaric was usually confident, but he had been acting strangely in the past few days. Is it because of what happened during our battle with the monster colony? Ivana felt that the battle with the monster colony might have left a scar in Alaric's mind. Suddenly, they heard the galloping sound of a horse. They turned their heads and saw a warrior from a different army rushing towards them with an urgent look on his face. A message from His Highness Laenard. The warrior shouted. Hearing this, Alaric rose to his feet, his eyebrows knitted, and formed a frown. What happened? He asked. The warrior jumped off his horse and bowed to him. Your Highness, we have received word that our advance party has been attacked. Only one survivor managed to return, but he died shortly before he could tell us what happened out there. The faces of Alaric and Ivana fell upon hearing this. How did that happen? Didn't our scouts say that there are no enemy troops in the area? This was what Alaric was worried about, an unforeseen situation that would compromise their plans. The warrior shook his head. The enemies seemed to have anticipated our route. His Highness Leonard also mentioned that there might be a spy among our highest-ranking military officers. Alaric narrowed his eyes. If that was true, their entire plan would be ruined, and the identity of their inside man, Fibrio, might already be compromised. Where is Leonard? Bring me to see him. Alaric told the warrior. Yes, your Highness. The warrior nodded and hurried to his horse. Alaric turned his head and looked at Ivana. Don't mention this to anyone. If someone will come to find me, just give them a random excuse. Ivana nodded with a serious face. All right, you take care. You too. After giving her this instruction, Alaric rushed to his horse and left with the warrior. Leonard was marching with the Imperial Guards, which were positioned at the foremost point together with the Western region's military forces. At this moment, Leonard was in a heated discussion with Giovanni about the recent ambush on their advance party. What is going on? Shouted Giovanni, looking incredibly pissed. Surprisingly, Leonard was calm, as if the death of their advance party didn't bother him. Calm down. Once Alaric is here, I will tell you what is happening. Giovanni clenched his fists and stared deeply at his older brother. If you can't explain this properly to me, I might fail to hold myself back from punching your face. Leonard chuckled nonchalantly at his threat. A moment later, they finally saw Alaric approaching them on his horse. The latter spotted them and pulled the reins. He then jumped off his horse and walked towards them with brisk footsteps. I heard about the situation. Tell me what's going on. Alaric stared at Leonard. He believed that this guy would know more than Giovanni. You heard him. Now speak and tell us what happened. Giovanni urged. Leonard beckoned to them, gesturing for them to come closer. The plan I mentioned during the meeting is half false. Now, I will tell you the real plan. Giovanni didn't say anything. He just turned around and left while waving his hand, still acting tough. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. He then went back to his position and told his subordinates not to worry. He didn't tell them about Leonard's plan to prevent information from leaking. Some of them felt that he was hiding something, but they tactfully chose to remain silent. There was only one person who dared to question him, and it was Ivana. So what really happened out there? Ivana was trustworthy, and she tight-lipped, so he didn't mind sharing this information with her. It's like this. Alaric told her about Leonard's plot, and it surprised her. So the Crown Prince of Astania is this capable. No wonder he was appointed as the Crown Prince despite being weaker than his younger brother. Ivana commented with a thoughtful look. Alaric nodded in agreement. He also felt that it was better for Leonard to inherit the throne. If it were Giovanni, the empire might fall into ruins in just a decade. As for himself, Alaric still hadn't thought that far. His only goal for now was to ensure the safety of his people. You should get some rest. We will be marching early tomorrow. Alaric suggested. I'm fine. Ivana shook her head. Hearing her response, Alaric shrugged and walked away. Then I will go find something to eat. The next day before sunrise, the army marched, but this time they took a different route. The sudden change in the route surprised many people, but no one dared to question the Venerable's commands. At this moment, Alaric was on his horse, leading the warriors of House Silversword. Just then, he saw Sikis riding towards him. Seeing him, Alaric gently squeezed his legs, urging his horse to move a bit faster. Did you find something? He asked. Sikis nodded his head. The enemies who ambushed our advance party last night have already been killed. They were killed by the Crown Prince's personal guards. Alaric had already anticipated this, so he wasn't surprised. What about the spies? Have you found out their identities? Sikis shook his head. They are quite meticulous, so I only managed to discover one of them. Alaric raised an eyebrow. Last night, He sent Sekus to investigate the spies and to find the people who had ambushed their advance party. He didn't have much hope since there wasn't enough time, but Sekus did more than he had expected. "Who is it?" Alaric asked in a low voice. Sekus calmly responded, "It is a man named Stephen. He works for the Crown Prince. I saw him secretly leave his tent to send a messenger bird. This is the message he tried to send last night." He took out a small rolled paper from his inner pocket and handed it to Alaric. Alaric glanced at the letter and noticed that the seal was still there. He removed the seal and opened the letter. Interesting. In his past life, Stephen betrayed the Crown Prince and defected to Giovanni's side. Author's note: Stephen was already mentioned before. Check chapter 313 for reference. That would have happened again, but things were a lot different now. Giovanni had changed and become a slightly reliable guy. The conflict between him and the Crown Prince had also disappeared. Although there were still some minor disagreements, their relationship was a lot better now compared to what it was in Alaric's past life. "I thought that you would change now that the situation is different, but you are still the same traitorous bastard that you were in my past life. Stephen, oh Stephen, Leonard is not the man you want to be enemies with. He is much more terrifying than you can imagine." Alaric sneered as he burned the letter using his mana. "Leonard will take care of him. Don't mention this to anyone," he reminded. Sekus nodded indifferently. The army traveled for another week without encountering any issues, but when the 8th day came, there was finally resistance from Harun's side. In front of them was a towering mountain called Mount Tyrad, and on top of this mountain was a mega fortress that housed more than 100,000 troops. The steep slopes of the mountain made it almost impossible for ordinary war horses to climb. To reach the fortress, only the cavalrymen with highly trained war horses could ascend, while the others would have to climb on foot. "Is it necessary to take over that fortress?" Ivana asked. She was unfamiliar with the terrain, so she couldn't understand the decision of the Venerables. Alaric had already received a heads-up from Leonard, so he was aware of the importance of this mega-fortress. The quickest route to Atarkan is to pass by Mount Tyrad, so if there are enemy reinforcements, they would have to go through this path. If we go straight to Atarkan, the warriors in that fortress will definitely attack us from behind. Once we are flanked, there will be confusion in our troops. We cannot let that happen," he added. "I see. Then, how are we going to attack the fortress when the terrain is against us?" Ivana inquired. Alaric chuckled. "Have you forgotten that we have 3 Venerables on our side?" Lucas Silversword had arrived a few days ago. His arrival eased the worries of the troops, and everyone also became more confident with him on board. "That's true." Boom! At this moment, an ear-splitting explosion suddenly rocked the mountain. "It has begun," Alaric mumbled as he lifted his head. He could see a huge cloud of smoke and dust above the mountain. The only person who could deliver that kind of powerful attack was Ignatius. In the next moment, terrified screams and the sound of mana cannons being fired resounded. "It seems like we don't even have to do anything." Alaric smiled faintly. From the intense fluctuations of mana, he detected that it wasn't just Ignatius who had attacked. Lucas and Dominic had also made their moves. Other than the 3 of them, Leonard even sent 10,000 Imperial cavalrymen to clean up the escaping enemy warriors. Alaric calmly watched the burning mega-fortress above the mountain. To think that a fortress of this size couldn't even defend itself against 3 people. Mythical knights and 4-ringed B-Soul Grandmasters are just different. They are no longer humans. Someone from the back commented. The people who heard his words nodded in agreement. They were also shaken by the overwhelming power of the 3 Venerables. "Keep your eyes peeled. There might be enemies who will try to escape the encirclement," Alaric shouted to his troops. Although the possibility was low, he couldn't afford to be careless. "Yes, Your Highness." The warriors responded in unison. In just slightly over an hour, the mega-fortress above Mount Tyrad faced destruction. The station troops that numbered more than 100,000 were all killed. Not even a single one of them was spared. A signal arrow was fired, informing the troops below that the battle had ended. Seeing this, Alaric and the military officers immediately instructed their troops to comb the entire area to see if there were still any survivors in hiding. Alaric's mount was a disaster-grade beast, so it didn't have any trouble in ascending the steep slopes of the mountain. The higher he climbed, the more corpses he encountered. If this had happened on the first day of his regression, he would have felt some compassion, but he knew that killing these people was necessary. His eyes indifferently roamed through the scattered corpses, checking for signs of survivors. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on one of the bodies. He could sense slight fluctuations of mana, which indicated that this person was still alive. Alaric sneered upon sensing this. If it were someone else, you might be able to fool them. Several months ago, he found out that his appraisal trait wouldn't work on dead people. It would only work on living humans and other creatures. Do you want to use appraisal on the selected target? Yes, no. Alaric chose yes, and the person's attributes were revealed in front of him. Hold on. He raised his hand, motioning for his troops to halt. The warriors who had followed him immediately stopped at his signal. Alaric lightly squeezed his legs, urging his horse to move slowly towards the person who was pretending to be dead. His subordinates watched him in confusion, wondering what he was trying to do. Just then, they saw him stabbing one of the corpses. Don't kill me. Everyone was stunned when they realized that the guy was alive. Alaric didn't stab a vital part, so the man still managed to scream. Please have mercy, my lord. I have a family waiting for me. The man pleaded. Alaric stared deeply at the man, seemingly contemplating his choices. While he was hesitating, a fierce look suddenly flashed in the man's eyes. He took out a concealed dagger and lunged at Alaric. Die, you Astanian dog. Alaric snorted and casually grabbed the dagger with his bare hand. Ow! The man stared at him in disbelief and terror. He was an elite knight, but he couldn't even overpower the other party, even though he was using his full strength. Alaric added more force to break the man's dagger into tiny fragments. He then grabbed the man by the neck and stared deeply into his soul. Crack! The sound of his neck being crushed echoed into everyone's ears. After killing the man, Alaric apathetically threw his corpse. Thud! The warriors gulped down hard his ruthlessness, but no one felt pity for the dead warrior. Check every corpse and stab their heads once. Alaric commanded while wiping off the bloodstains on his hand. Yes, your highness. The warriors immediately inspected the corpses around them, while Alaric headed to the top. When he arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw the ruined mega-fortress engulfed in flames. The three venerables were also there standing side by side as they watched the burning fortress. Sensing his presence, they turned their heads. Your Highness. Dominic and Ignatius nodded to him. Lucas also gave him a nod. Greetings, venerables. Our men are currently inspecting the corpses to make sure that there are no survivors. Alaric reported. Is that so? Good job. Dominic smiled faintly. Alaric urged his horse to approach them and asked, is it necessary to burn the fortress? He felt that it would be much better to keep the fortress. We thought so too, but His Highness Laynard told us that there might be hidden mana bombs within the fortress, which would kill our troops if accidentally triggered. His Highness said that rebuilding the fortress would be better than keeping a fortress filled with hidden mana bombs. Ignatius responded with a shrug. Alaric nodded upon hearing this. I see. That makes sense. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted which caused the entire mountain to vibrate. It seems like His Highness was right. Lucas chuckled. Soon, the whole fortress collapsed. Looking at the ruins of the fortress, Dominic muttered with a stern look. We have a lot of work to do. After the battle, the army stayed on the mountain to handle the aftermath. A team composed of 10,000 people was tasked to deal with the corpses. Another team was also sent to clear the rubble and to gather usable materials from the ruins. Meanwhile, the auxiliary unit, which was responsible for bringing the supplies and construction materials, began the reconstruction of the fortress. At this moment, Alaric was helping with the reconstruction when Sikis suddenly appeared behind him. Your Highness! Alaric stopped what he was doing and wiped off the sweat on his face. Are there any casualties on our side? Of the 10,000 cavalry riders sent with the venerables, 857 were killed. 2388 are severely injured, and they are currently receiving treatment. As for our people, everyone is unharmed. Sikis calmly replied. Alaric nodded upon hearing this. The casualties were negligible compared to the number of enemies they had killed. What about the task I gave you? He asked. I have completed what you asked for. Seekus nodded. All the messenger birds they sent have been killed, and we also took the letters. What do you want me to do with those letters? Alaric thought for a moment before he replied. Have someone trustworthy read everything and see if there is any important information we can find. Once you have read them all, burn them. Seekus saluted. I will do as you command. Alaric waved his hand and dismissed him. Seekus left right away. The next day, all the corpses had already been dealt with, and a huge part of the ruined fortress had also been cleared. Looking at everyone's busy figures, Giovanni spoke to Leonard, who was standing next to him. With our speed, it might take us a week to complete the construction. Don't underestimate the workforce we brought along. They're the most skilled construction workers in the Empire. Together with the engineers and architects, they would only need about 4 to 5 days to build a fortress from scratch. Do you want to have a bet with me? Leonard smiled faintly at him. Hearing this, Giovanni's mouth twitched. No thanks. Alaric shook his head and urged them to contribute. How about helping with the construction instead of just chatting here? He had been working all night together with the workers, so he only had a few hours of sleep. Who told you to help with the construction? Giovanni sneered at him. Leonard placed his hand on Alaric's shoulder and said, Don't underestimate our workers' abilities. Even without our help, they can complete this project in less than a week. Do you want to bet with me? Alaric pushed his hand away and snorted. Only an idiot like Giovanni would bet with you. Bastard, what did you say? With a fierce look, Giovanni rolled his sleeves and clenched his fists. Leonard laughed as he stood between. That's enough. Let's get something to eat instead of fighting over here. Can't you two see that there are people watching? Giovanni turned around and muttered as he walked away. Go eat by yourselves. I'd rather eat alone. Leonard chuckled helplessly as he watched his brother leave. Please don't mind him, Alaric. Giovanni is only like this because of me. Alaric shook his head, looking completely unbothered by what had just happened. Don't worry. I know his personality very well. Leonard raised an eyebrow in surprise. You two must have developed a bond after the battle in Ackland Pass. That makes me jealous. Alaric couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not, so he changed the topic. So what's next? Leonard's expression turned serious as he replied. We will leave 100,000 warriors here to protect the auxiliary unit. 400,000 of us will head to Atarkan as planned, while the rest will head to another route to divert the enemy's attention. Alaric nodded and fell in a deep thought. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Leonard spoke. According to my subordinates, Atarkan is already in chaos. Fibrio's House Quinton is currently at war with the aristocrats of the city. The neighboring cities are still confused by their conflict, so they don't know how to respond. Furthermore, they're also worried about a potential attack from us, so they're bolstering their defenses. Is there still no sign of enemy venerables? Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. Leonard took a deep breath and shook his head. I haven't gotten word about them just yet, but I have a guess on where they might be. Alaric raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, and where might they be? Leonard turned his head at him and said, The city built next to a lake, Nakalub. Alaric frowned. Nakalub was a prosperous city built between a super lake and a vast marshland. Because of this unique environment, the residents of the city were reliant on fishing to obtain their food. Nakalub also established its naval fleet consisting of more than 100 battleships, and each ship was capable of carrying several dozen to more than 100 personnel. If they are in Nakalub, we cannot make use of our cavalry and siege machines. That's true, but we don't need to attack Nakalub. Doing that would be suicidal since the city is well defended and has the advantage in terrain. Leonard suddenly smiled. Do you still remember our 5 target cities? He asked. Alaric thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. How could I forget them? With a mysterious smile, Leonard said, I will give you a clue. Think about where those 5 cities are located. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows and rubbed his chin. The 5 cities? Hold on. He seemed to have understood something. All 5 cities surrounded Nakalub. Realizing this, Alaric stared at Leonard with utter disbelief. You anticipated where they would hide, So you chose those 5 cities. Laenard chuckled. As long as we take control of those 5 cities, Nakalub will be sandwiched. They might even be forced to reveal themselves before we control all 5 of them. You cunning bastard. Alaric was reeling in shock. Laenard tapped his shoulder and reminded him in a gentle voice. Don't mention this to anyone. I only told you since I trust you. Of course. Alaric nodded with a serious face. Don't give me that look. I'm only guessing here. Laenard was amused by his expression. Guess my ass. Laenard shrugged. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. You should make some preparations and tell your troops to get ready. We will be heading to Atarkin in 2 days. Alaric nodded. All right. Laenard didn't linger and left right away after bidding him farewell. Look at him go. Alaric mumbled while shaking his head. Laenard had the ability to eliminate Giovanni silently, but the fact that the latter was still alive until now was proof that he still valued their brotherly relationship. The relationship of the imperial family is truly complicated. Alaric left after shaking off his random thoughts. 2 days later, Astania's troops left Mount Tyrad, leaving 100,000 warriors to protect the auxiliary unit. They navigated through the mountains, bypassing the enemy's strongholds to speed up their advance. To reach Atarkin without alerting the enemy, they had to go through an unexplored area that was said to be home to numerous powerful monsters. With the help of the highly trained scouting units, the army was able to find the least dangerous paths. 2 weeks after they left Mount Tyrad, they finally arrived at the Baikan Plains, a vast expanse of ownerless land. Watch your steps. There are plenty of venomous snakes and insects here, Alaric reminded his troops. All the military officers had already been briefed about the dangers on the road, which included the infamous venomous creatures of the Baikan Plains. When the soldiers heard his warning, their eyes flashed with fear. At this moment, Ivana urged her horse to move closer to Alaric. She then leaned forward and whispered, "Why didn't you tell them that we brought anti-venom medicine with us?" Hearing this, Alaric replied with a serious tone, "We brought most of our trainees for this expedition, and they need to train their senses. Otherwise, they would only be a hindrance." Ivana nodded in realization. During the recent battle against the monster colony, she found out that there were many things to take note of other than the battle itself. One moment of carelessness would result in death, and in the worst scenario, one might even implicate their entire unit. Suddenly, Alaric saw a messenger approaching them. "Your Highness." The messenger greeted respectfully. Alaric simply nodded to acknowledge his greeting. His Highness, the Crown Prince, has already left with 200,000 warriors. They are headed to the route that has been agreed upon. The messenger reported. His Highness also said that he wishes you success in your task. The messenger added. Alaric smiled faintly. "Thank you for informing me. You may leave." The messenger bowed before he left. "I thought he was coming with us to Atarkin. Why did he join the other group?" Ivana raised an eyebrow in confusion. Alaric shook his head. "I have no idea. Since he is coming with them, it means that he is needed there." Ivana didn't understand what he meant, and Alaric didn't bother to explain. No one can guess what that guy is thinking. Not even me. Alaric thought to himself while shaking his head. Atarkin was currently embroiled in a major internal conflict due to the rumors that Fibrio Quinton was a spy. House Quinton denied the allegations, but no one believed them. More than a week ago, several aristocratic and martial houses banded together to attack House Quinton. Fibrio, the head of the household, was furious. He felt that they were deliberately using the opportunity to get rid of them. In his anger, he gathered all their allies to launch a fierce retaliation. The conflict between the two factions resulted in chaos. The officials tried to stop the two sides from fighting, but their efforts were in vain. Atarkin was so focused on their internal conflict that they failed to discover the predator approaching their territory. When they found out that Astania's troops were coming, it was already too late. "Set up the barricades," Alaric shouted to his men as soon as they entered Atarkin. The other military officers also commanded their troops to build their defenses while the enemies were yet to react to the situation. In half an hour, the troops managed to erect simple defenses. "Your Highness, enemies are coming." An urgent report came just after they had set up their barricades. With a calm look, Alaric waved his hand and shouted, "Archers forward and wait for my signal. Cavalry and infantry units, prepare to charge at my command." Upon hearing his commands, the warriors quickly headed to their respective positions. The warriors of House Silversword had trained for this very moment. Everyone already knew where to go. Even the newbies didn't make a mistake. Alaric nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this. Not bad. They looked more comfortable now. Soon, they felt the ground tremble. The sound of the enemy's war horns also echoed across the streets. "Archers, knock your arrows!" shouted Alaric while making a hand signal. The archers moved in unison, knocking their arrows with synchronized movements. From the other side of the street, they could already see the enemy troops rushing towards them with heavy momentum. When they stepped into their range, Alaric lowered his raised arm and shouted with a fierce look, "Release! Sue! 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 Sue!" Thousands of arrows blotted the sky, looking like a huge flock of birds flying over the horizon. Facing the incoming arrows, the enemy troops quickly raised their shields. In the next moment, the arrows descended and pierced through their bodies. "Ah! Ah!" Screams of pain and panic echoed as thousands of unlucky warriors were struck by the arrows. Archers retreat. Cavalry and infantry units move forward and wait for my signal. Alaric timed his commands perfectly. The enemy troops were still in disarray, and Alaric took this chance to attack them. He jumped onto his horse and pulled his swords. With a ferocious expression, he shouted, "Warriors of Astania, charge with me." He squeezed his legs, urging his horse to rush forward. His subordinates immediately followed him, shouting loud battle cries that shook the entire city. The enemy troops were still in a state of shock, so they failed to react on time. Alaric led his troops, charging fearlessly into the enemy formation. Upon gaining enough momentum, he took a deep breath and slowly gathered his mana into his swords to activate their engraved abilities. "Kill them all!" he roared as he swung his swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! The enemy warriors tried to stop him, but he was like a beast that had escaped from its cage, wild and cruel. With a few swings of his swords, dozens of enemies fell, their bodies exploding into bloody mists. The enemy commander quickly gathered his troops to form a tight formation, hoping to stop their charge. However, Alaric and his troops mowed them down like a hungry lion pride to its prey. The warriors who tried to stop them couldn't even last a single move and were ruthlessly killed. The streets of Atarkan were quickly covered with blood and mangled corpses. It was a dreadful sight, something that would make anyone puke in disgust. Meanwhile, on the newbies' side, "What are you guys doing?" Aaliyah frowned when she saw her subordinates vomiting at the sight of the enemy corpses. In truth, she also had the urge to vomit, but she held it back. "I'm sorry, team leader. I couldn't stop myself," one of her subordinates said with a pale face. Aaliyah stared at them in displeasure. "Do you guys really want to make our team a laughingstock?" She wanted to climb into a higher position and one day fight side by side with Alaric. This was her ultimate goal, so she was strict with her subordinates. "Stop dawdling and follow me. The battle isn't over yet." She pulled the reins to make her horse take a turn. Without waiting for their response, she squeezed her legs and rushed to the enemy lines. "Quick, follow the team leader." The same scenes were happening on the other newbie teams. Only a few of them managed to remain calm at the gruesome scenes. An hour later, tens of thousands of enemy soldiers were killed. The remaining enemy troops retreated further to establish another defensive position. "Your Highness, the enemies have retreated. Should we chase them?" asked Galliner, whose entire body was drenched in blood. Alaric thought for a moment before shaking his head. There is no need to hurry. The ones they killed were only ordinary warriors. It just took them a long time to eliminate them due to the tight spaces of the streets. The remaining enemy troops are mostly elites and veteran warriors from aristocratic and martial houses. We need to be careful. They might have set up traps along the way. Alaric added. Galliner didn't make any objections. "Send our messengers to the other troops and inform them to be careful. We can't be careless here just because we have the upper hand." Alaric instructed. I obey your commands. Galliner nodded and left to deliver his instructions. After he left, Alaric sheathed his swords. Seekis's team should have arrived at their target's location by now. Earlier, he sent Seekis and a team of skilled assassins to search for the officials and aristocrats of Atarkan. Once they were eliminated, the remaining troops in Atarkan would be like headless flies. Your Highness, urgent report from Lord Theo's side. An anxious voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Alaric frowned and turned his head. A warrior from House Paxley was riding towards him. His armor was covered in blood. What happened? Alaric asked. House Paxley's troops were stationed outside the city. Their task was to stop enemy reinforcements from entering. Since they sent a messenger here, it means that there was an unexpected situation on their side. Lord Theo's troops are currently fighting with the warriors led by a man named Fibrio. The messenger replied in an anxious tone. Alaric frowned. Fibrio. He thought the surviving enemy troops were mostly gathered at the center of Atarkan, but it seemed that some of them were trying to escape the city. Fibrio Quinton was said to be a renowned transcendent knight of Harun. According to Leonard, Fibrio had the strength of someone in the top 5 of the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. With the caliber of warriors that House Paxley had, they wouldn't be able to stop someone at that level. House Paxley has Nord on their side, but I don't think he can last long against Fibrio. Thinking about this, Alaric's face darkened. Theo was his brother-in-law. If something happened to him, Hershey would be devastated. He couldn't let that happen. I need 100 men with me. The rest of you will follow Galliner's command. He shouted to his troops. Hearing his words, 100 men quickly volunteered to follow him, including Redden, the former vice captain of the Dragon Guards who once served directly under the Emperor. You guys follow me. Alaric didn't waste time and urged his horse to move towards the city gates. The warriors didn't know what was going on, but they followed Alaric without hesitation. I hope it's not too late. Aru, please protect my brother-in-law. Alaric prayed in his heart. Outside the city, the troops from several northern houses, including House Paxley, were currently fighting with more than 1,000 men. Both sides were evenly numbered, but the opposing side had stronger experts in their ranks. Because of this, the troops from the northern houses were gradually pushed back despite their efforts to stop the enemies from breaking through the encirclement. Stay behind me, my lord, shouted Nord, who was covered in wounds. The old warrior has been battling non-stop against the enemy's experts, so he was slowly running out of stamina and mana. To ensure that Theo was unharmed, he was even forced to take some serious damage. Sir Nord, we can no longer defend this place. We should retreat. Theo couldn't bear to see more of his men dying for his sake. Hearing this, Nord took a deep breath and replied in a low voice. Then you must retreat, my lord. You're the hope of House Paxley. You must survive. Theo was stunned by his words. How could I dash? You must not hesitate. Leave now. I will buy you guys some time. Nord urged with a grim look. He then looked at Theo's personal guards and commanded them. Quickly go and bring Lord Theo out of here. Gritting their teeth, the guards nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. The guards grabbed Theo from his horse and left with haste. Nord was relieved to see them leave. Please survive, my lord, he muttered in his heart. At this moment, a powerful presence suddenly locked in on him, making him feel a wave of pressure. At the corner of his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man who was wearing a blood-stained battle armor. He had slick, graying black hair that was combed neatly to the side. From his bearing and temperament, he looked like a noble of high status. Who is this guy? Nord furrowed his eyebrows. Clear the path. The middle-aged noble shouted with a fierce look. Hearing this, Nord immediately reacted. Don't let them escape. A fearsome battle followed. The sounds of weapons clashing and the cries of the warriors echoed. Do you think I would let you guys leave? Nord furiously brandished his sword as he maneuvered his mount to rush towards the enemies. With his fearsome charge, the warriors of the northern houses managed to recover their formation. Push them back, Nord shouted to the troops. In the middle of the battle, the old warrior realized that he was getting slower and his grip on his sword had also weakened. No, not yet. Gritting his teeth, he stimulated his energy core, gathering his last bits of mana to temporarily boost his strength. Your resistance is meaningless. A cold snort drifted into his ears. When Nord turned his head, he saw the middle-aged noble rushing towards him. "It's you." Pulling the reins, Nord narrowed his eyes. "Hiya." He kicked his horse's belly to make it gallop forward. Clang! A loud clang echoed as soon as their weapons collided. The bones in Nord's arms almost fractured from the impact. His opponent was so strong that even his horse was pushed back. I stimulated my energy core, but I still couldn't match his strength. Blood leaked out from the old warrior's nose and lips. Suddenly, the middle-aged noble swung his sword. Whoosh! Seeing this, Nord tried to deflect his sword. The middle-aged noble sneered and took the chance to change the trajectory of his sword. He was about to pierce through Nord's chest, but a javelin came flying out of nowhere and struck his sword. Clang! Stunned, Fibrio quickly urged his horse to retreat while staring in the direction from which the javelin had come. At the main hall of the mansion, the revolting stench of blood lingered in the air. Dozens of corpses could be seen scattered on the floor. Most were intact, but there were some with their insides sticking out. It was a gruesome scene, but Sikis didn't even flinch at the sight of this. One of the warriors at the main hall sensed his presence and immediately greeted him with respect. "Sir, we have eliminated all enemy forces inside the mansion." The other warriors also saluted Sikis, their faces filled with reverence. On their way to this mansion, they had witnessed Sikis's terrifying power. He could kill a group of cavalrymen noiselessly in just a matter of seconds. He was like a specter of death, silent and deadly. Sikis calmly nodded his head. "Great work. You guys deal with the rest here. I will find His Highness to report the situation," he instructed in a low voice. "Yes, sir." Sikis turned around and jumped out of the mansion through the window. Whoosh! Alaric headed to the central district of Atarkan with his troops. Along the way, they encountered the other troops of Astania cleaning up the streets. The glorious city had become a land of ruins. The tall buildings had collapsed, and some big houses were engulfed in flames. "Your Highness, there are civilians up ahead. How should we deal with them?" Redden's voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Alaric was immersed in his thoughts, so he didn't discover the civilians. Focusing his eyes, he saw a large group of civilians hiding on the second floor of a collapsed building. Some of them possessed traces of mana, but it was so negligible that they were almost no different from an ordinary person. Alaric raised his hand and signaled his troops to slow down. He then pulled the reins of his horse, urging it to take a turn. "Follow me and don't make any rash moves," he reminded his subordinates. "We obey." Although the people hiding were civilians, Alaric didn't let down his guard. He kept his eyes on them, watching their every move. Soon, they arrived at the said building, and the people inside were terrified. "You don't need to hide. We have no intention of killing you. Quietly follow us, and I promise that you will not be harmed," Alaric shouted. Their goal was only to occupy Atarkan. There was no need for them to kill ordinary civilians. It was also against his principles to harm defenseless people. A moment later, someone showed himself. It was a middle-aged man with tattered clothes and a bedraggled appearance. With a hesitant face, he opened his mouth. "Are you telling the truth?" Alaric nodded. "I swear upon the name of my family." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression eased a bit. "There are only ordinary residents here. I hope you are not lying to me." Half a minute later, more than 20 people exited the collapsed building. They looked scared, but they seemed to trust the middle-aged man unconditionally. Alaric became curious about the man's identity, so he used his appraisal on him. However, there was nothing special about the man. He wasn't even a knight apprentice, and his attributes were ridiculously low. The only noteworthy things about him were a few art-related traits. "Greetings, my lords. I am." The man introduced himself, but Alaric wasn't interested in listening, so he waved his hand indifferently. "My subordinates will take you somewhere safe. As long as you don't do anything wrong, we will ensure your safety." Just as his words fell, a young boy, about the age of 7 or 8, stepped forward. He was holding a dagger with shaking hands, his eyes filled with tears. "You kill my father. I will not forgive you," the boy shouted emotionally. Alaric's subordinates frowned at his words, and some of them even grabbed the hilts of their swords, preparing to take action. Sensing the tension rising, Alaric raised his hand, signaling his troops to calm down. A woman also tearfully grabbed the boy and repeatedly apologized. Alaric sent the mother and son a deep look. He offered no words of apology. Boy, if you want to blame someone, blame it on the imperial household of Harun. If it weren't for their stupid actions, we wouldn't have set foot on your lands. He muttered coldly. After saying those words, Alaric called 5 warriors and told them to escort the civilians to a safe location. Bring them somewhere safe and coordinate with the other troops to find other survivors. He instructed, "We obey your commands." Alaric didn't linger after dealing with the situation and left. The 5 warriors approached the civilians with cold gazes. "Follow us. You're lucky, kid. If it were someone else, your head and your mother's head would have already rolled on the ground the moment you uttered those words." One of the warriors told the boy. Hearing this, the terrified boy grabbed his mother's hand. At this moment, Alaric noticed the unusual silence of his subordinates. "Do you guys feel pity for him?" he asked while keeping his eyes on the road. The warriors were silent. Alaric let out a sigh. "That boy and his mother are pitiful people, but it would have been your families grieving if Harun's troops had attacked us once more. Do not regret your actions. We did it for the sake of protecting our nation and to ensure the safety of our families." It would be a lie if he said that he didn't feel pity for the boy, but there was nothing he could do. The warriors seemed to have relaxed upon hearing his words. 20 minutes later, on their way to the central district, Alaric subconsciously grabbed onto his swords. "I sent someone." He narrowed his eyes, but when he felt the familiar aura, he let go of his swords and let out a relieved smile. "Sekus." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on top of a broken building. It was Sekus. Sekus stopped in front of him and lowered his head. "Your Highness, we have eliminated all the highest-ranking nobles in the Central District. All that is left are some remnants of the aristocratic and martial houses. What should we do with them?" Alaric was taken aback. He didn't expect Sekus to complete his task in just a short amount of time. He gathered his thoughts and gave Sekus a pleased look. "You have done well. The remaining forces will be handled by the other troops. For now, we should look for the civilians and bring them to a safe area." "Understand. I will go and inform my subordinates." Sekus nodded to acknowledge his command. Now that the Central District had been taken care of, it was safe to say that a Tarkin was already under their control. "I wonder what the situation is on your side, Leonard." In the dense jungle outside of Atarkin, 200,000 Astanian warriors were headed to Halona, a city located north of Nakalub. "Why do I feel strangely unsettled?" Stephen furrowed his eyebrows, looking at the trees cautiously. After they split with the main force, he had a feeling that he was being watched, but he didn't discover anything unusual no matter how hard he looked. This strange sensation continued for the next few days, and the feeling intensified the closer they got to Halona. "Did someone discover my identity?" Thinking about this, he gripped the reins tightly. "Just a little bit more. Once we pass by this jungle, Harun's troops will destroy these guys." He had been secretly sending letters to Harun's military, informing them about the movements of Astania's troops. The last letter he sent was to inform Harun that a separate army was heading to Halona. Stephen was already imagining himself being rewarded handsomely for his efforts, which made him unable to contain his smile. "We are almost there." Ha ha ha. He could already see the end of the jungle, and he almost failed to hide his glee. "You seem to be in a good mood, Sir Stephen." An amused voice echoed behind him, startling him. Hearing the familiar voice, Stephen turned his head. "Your Highness? How? I mean, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be leading the battle in Atarkin?" He was stunned when he saw Leonard closely following him. Leonard's presence made him feel uneasy. The Crown Prince let out a playful smile. "Why? Does it bother you that I am here?" Stephen nervously chuckled. How could that be? I feel reassured that you are here." "Is that so?" Leonard sent him a mysterious look. "Shit, why is he here? I should run." He felt disturbed the more he thought about it. "Harun's troops are waiting beyond this jungle. As long as I can get there, everything will be over." After some hesitation, Stephen squeezed his legs, urging his horse to move a bit faster. Sir Stephen, slow down. Someone called out to him, but he didn't listen. In the next moment, he finally stepped out of the jungle. However, he saw something that made his face darken with trepidation. Beyond this jungle was the Great Canyon of Halona, and beneath this canyon was a shallow river connected to Lake Ventura, which surrounded the island city of Nakalub. The troops of Haroun should be waiting in this canyon, but what Stephen saw were their corpses strewn across the valley and down to the river. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and by the strong smell of blood in the air, it seemed like they had been dead for several hours. Who did this? Stephen's face turned pale with fright. Oh my, I forgot to tell you. A teasing voice suddenly echoed behind him. Hearing this voice, Stephen's heart dropped and his body turned stiff. He could hear the sound of a horse slowly approaching step by step. The Crown Prince stopped his horse beside Stephen's and spoke. A subordinate of mine discovered an unusual letter sent a few days ago. Do you know what was written there? Stephen trembled at his words. That letter? Is it the one I sent? There's no way. I don't know, Your Highness. He nervously responded. You don't. Leonard smiled faintly and took something out of his inner pocket. It was a folded letter with a coded message on it. With a glance, Stephen could tell that it was the letter he had secretly sent to Haroun. You seem to recognize this letter, Sir Stephen. That's weird. The Crown Prince's voice drifted into his ears. Stephen quickly shook his head while hiding his agitation. How could that be? You must be joking, Your Highness. I thought so too, but do you know what we found from those guys? Leonard asked as he pointed at the corpses. Stephen tried to hide his nervousness with a chuckle. Please tell me, Your Highness. Leonard stared deeply at him and said. One of them said that he was exchanging letters with one of Astania's military officers. I even got a name from his mouth. Hearing this, Stephen subconsciously reached for his sword. Who was he talking about? Leonard glanced at his hand and sent him a playful smile. I think it would be better if you hear it from his mouth. What? You left him alive? Your Highness, you are making a big mistake by keeping an enemy alive. What if he spouts lies to you? Stephen became more flustered. Leonard beckoned to the subordinates behind them and instructed, Bring the prisoner here. Yes, Your Highness. Stephen turned his head and watched them leave. He hoped that whoever was captured wasn't the same guy he was thinking about. What is the matter, Sir Stephen? Leonard asked, feigning concern. Stephen forced a smile while shaking his head. It's nothing, Your Highness. It's just that it's so hot today. That's not good. You should drink more water and keep yourself hydrated. Leonard suggested. Bullshit. Why would a transcendent knight fear dehydration? Stephen could tell that the Crown Prince was starting to suspect him. For him to get out of this tricky situation, he needed to be careful with what he said. I will follow Your Highness's advice. He nodded, faking a smile. A moment later, 2 cavalrymen returned. One of them was pulling a rope connected to a handcuffed prisoner. Stephen glanced at the prisoner with a horrified expression. It's him. Shit. Leonard saw the changes in his expression, but he acted like he didn't see anything and spoke to the prisoner. Tell us your name again. The prisoner lifted his head and replied with a shaking voice. I'm Ernan. Just then, he noticed the person next to Leonard and revealed an unusual expression. You are. His eyes suddenly flashed with hatred. Your Highness, that guy is unstable. We must kill him before he can harm someone. Stephen quickly interjected when Ernan was about to say something. Shuring, he unsheathed his sword and was about to make his move when Leonard raised his hand to stop him. Hold on. Did I tell you to do something? The previous warmth was gone and was replaced with a chilling voice. Stephen broke out in a cold sweat and hastily sheathed his sword. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Leonard pulled his eyes from him and turned his head to the prisoner, Ernan. Go ahead and speak. Ernan noticed the strange atmosphere between them and realized what was going on. He angrily pointed his fingers at Stephen and shouted, his face contorted with fury. You gave us false information and you want to kill me? You fucking bastard. I'm taking you down with me. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you trying to sow discord? Stephen blurted out, but enough. Leonard stared coldly at him. That is your last warning, Stephen. One more word from you, and I will have your tongue removed. Do you understand? Stephen gritted his teeth and nodded, his face gloomy. Ernan laughed mockingly. Look at you trying to save yourself. He then looked at Leonard and said, That is the bastard that I'm talking about. He is the fucking spy who sent that letter. That greedy wacko wants to become a bloody marquis in exchange for giving us information about you. The more he spoke, the darker Stephen's face had become. Shut up, you fucking bastard. Stephen snapped all of a sudden and pounced at Ernan while swinging his sword. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him and blocked his sword. Clang! You traitorous bastard! How dare you betray us, Stephen? Stephen frowned as he looked at the old warrior in front of him. Marquis Tyrone. He muttered coldly. Tyrone Agalsatar, the man known as the Crown Prince's right-hand man. Author's note. Check Chapter 180 in case you have forgotten this character. Don't you ever speak my name with that filthy mouth of yours. The old Marquis roared as he pushed Stephen back with a kick. Stephen snorted as he stabilized his foot on the ground. Since it has come to this, don't blame me for what I'm about to do. After saying these words, he jumped towards the Crown Prince. The old Marquis was stunned when he saw this. How dare you? Stephen ignored him and focused his attention on Leonard. Just as he was about to grab the Crown Prince, something unbelievable happened. The person whom he thought was just a powerless elite knight suddenly pulled his sword and slashed out at him. Whoosh! This aura. How is this possible? Stephen quickly blocked the sword. Clang! The force behind the attack sent him backward. With a stunned look, he muttered, Since when did you advance? Leonard ignored him and spoke in a chilling voice. Take him down, but don't kill him just yet. He must receive the kind of punishment that he deserves. As soon as his words fell, Marquis Tyrone together with a group of high-level warriors attacked Stephen. A battle broke out, but the commotion immediately died down. Stephen might be a skilled, transcendent knight, but against a group of veteran warriors led by multiple transcendent knights, he was quickly apprehended. The old Marquis tied his limbs using mithril chains before locking him inside a steel cage. That is where a traitor like you belongs. Tyrone spat out in a mocking voice. Stephen didn't even have the energy to retort. His face and body were covered in bruises from the amount of beating he had suffered. However, no one felt pity for him. After dealing with Stephen, Marquis Tyrone looked at the Crown Prince and asked, What should we do with the prisoner, Your Highness? Kill him and feed his corpse to our horses, Leonard responded indifferently. As you command. Marquis Tyrone bowed deeply. Meanwhile, Ernan was terrified by the Crown Prince's words. Hold on, this isn't what we agreed on. You promised that you would send me back to Haroun if I told you everything I know. The old Marquis sneered at him and gave him a solid punch to the face. Pack! So noisy. Ernan wanted to escape, but he couldn't even use his mana, so he could only watch as Tyrone stabbed his chest with a sword. Why you will face retry dash. Hernan's words were cut off as he died with his eyes wide open. Tyrone wiped off the blood on his sword using Hernan's clothes. He then ordered his subordinates. Feed his body to our meat-eating war horses. Yes, sir. Stephen, who was inside the steel cage, was terrified upon seeing this. He adjusted his posture and kneeled with a remorseful look. Your Highness, I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me. I promise to never betray you again. Please give me another chance. Tyrone was furious. You shameless bastard. Leonard didn't even bother to glance at him. Tell everyone to get ready. We are heading straight to Halona. Hearing this, the old Marquis nodded to acknowledge his command. I will deliver your Highness's instructions to the troops. Leonard waved his hand dismissively. Tyrone took this as his cue to leave, but before he left, he sent Stephen a throat-slitting gesture. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him commit suicide. He reminded the warriors guarding Stephen's steel cage. Yes, sir. 2 days later in Atarkan, the city has already fallen into the hands of Astanian troops. Hundreds of thousands of warriors fell in battle, and many city officials, as well as aristocrats, were killed. As for the civilians, they were held captive and were forced to stay in the inner ring of the city where a strict lockdown was imposed. To prevent them from gathering in large groups, multiple teams of warriors would roam around the streets, to observe their every move. At this moment, the military officers of the Astanian troops were gathered in a Tarkin city hall. Alaric stood on the second floor, observing the crowd beneath him. Suddenly, Aldrin, whose arm had been bandaged, approached him and whispered, "Your Highness, everyone has been accounted for." Hearing this, Alaric nodded his head. "Let's begin." He spoke to Giovanni, who was standing next to him. "All right," Giovanni responded. Alaric took a deep breath and used mana to make his voice travel to the entirety of the building. "Attention!" The crowd quieted down and looked up, waiting for him to speak. After getting their attention, Alaric cleared his throat and began his speech. "We have completed the first step of our plan, and this is all thanks to you." This wasn't his first time giving an impromptu speech, so Alaric managed to remain composed in front of the crowd. He congratulated everyone on the victory and expressed his sorrow for the soldiers who had been killed in the battle. Everyone felt mixed emotions as they listened to his speech. By now, the Crown Prince's troops should be heading to Helona. That city is just as powerful as a Tarkin, but I am confident that they will be victorious. When he said this statement, no one disagreed. "Now, we will divide our forces into two." Alaric took a short pause upon mentioning this. "One will stay here to defend the city, and the other group will follow me to our next target, Midgard. Midgard has a smaller land size compared to a Tarkin, but the population of the city was almost double that of the latter. This was because Midgard was a mining city that housed more than 2 million miners, which was about 70% of the entire city's population. Midgard also held significant importance to Harun, so it was protected by an army of more than 200,000 warriors. The city's army was also more united since half of them were controlled by one man, a transcendent knight named Loras Marchand. Author's note: Loras was the transcendent knight who had fought with Marco Herald during the battle in Acklam Pass. See Chapter 381 for reference. Loras was a former decorated general and a high-ranking noble, but due to a conflict with the imperial family, he was reduced to a commoner and was forced to guard Midgard. "Your Highness, how many warriors will be heading to Midgard?" someone from the crowd asked. Alaric stared deeply at the man and replied, "Midgard's military is a lot stronger than a Tarkin, and they're also more united, so I will bring 300,000 warriors with me. The rest will stay here and defend a Tarkin." Hearing this, there was a commotion among the military officers. Some of them thought that 300,000 warriors wouldn't be enough to besiege Midgard. Others expressed their concern about leaving a Tarkin with just 100,000 warriors. "Silence!" Alaric shouted with authority. Everyone immediately shut their mouths. "I understand your concerns, but you can rest assured. I have full confidence in our victory." His confident voice resounded across the building. Alaric wasn't just saying this to make them feel relieved. There was a reason why he could speak with such confidence. This was because one of the Venerables would be following them to Midgard. "Lord Ignatius will be taking command of the army," Alaric announced with a faint smile. As soon as he said this, the military officers gasped in surprise. They all thought that the Venerables wouldn't intervene in the battle and would only act when Harun's Venerables came. Alaric took a step back and looked at Ignatius, who was hidden in the background. The four-ringed beast soul Grandmaster revealed himself and calmly walked towards the stage. "Your Highnesses," he gave the two princes a respectful nod before he looked at the gathered crowd. "Warriors of Astania, are you ready to march with me to Midgard?" There was no speech or any fancy words, but with his presence alone, everyone's morale skyrocketed. "We are ready. We will follow you, my lord." Hearing their loud cheers, Ignatius smiled faintly. "I will announce the troops that will be following us to Midgard. To those that will be mentioned, prepare immediately, for we will be departing tomorrow before sunrise." A series of names was announced. Those who were called were excited, and those who weren't felt a bit disappointed. "Begin your preparations." Ignatius turned around after giving this instruction. The military officers left the city hall to deliver the news to their troops. Soon, only Alaric and a few others were left in the city hall. "Your Highnesses, are you two following me to Midgard?" Ignatius sent the two princes a deep look. "Of course. How could I miss this chance? Besides, I heard that among the troops stationed in Midgard, There are survivors from the recent battle in Ackland Pass. Giovanni snorted. Alaric narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Pardon my insolence, your highnesses, but is that guy really there? Marco walked towards them with a cold expression. During the battle in Ackland Pass, he fought tooth and nail with Loras Marchon. He had almost died at that time, and he was only lucky enough to survive after being saved by Alaric. He hoped to face Loras once more and defeat him. Lord Marco, are you thinking of fighting that man again? Alaric frowned. Your Highness, please give me this opportunity. I feel that I would advance significantly if I went against him. Marco bowed his head. Facing his request, Alaric fell into a dilemma. Marco might appear fine on the surface, but there could be hidden complications in his body that he didn't mention. Alaric didn't want him to fight a warrior like Loras in that kind of condition. However, he also couldn't bring himself to reject Marco. This might be Marco's chance to step to another level. What should I say? Alaric pondered deeply. He sent Giovanni a look hoping to hear some kind of advice from him, but the latter turned away, clearly with no intentions of intervening with the situation. This guy, Alaric, was exasperated. Looking at Marco's hopeful face, he took a deep breath and said, Lord Marco, I'm sure you know that Loras is no ordinary transcendent knight. Fighting him could be dangerous even for you. Are you sure about this? Marco nodded with determination. I have thought it through, Your Highness. No matter the results, I will accept it even if I end up dying. Hearing this, Alaric sighed helplessly. You shouldn't say that, Lord Marco. We won't let that happen. Since you have already decided, I won't stop you anymore. You have my approval, and I'm sure Lord Ignatius is the same. Ignatius nodded in agreement. If you think that is an opportunity to overcome your limitations, then you have my full support. Marco was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you for your trust. I will not disappoint you. Alaric said a few more words of encouragement to Marco. Your Highnesses, my lord, I will take my leave first. I want to make some preparations before our departure. All right, you may go. After bidding them farewell, Marco left the city hall. Do you think he can advance to the next realm? Giovanni suddenly asked. Alaric raised an eyebrow and shook his head. It's hard to say. Even Lord Kristen, the undisputed rank 1 in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, failed to become a mythical knight, but who knows? Maybe Lord Marco will give us a surprise. Alaric smiled faintly. He could see everyone's EXP through his appraisal trait, so he could tell if someone was about to advance. In Marco's case, he was still quite a distance from it, so it was unlikely for him to become a mythical knight soon. Among the people he had encountered, only a few were on the verge of stepping into this fabled realm. One of them was Kristen Evander, the commander of the Griffin Knights Order. Giovanni was dissatisfied with his response, so he turned his head to Ignatius. What do you think, Lord Ignatius? Ignatius smiled faintly and replied, Marco definitely has the potential to become a mythical knight, but I think that he still needs more time. Stepping into this realm is far more difficult than one could imagine. Just having a large amount of mana isn't enough. You need to have the right mental fortitude and sufficient talent to advance to this level. Giovanni furrowed his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. Alaric placed his hand on Giovanni's shoulder and chuckled in a teasing voice. You are still far from it. I might even advance before you do. Hearing this, Giovanni pushed him back and snorted. We'll see about that. Alaric shrugged. He then cupped his fist to Ignatius and bid him farewell. I'll be taking my leave first. He waved at Giovanni and left with his subordinates. Meanwhile, Giovanni stared at his back and mumbled with a chuckle. That arrogant prick. My lord, I must go now. Just call me if you need anything. He nodded to Ignatius. Go ahead. Ignatius waved his hand with an amused smile. A few miles from Helona, Laynard's troops stopped to set up camp. The crown prince was speaking with his subordinates when a messenger bird suddenly flew towards him. You may leave. He dismissed his subordinates. After they left, he took the letter and opened it. This, Laynard revealed a knowing smile. They thought that we fell into their elaborate trap. How funny. The letter was from a scout unit he sent to Midgard, and it mentioned a shocking piece of information. An enemy venerable was stationed in the mining city Leonard had a hunch that the enemy venerables were not in Nakalub, and it was just a ruse to confuse them. It seems like they have a strategist on their side. A mocking look flashed in his eyes. Lord Dominic. He called out. Whoosh. A figure appeared next to him. I'm here, Your Highness. My subordinates confirmed it. There is a venerable stationed in Midgard. This means that there's a high chance that one is stationed in Halona too. Hearing this, Dominic didn't give much of a reaction. He looked at the Crown Prince and asked, I see. Aren't you worried about them? Leonard knew who he was talking about. He shook his head and let out a smile. Lord Ignatius is with them. Why should I be worried? Besides, Lord Kristen and his Griffin Knights Order are also with them. That's true. Dominic laughed. Leonard's face suddenly turned serious as he spoke. We will proceed according to plan. I will send Lord Lucas to cause a commotion. Once he draws out their venerable, that's when we will strike. Dominic cupped his fist respectfully. I will follow your arrangement. He didn't mind listening to the Crown Prince's orders. Although he had stronger martial power, he didn't have Leonard's military tactics. Leonard stared at the distant city with narrowed eyes. Tomorrow, Halona will fall into our hands. The next day, in Atarkan, 300,000 warriors left the city under the lead of Ignatius. On the surface, it was Alaric and Giovanni leading the troops. They had deliberately made this arrangement to confuse the enemies and also to check if there were still spies in their midst. Midgard was quite a distance from Atarkan, and with the size of their army, it would take them more than a week to get there. For this trip, everyone prepared rations and supplies enough to last them for a month. 4 days into their trip to Midgard, the army set up camp between a hill and a river. This river was connected to Lake Ventura, and due to its unique location and natural environment, the water from the river was drinkable. They chose to camp here for this very reason. At this moment, Alaric was cleaning his swords with a cloth when he noticed someone approaching him. Your Highness, a letter from our scouts. It was Aldrin riding on his horse towards Alaric. The second he arrived in front of Alaric, he jumped off his horse and handed him a sealed letter. Alaric gently put down his swords before he took the letter from him. Based on the special markings, the letter indeed came from their scouts. Written in the letter was a coded message that only Alaric and a few people from House Silversword could understand. A tunnel? Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. The letter mentioned the discovery of a tunnel, and according to the scouts, there was a high chance that it was a shortcut that led directly to Midgard. If that were true, they could save a few days of travel if they were to make use of the tunnel. However, Alaric felt that something was suspicious about this. What happened? What was written in there? Asked Giovanni, who was seated on a log next to him. He felt curious when he saw the change in Alaric's expression. Before responding, Alaric waved to Aldrin, motioning for him to leave. The latter understood his intentions and immediately left after giving the two princes a deep bow. After he left, Alaric burned the letter and said, Our scouts discovered a tunnel that they believe is connected directly to Midgard. Giovanni raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? If what they said is true, then we can save a few days of time. Alaric shook his head. I feel like it's too coincidental. Why would they make a tunnel that is directly connected to their city? Don't you think it's suspicious? It's like they want us to enter the tunnel. Hearing his words, Giovanni frowned. Now that you mention it, it's indeed sketchy. Maybe they're trying to lure us into the tunnel, and when our army is inside, they will bury us all. He exclaimed at his own conjecture. Alaric stared at him in surprise. Since when were you this smart? With a furious look, Giovanni grabbed a stone from beneath his feet and threatened to throw it at him. Say that again. Alaric ignored him and rose to his feet. I think you're right about it. They must have prepared that tunnel for invaders or looters. Hearing this, Giovanni let out a smug smile. Those idiots. Did they think that we would fall for their tricks? Suddenly, Alaric thought of something and revealed a cunning smile. Hold on. I have a plan. Giovanni sent him a questioning look. All right, let's hear it. Alaric grinned and beckoned to him. Follow me to look for Lord Ignatius. You two can hear it together. Giovanni was a bit displeased, but he still followed Alaric. Fine. A moment later, they found Ignatius in his tent, getting some shut-eye. With Ignatius's powerful perception, He immediately sensed their presence, even though he was asleep. He opened his eyes, stepped out of his tent, and gave them a deep look. What happened? Why did you two come to see me? Alaric told him about the scout's report, and he also told Ignatius about his suspicions. A tunnel that directly leads to Midgard. That is indeed suspicious. No sane official would agree to build something like that, unless there is something wrong with that tunnel. Ignatius rubbed his chin thoughtfully. My lord, we could make use of that tunnel to... Alaric told them about his plan. Ignatius was initially disinterested, but when he heard his plan, his eyes flashed with approval. Not bad. We can do that. Giovanni was also impressed and sent him a thumbs up. You are indeed my cousin. We will make them think that we entered the tunnel, and then... Alaric explained the next steps of his plan. Meanwhile, in a fort inside Midgard, tens of thousands of warriors could be seen doing their military drills. The person monitoring their activity was a tall and muscular man with long, wavy black hair. Stab! He shouted with authority. As soon as his words fell, the warriors on the drill ground stabbed out their spears in unison. Their synchronized movement created a snapping sound in the air. Pull! Stab! The man repeated the commands over and over again, but no one emitted a word of complaint. This continued until a messenger came and rushed to the man's side to report something. Commander, our scouts spotted enemy troops heading to the tunnel. Hearing this, the man frowned and muttered. So they have come. Tell our scouts to continue monitoring their movements. If they enter the tunnel, his eyes suddenly turned cold as he muttered. Bury them all at once. The messenger took a deep breath as he nodded. Yes, sir. I will deliver your words to the scouts. Loras dismissed the messenger with a wave of his hand. I haven't gotten word from a Tarkin for a while now. Had it fallen into the enemy's hands? Thinking about this, he narrowed his eyes. Since they had gotten word that Astanian troops were heading to Harun, he couldn't get a proper sleep. He still hadn't forgotten how they had been defeated in Ackland Pass. They only managed to occupy a few small villages and cities, but they were quickly driven out when Astanian reinforcements arrived. What made him more furious was how his comrades unjustly died because of Lemuel's stupid decisions. Author's note: Lemuel is the old strategist who participated in the Battle of Ackland Pass. Lemuel, that goddamn bastard. I will find a way to kill him soon. Because of their defeat, Lemuel also received severe punishment. He was stripped of his noble title and was banished to Helona. Loras had been thinking of ways to kill the old man, but Lemuel had hidden himself, well, so he couldn't find the chance to eliminate him. He shook off his thoughts and looked at the warriors before him. Attention! He shouted. The warriors immediately lowered their spears and looked at him with straight faces. My brothers, Astanian troops are heading to Midgard as we speak. Their numbers are reported to be 300,000. Are you afraid? No, sir. Their resounding response echoed across the city. Loras nodded in satisfaction. Make your preparations. We are heading into battle soon. Yes, sir. The next day, Alaric stared at the collapsing tunnel with an unreadable expression. Now, let's see how they will respond. He mumbled. He turned around and nodded to Ignatius. My lord, everything is going according to plan. Any minute now, the enemies should receive the report about the collapse of the tunnel. Once they send their troops to check the situation, it is time for us to strike. Ignatius nodded. You have done well, your highness. Leave the rest to me. Alaric cupped his fist. Yes, my lord. Now, what they needed to do was wait for the troops of Midgard to take the bait. They would then attack them from 3 directions and sandwich their troops. When evening came, Midgard's troops finally appeared to check the situation. Alaric, who was hiding in the bushes with his troops, felt the ground tremble as the enemy troops headed to the collapsed tunnel. Squinting his eyes, he roughly estimated the number of enemies. There are only about 100,000 of them. They must have left half of their troops in the city, but that is a big mistake. Thinking about this, he sent a hand signal to the archer behind him. The archer nodded and lit the tip of his arrow before sending it flying into the air. Bang! The arrow exploded as soon as it reached its peak. In the next moment, Alaric unsheathed his swords and squeezed his legs. Charge with me. For Astania. Kill them all. Their sudden roar caught the enemy by surprise, which caused confusion in their formation. Meanwhile, Giovanni and Ignatius, who were hidden in separate locations, also led their troops to charge at the enemies. With 3 armies attacking them from different directions, Harun's troops fell into disarray. However, something unexpected happened. An army that numbered over 100,000 rushed out from another direction. I knew something was up. Do you think I would be stupid enough to fall for your tricks? Loras bellowed as he led his troops to join the battle. Soon, the sounds of weapons clashing echoed. Alaric frowned when he noticed them rushing towards the rear side of Giovanni's troops. My dear cousin, just try to hold out for a while. Do not falter. We will claim victory tonight, he shouted to the surprised troops. His words ignited everyone's morale. I need to destroy these people quickly so I can go and help Giovanni. Alaric raised a sword and shouted, Undaunted heavy cavalry, stay close to me. We must crush them. We obey your command. Upon hearing his call, 100-man cavalry unit dressed in heavy steel armor came rushing towards him. Author's note. For reference, check chapter 398. Leading them was a transcendent knight wearing a horned helmet. He wielded a sword in his right hand and a rectangular steel shield on his left. With a heavy cavalry unit by his side, Alaric charged into the enemy lines, tearing through everything in his path. His swords moved like a blur, cutting the enemy's bodies into pieces. Stop them! An enemy officer shouted in an attempt to contain the situation. As his words fell, thousands of Midgard troops rushed over, brandishing their weapons at Alaric and the heavy cavalry unit. Seeing this, the commander of the undaunted heavy cavalry, Einar Baristane, shouted to his subordinates, Protect His Highness! The heavy cavalry unit quickly responded to his command. They gathered towards Alaric, protecting him from all sides. In the next moment, the enemy warriors struck them hard, but the heavy cavalry unit's formation didn't even budge. They were like an immovable fortress, durable and strong. How is this possible? We can't break their formation. The enemies were left stunned when they realized they couldn't penetrate the defenses of the heavy cavalry unit. There are only 100 of them. Gang up on them. The enemy military officer shouted ferociously. More enemies charged towards Alaric's group, rushing fearlessly like rabid beasts. However, the undaunted heavy cavalry didn't even flinch despite being surrounded from all directions. They brute forced their way and penetrated through the enemy's formation with unstoppable momentum. At this moment, Alaric took a deep breath and shouted with a fierce look, Open a path for me. The members of the undaunted heavy cavalry opened a small gap in front, just enough for him to pass through. Alaric didn't waste any time and rushed out. Hold your ground and kill as many enemies as you can. He roared as soon as he stepped out of their protection. Like a tiger out of its cage, Alaric brandished his swords wildly, leaving a string of corpses in his wake. No one could stop him, not even the military officers of Midgard. Just then, 2 transcendent knights led hundreds of troops to attack him. Their battle cries echoed with intense fury. Alaric narrowed his eyes and gripped his swords tightly. It's time to get serious. He used the dual sword technique he had mastered, which was strengthened by his mana. With every strike of his swords, he froze the air, which significantly decreased his enemy's mobility. Ah, my arm. No, wait. Don't key dash. The screams of his enemies drifted into his ears, but Alaric felt no remorse for them. With an indifferent expression, he cut them down. After half an hour of intense battle, thousands of enemies fell. Alaric didn't know how many people died at his hands. His swords, his armor, and even his mount were drenched in blood. It looked as if he had come out of a mountain of corpses. I'm drenched. He frowned and used his mana to remove the filth that clung to his skin. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by countless corpses. The warriors of the undaunted heavy cavalry were close by, trying to catch their breath after that intense battle. How is everyone doing? Alaric asked as he looked at Einar. Einar sheathed his sword and took off his helmet. He then wiped off the blood on his face as he replied, Aside from a few injuries, everyone is all right, Your Highness. Alaric nodded. Prepare yourselves. That was just the beginning. Your servant understands. Meanwhile, on Giovanni's side, things are different. Your Highness, the rear units are requesting support. An urgent voice drifted into Giovanni's ears. This is bad. The situation has become unfavorable for my troops. Gritting his teeth, Giovanni tried to come up with a solution, but he couldn't focus his mind due to the overwhelming number of enemies. Your Highness, leave it to me. Just give me 5,000 warriors. Hearing this, he lifted an eyebrow and looked at Derek, the former dragon guard who was now working for him. Author's note: in case you have forgotten this character, see chapter 336 for reference. Can you do it? Giovanni asked skeptically. He felt that 5,000 warriors wouldn't be enough to stop the rampaging troops led by Loras himself. Derek nodded with a gloomy smile. I will try my best, Your Highness. Giovanni hesitated for a moment before he gave his approval. All right, you have my permission, but you must come back alive. I can't have you dying here, Derek. Derek grinned at him. You must be careful too, Your Highness. You now have a wife waiting for you at home. Hearing this, Giovanni chuckled dryly. Fuck off. Derek no longer wasted his time. He cupped his fists and left with his subordinates. After his group left, the pressure on Giovanni's troops increased. Hold your ground. Don't let them push you back, he shouted. His words didn't have much of an impact since everyone was busy trying to survive. The situation here is still manageable. I hope the rear units can hold up for a while. Otherwise, the whole army will collapse. Derek brought 5,000 warriors to support the rear units, but by the time he arrived, he found out that half of the rear units had already perished. The remaining half were struggling to survive. Knowing that the situation was dire, Derek unhesitatingly charged towards the enemies as he roared. Half of you follow me. The rest will create a barrier using the corpses. We must use every means necessary to slow them down. Hearing his words, his troops immediately divided into two groups. One followed him into the battle, while the other group jumped off their horses to build a wall using the scattered corpses. The arrival of Derek's troops gave the rear units some room to breathe. However, this didn't last for long. There are too many of them. That Loras guy hasn't even stepped in, but we are already being pushed back. Derek was starting to get exhausted as the battle continued. The troops he brought were also running out of stamina. Sir, we cannot hold them back anymore. We must retreat. One of his subordinates shouted anxiously. Hearing this, Derek shook his head, his face unsightly. Not yet. If they retreated now, Loras's troops would breach their formation. If that happens, Giovanni's army would collapse. We must hold on until the barricade has been made. He shouted to the troops. Although they were exhausted, the rear troops accepted the command. They also knew that defeat would follow if they allowed the enemies to advance. A bitter struggle followed. The rear units, which were composed of more than 20,000 soldiers, were quickly reduced to 3,000. It was a one-sided slaughter. Even the troops that Derek brought with him were helpless, and a huge portion of them had already died. Those who had survived were covered in injuries, and they looked like they would collapse at any moment. Looking at the remaining troops, Derek gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone retreat to the barricades. Quick!" Hearing this, everyone abandoned their opponents and retreated with haste. On their way to the barricades, close to 1,000 of them had fallen. Meanwhile, Loras's troops were still going strong and showed no signs of losing momentum. Derek watched the approaching enemies with an exhausted look. The barricades wouldn't be able to stop them for long. At most, we can only hold them back for another half an hour. By then, what's left of us will be decimated. At this moment, the enemies had already reached the first line of barricades. The barricades were just walls of corpses. They could slow down the average horses, but the well-trained war horses could simply jump over them. Sir, they are about to reach the second defensive line. Derek revealed a bitter smile. I overestimated the barricades. We might not even last a quarter of an hour. Just as he was about to give his command, he suddenly heard the fearsome battle cries from their right side. HM. This sound comes from Lord Ignatius's side. Are reinforcements coming? A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The enemies were also startled by the battle cries. Their reaction confirmed Derek's guess. Reinforcements are here. Lift your heads. We can survive this battle. He roared with rising vigor. The surviving rear units felt invigorated. A sudden surge of strength coursed through their bodies. A moment later, thousands of arrows fell from the sky, piercing through the bodies of the approaching enemy soldiers. Lifting his head, Derek saw a large group of beasts flying overhead. It's the Griffin Knight's order. Feeling excited, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. It's them. The Griffin Knight's order is here. We are saved. About 1,000 members of the Griffin Knight's order came to their rescue. Moreover, the person leading them was Kristen Evander himself. It looks like we came too late. Kristen Evander mumbled in a gloomy voice as his griffin landed in front of Derek. The former dragon guard hung his head low at his words. It's my fault. Kristen sighed emotionally. Don't blame yourself, Derek. We didn't anticipate this coming. You should get some rest. Leave the rest to us. Derek shook his head. We can still fight. We will stay here and support the Griffin Knight's order. Seeing his determination, Kristen no longer insisted. All right, but don't overdo yourself. After saying those words, he pulled the reins and urged his griffin to soar to the sky. Whoosh! Under Kristen's leadership, the Griffin Knights order launched a fierce offensive against Loras's troops. They threw javelins and rained arrows upon the enemy soldiers. Loras's troops were helpless against them, which resulted in a high number of casualties on their side. 20 minutes in, more than 10,000 warriors had been killed. It was a massacre. However, the Griffin Knights order ran out of arrows and javelins, so they were forced to fight in melee combat. Kristen led his troops into a brutal battle, and they killed another 5,000 warriors in half an hour. They were dominating the battlefield until something happened. Loras revealed himself and led his troops into a ruthless counterattack. They were fearless and unrelenting. Even with many of them dying, they refused to back down. These relentless bastards. Do they not fear death? Kristen was starting to get annoyed. Griffin Knight's order, heed my command. Follow me to kill their commander. He roared, the veins on his face protruding. Loras was the greatest threat to them, so he must be killed first. The Griffin Knight's order moved according to his command. They urged their griffins to attack Loras. Roar! Roar! The furious roars of the griffins echoed, instilling fear into Loras's troops. Do not waver. I am here. Raise your weapons and strike those beasts. As long as they bleed, we can kill them. Loras's voice suddenly boomed, uplifting the morale of his troops. Those beasts aren't immortals. Stab them, and they will die. Kill them all. A fierce battle followed. The Griffin Knights order held the upper hand at the first clash. The griffins were heavily armored, so Loras's troops couldn't easily wound them. The beasts tore through the flesh of the warriors, displaying their innately cruel nature. Despite the overwhelming difference in power, Loras's troops didn't retreat. They persistently fought back, completely unafraid of death. Some unlucky warriors of the Griffin Knights order were killed under their suicidal attacks, and the number of casualties on their side increased as the battle progressed. Kristen noticed that his subordinates and the griffins were running out of energy. This is bad. There are too many of them. Griffin Knights order, we are retreating temporarily. He shouted. Loras's troops cheered when they saw the formidable Griffin Knights order retreating. Don't celebrate just yet. The situation is still dire. We need to help the troops trapped in their encirclement. Loras shouted in a booming voice. In that clash against the Griffin Knights order, he had lost thousands of his men. On the other hand, the opposing side lost fewer than 100 Griffin Knights. It seems like I have to reveal my card now. He also had a specially trained unit composed of only the best warriors under his command, the Savage Tiger Battalion. This unit had 1,000 warriors, the weakest of whom were knights. It was also commanded by 5 Transcendent Knights. Thinking about this, Loras took a deep breath and beckoned to his deputy, a rough-looking middle-aged man with thick sideburns. What are your orders, sir? The deputy saluted respectfully. Summon the Savage Tiger Battalion. We need them now. Loras spoke with a stern look. Hearing this, the deputy furrowed his eyebrows. Loras had been preserving the strength of the Savage Tiger Battalion, and he only intended to use them during the final clash with the enemies. Sending them now was premature, but the deputy didn't dare oppose the command when he saw Loras's dark expression. "I will get them for you, sir." Loras waved his hand, indicating that he should leave. Seeing this, the deputy didn't linger and left right away. Loras turned his head and looked at the enemies who were behind the barricades of corpses. When will Lord Rudner join the battle? If he had joined earlier, we wouldn't have lost so many soldiers. He was dissatisfied with the inaction of the venerable stationed in Midgard. While he was waiting for the Savage Tiger Battalion, the members of the Griffin Knights Order were catching their breath behind the barricades. "Sir, we lost 78 warriors and 31 griffins." A report came to Kristen Evander, which made his face turn unsightly. To think that we would actually lose so many warriors against those crazy men. I have underestimated them. Kristen muttered gloomily. Derek, whose body was covered in bandages, walked towards him and reported what he had seen. "Sir, there are no movements on the enemy's side. They suddenly stopped advancing as if they were waiting for something." Kristen frowned upon hearing this. "They were so ruthless earlier when they fought us. Why did they stop now?" He couldn't understand the sudden change in the situation. He felt like Loras was preparing for something big. "Keep an eye on them and report to me immediately if you see any signs of enemy movement," Kristen instructed. "Yes, sir." Derek nodded, turned around, and left to deliver his instructions to the troops. In the next half an hour, both sides seemed to have tacitly agreed not to send any troops. This gave everyone enough time to rest. However, this didn't last for long. After about 40 minutes, the ground suddenly trembled. "Sir, the enemies are advancing," a warrior anxiously shouted to Kristen. They finally ran out of patience. Kristen snorted. He jumped onto his griffin and roared to his men. "Griffin Knights, we have rested enough. It's time to finish this battle." "Yes, sir." In the next moment, the Griffin Knights Order followed Kristen as they charged towards the approaching army. Something is different about this army." Kristen frowned. The advancing enemies only numbered about 1,000, but their aura was more intense compared to the tens of thousands of warriors they had fought earlier. "Sir, I think that is the Savage Tiger Battalion," one of his subordinates exclaimed. Everyone's faces became serious. The Savage Tiger Battalion was considered one of the strongest units of Harun. Although it wasn't directly under the control of their imperial family, it was strong enough to compete with the Imperial Guards. Each member of the Savage Tiger Battalion rode a wild beast called the Red-Striped Tiger, which was classified as fatal grade beasts at juvenile stages and disaster grade during adulthood. Shockingly, all of them were riding adult red-striped tigers. These beasts might be smaller than griffins, but they were more ferocious and brutal. "Don't be afraid. We are having tiger meat after this battle," shouted Kristen as he brandished a lance that was almost twice as long as his body. He urged his griffin to move faster while channeling his mana into his lance. After gaining enough momentum, he swung his lance with heavy force. Whoosh! The Griffin Knight's Order is more formidable. He roared with a ferocious look on his face. Bang! With one swing, multiple enemies were sent flying, their bodies torn apart by the sharp winds. He didn't stop there. He poured more mana into his lance and delivered another swing. Whoosh! This time, he killed more than 10 riders with one move. Mind you, the warriors he killed weren't ordinary men. They are members of the Savage Tiger Battalion. However, his slaughter was put to a stop when one man arrived. "I will be your opponent." Loras, who was wielding a massive warhammer, appeared out of nowhere. He raised his warhammer and swung it down hard. Seeing this, Kristen snorted and lifted his lance, clearly unafraid of exchanging blows. Clang! A powerful shockwave erupted as soon as their weapons collided. Kristen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man before him. So this is Loras Marchon. This guy is more powerful than I thought. He had great confidence in his strength, but he realized that this man was just as strong as he was. "You must be Kristen Evander, the commander of the Griffin Knights Order." Loras glared coldly at him. Kristen didn't respond and just pushed him back by exerting more strength on his lance. Loras grunted and squeezed his legs tightly to prevent himself from falling off his mount. In that clash, he found out that Kristen was stronger than him by a small margin. It might look like they were equal in strength, but it was only because his war hammer was heavier. Fighting this old man will be tricky. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Old man, your subordinates are already tired from the battle earlier. You will not win against my savage tiger battalion. Loras didn't want to use this kind of cheap method, but provoking Kristen was the only way he could think to make the old man reveal his weakness. Shut your damn mouth. Kristen roared furiously as he swung his lance. The force behind his attack was so powerful that it sent sharp winds that could slice through even rocks. Loras covered his body with mana to protect himself from the sharp winds. Bang! He managed to block the old man's lance, but his mount's armor received heavy damage. Try running that mouth again and see what happens. Kristen's cold voice drifted into his ears. This old fogey is more irritable than I expected. A moment later, the two clashed once more. Bang! Bang! They were so powerful that no one dared to get close to them. Everyone was afraid to get involved in their fight. While the two heavyweights were fighting, the battle between the Savage Tiger Battalion and the Griffin Knights Order was becoming increasingly violent. Meanwhile, Alaric and the undaunted heavy cavalry had already headed deeper into the enemy's formation. They were surrounded by enemies on all sides, so they weren't afraid to unleash chaos everywhere. They wildly swung their weapons without care for whoever they cut down. Your Highness, everyone is showing signs of exhaustion. We have to regroup with our troops while we still have the energy to move. Einar Barristain spoke in an urgent tone. Alaric shook his head and responded with a faint smile. You have nothing to worry about, Sir Einar. We didn't come here alone. Our people should be here any time now. Einar raised an eyebrow. He looked around, but due to the chaotic situation, he didn't discover anything. Despite his doubt, he chose to trust Alaric. Your servant understands. As the battle progressed, the defensive formation of the undaunted heavy cavalry showed signs of weakening. Just when they were about to collapse, they suddenly saw something astonishing. The Midgard troops that had surrounded them were pushed back by another army. Kill them all. Don't spare a single soul. A roar echoed. It's Sir Galliner. Our reinforcements are here. The members of the undaunted heavy cavalry cheered when they heard the familiar voice. In the next moment, Galliner appeared and bulldozed his way into the enemy encirclement. He was like an unstoppable beast, fearless and ferocious. With every swing of his sword, multiple enemies would perish. The people who came with him were also the top fighters of House Silversword. Sikis, Azazel, Fredrin, and many others had come. They displayed their overwhelming strength, demolishing the enemies with their raw power. Alaric smiled upon seeing their unrivaled presence. He raised his sword and bellowed, Warriors of House Silversword, let's end this battle. The arrival of House Silversword's top warriors broke the balance. They unleashed unstoppable carnage on Midgard's troops. They were like a group of monsters freed from their shackles, ruthless and invincible. Screams of terror and despair echoed as soon as they arrived. Help me. Stop. I surrender. No, not my leg. Alaric didn't even have to do anything. He just watched as his subordinates slaughtered everyone in sight. No one could put a stop to this unbridled massacre. Some enemy transcendent knights tried to fend them off to give their comrades time to escape, but even warriors at their level couldn't hope to contend against these highly skilled men. It's a one-sided massacre. So this is the strength of House Silversword. Marco Harold watched the scene unfold with a look of surprise and amazement. He came here with the rest of the high-ranking warriors of Astania to offer support, but he realized that their presence wasn't even needed. I made the right choice to follow His Highness, mumbled Michelle Catherine Jimena, the Viscountess and the head of House Jimena of Birmingham Island. Author's note: if you forgot this character, see Chapter 348 for reference. When the imperial family was drafting soldiers for this expedition, she volunteered to join them. She even brought the elites of House Jimena to gain merits and increase her house's influence. You certainly did, my lady. A Western region aristocrat nodded in agreement. While the others were standing there stupefied, the battle was slowly drawing to a close. Midgard's remaining troops broke through the encirclement and regrouped with Loras's army. "Don't let them get away. Chase them," Galliner shouted as he led the troops to chase the escaping enemy soldiers. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of them. Bang! Galliner frowned as he looked at the man who had appeared out of nowhere. He was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a scar on his lips. He had short curly hair and a pair of obsidian eyes. His facial features looked ordinary, but the aura he exuded overwhelmed everyone around him. Galliner raised his fist, signaling his troops to stop. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. This aura. He is a mythical knight. He had faced several mythical knights, so he was familiar with their special aura. It wasn't just him. Sekus, Azazel, and the others could sense it too. "Surrender, and I will spare your lives." The middle-aged man spoke with a cold look. "You want us to surrender? Look around you. Can't you see what's happening?" A mocking voice drifted into everyone's ears. Another person descended from the sky. His entire body was covered in flames, and he landed in a much more domineering manner. "Lord Ignatius!" Astania's troops exclaimed in relief upon seeing this man. Ignatius waved at them and said, "Leave this man to me. You guys go and take care of the rest." "Do you think I will allow you to leave?" The dark-skinned, middle-aged man roared, his aura overflowing like a volcano about to erupt. Ignatius snorted and stomped his foot, releasing his aura to contend with the man. "Try stopping them." The collision of their auras almost forced everyone to kneel. "What are you guys waiting for? Go!" Ignatius urged them with a stern look. Hearing this, they no longer hesitated. Alaric stepped forward and raised a sword into the air. "Everyone, follow me to destroy the enemies. For Astania! For Astania!" Everyone echoed his words. In the next moment, Alaric led the army to chase after the retreating enemies. Before leaving, he took a glance at the dark-skinned, middle-aged man and used his appraisal on him. Rudner Crestor, Mythical Knight, EXP, 1998/10,000. Potential S. Traits, Spear Mastery, SS. Close Combat, SS. Pain Tolerance, S. Horseback Ridings. Strength, 699. Stamina, 646. Agility, 707. Vitality, 619. Endurance, 624. Mana, 635. "Please win this fight, Lord Ignatius." Alaric prayed for his victory before pulling his gaze away. Rudner furrowed his eyebrows as he watched them leave. "I must keep them here." He channeled mana into his spear and was about to rush out when he saw a large fireball coming towards him. HM. Seeing this, he instinctively brandished his spear to deflect the fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded into the air and created an earth-shattering explosion. Rudner turned his head, his face unsightly. "Ignatius Firecrest, it has been decades since we last met. I thought we would never see each other again. Rudner, you haven't changed. You are still the same grumpy old man that you were before." Ignatius responded in a mocking tone. "Shut your damn mouth and get out of my way." Rudner snorted as he pounced towards Ignatius while swinging his spear. Whoosh! Ignatius clicked his tongue. He raised his hand and summoned a burst of flame. Bang! Rudner cut through his flames with a swipe of his spear. He then pushed his spear forward, letting loose a fearsome wave of energy. Ignatius finally became serious when he saw Rudner using his weapon's engraved ability. "You're not the only one who can wield a spear," he mumbled as he created a burning spear using his mana. In the next moment, the two venerables clashed. Boom! Sparks and bursts of flame flew in all directions every time their weapons collided. When viewed from above, it looked like someone had lit up a fireworks display. "For how long can you control the flame spear?" Rudner sneered as he sent his opponent a provoking look. "Long enough to kill you." Ignatius responded with a disdainful smile. Furious, Rudner stimulated his energy core and delivered a series of powerful swings that caused the air to tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! In retaliation, Ignatius summoned hundreds of scorching arrows that caused the temperature to rise up. Bang! Bang! Due to the intensity of their battle, they left numerous craters and cracks on the ground. It was as if meteorites had fallen on the surface. And since when did this guy become this powerful? Rudner couldn't believe it. When they last saw each other decades ago, Ignatius was significantly weaker than him. His flames weren't that much of a threat to him, and there was also a gap in their physical attributes. However, the person in front of him was no longer the same man. He had grown into a much more formidable expert, one who could threaten his life. Rudner had been fighting at his full strength, but he had never held the upper hand. What's wrong? Do you realize it now? Ignatius chuckled disdainfully when he saw the changes in his opponent's expression. Rudner snorted. You may have grown a bit more powerful, but this strength is far from enough if you want to defeat me. You still won't admit it, huh? Stubborn old fart. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Ignatius released more mana from his energy core to summon a humongous ball of flame. The heat from this huge fireball was so strong that it burned the grass around him. Even Rudner, who was a few meters away from him, could feel the searing heat. With his face covered in sweat, Ignatius stared deeply at his opponent and muttered, "You'd better use everything you have if you don't want to turn into ashes." After saying those words, he released the humongous ball of fire. Rudner knew that blocking this thing would be dangerous, so he imbued mana to his legs to temporarily boost his movement speed. He rushed to the side to evade the giant fireball. Boom! Rudner had already retreated quite a distance from the intended target, but the shockwave still sent him flying, and the heat also melted his armor. Hiss! He quickly took off his armor and tossed it away. Looking down, he noticed some burn marks on his skin. Luckily, I wasn't directly hit. Otherwise, I would have been in serious danger. He was terrified by the power behind that giant fireball. He lifted his head and looked at Ignatius. Rudner noticed that his opponent's complexion was slightly pale, and a thought flashed in his mind. That attack must have expended a significant chunk of his mana. What happened? That was stupid of you. Do you think I can't evade something that's slow? He taunted. Facing his insulting remarks, Ignatius smiled faintly. Really? Look behind you. Hearing this, Rudner felt goosebumps all over his body. He turned his head and saw something that made his face turn pale with fright. Above him were thousands of scorching arrows suspended in the air. There were so many of them that they blotted the sky. Shit! He cursed under his breath. Ignatius made a hand gesture, controlling the scorching arrows to fall simultaneously. Sue! 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 In the next moment, thousands upon thousands of scorching arrows fell upon Rudner. The man was flustered, and he quickly stimulated his energy core to cover his entire body with mana. Damn you, Ignatius! He roared furiously. Meanwhile, Alaric and the Astanian army had already joined forces with the Griffin Knights' order for a final clash with Midgard's troops. Loras is mine. A cold voice resonated across the battlefield. Everyone turned their heads and saw a middle-aged warrior charging towards the enemy formation on his horse. Lord Marco, don't be reckless, someone exclaimed. Seeing this, Alaric frowned, but he didn't stop the man. Marco had requested this opportunity, and he had already given his approval. Although it was quite risky, Alaric decided not to interfere. He raised a sword and shouted to the troops, "Cover Lord Marco. Don't let anyone get in his way for revenge." "Yes, your highness." The Astanian troops immediately circled Marco, defending him from enemy attacks. Marco sent the distant Alaric a grateful look before he turned his attention to the enemies. "Where is he? Show yourself, Loras." After he was discharged from the clinic, the first thing he did was train himself. He also did physical therapy to recover to his peak. He had received ample rewards from the last war in Acklam Pass, and he used all the resources he got to support his training. In the past month, he could sense his energy core throbbing unusually. It was as if he were about to step into a special realm. He didn't know if it was the fabled mythical realm, but the feeling was getting stronger as the days passed. Defeating Loras might give me an answer. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on one person. He saw a familiar figure within the enemy formation. He stood proudly, overlooking the battlefield with a cold gaze. "Loras!" Marco roared upon seeing him. He squeezed his legs and urged his horse to move faster. Lord Marco, slow down. Quick, follow Lord Marco. Protect Lord Marco. The Astanian troops gritted their teeth and followed him. Loras narrowed his eyes. He could sense someone looking at him. He turned his head and saw a familiar face approaching his location. That man. Suddenly, he recalled the person he had fought in Ackland Pass. It's him. He took a deep breath as he pulled the reins. So you came for me? Let's see how much you improved. He squeezed his legs, urging his horse to move forward. Hiya! Warriors of Midgard, follow me. Show them the strength of Harun. Charge! He roared as he raised his warhammer. The soldiers of Midgard, including the Savage Tiger Battalion, raised their weapons and followed him. For Harun, kill them all. Defend our lands. Soon, the two sides clashed violently. The ones in the forefront were torn apart, their bodies exploding into a red mist. Even their mounts weren't spared. The poor horses flew into the air, their bodies cut into pieces. At this moment, Marco and Loras finally found each other. It was like a fated encounter between two nemesis. They glared at each other as they collided with great force. Clang! We finally meet again. Marco stared deeply at the other. You people killed my men. You will pay for this. Loras roared while pushing him back. Marco leaned forward to balance himself. He then snorted in response. You don't have the right to say that. You bastards invaded our lands. Loras frowned. He wanted to say that it wasn't their fault, but the words were stuck in his mouth. With nothing more to say, he let his fury consume him. He gathered more mana into his warhammer and swung it with terrifying force. Whoosh! Seeing this, Marco could easily evade it with his speed, but he stubbornly blocked the attack with his sword. Clang! The intense power behind their clash made their horses neigh in protest. But the two seemed to be oblivious to this, since their attention was focused on the other. After a few more rounds of battle, their horses finally collapsed from the pressure and exhaustion, forcing them to continue their battle without their mounts. Your Highness, that man Loras has the slight upper hand. Things could be dangerous for Lord Marco if this continues. Fredrin spoke to Alaric as they watched the battle from afar. Alaric shook his head. I understand your concern, but Marco asked for this. We just need to believe in him. While using his appraisal, he discovered that Marco's EXP was slowly climbing as the battle progressed. I thought he would need a few more years to advance, but it seems like I was wrong. He found it unbelievable to see someone's power grow during actual combat. Seeing that he had no intention of interfering, Fredrin no longer said anything. He just stayed by his side, protecting him from any kind of threat. At this moment, the battle between Loras and Marco was starting to get more violent. The two Transcendent Knights were already covered in wounds, but despite the damage they had accumulated, they showed no signs of stopping. They fought relentlessly like crazed animals. Just then, Loras suddenly created some distance between them to prepare his final strike. He quickly filled his warhammer with mana while keeping his eyes on his opponent. On the other hand, Marco also unleashed his last bits of mana. His overwhelming energy was leaking out of his body. The mana he released was so dense that one could sense the fluctuations even from afar. In the next moment, the two released their attack almost at the same time. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion rocked the battlefield. Everyone nearby was forced to retreat to avoid the shockwaves. For a moment, everyone became still as they quietly waited for the dust to settle. They wanted to know who won that epic fight. When the dust cleared, they saw a lone figure standing in the middle of the crater. His body was covered in blood. He quietly watched the person beneath his feet as if celebrating his victory. It's Commander Loras. He won. Commander Loras won. Harun's troops cheered when they realized that the victor was Loras. Meanwhile, Alaric and the warriors of Astania still couldn't accept the results. No, he isn't dead yet, Alaric mumbled. His appraisal trait could only detect living beings, and it still worked on Marco, who was on the ground. Moreover, the latter's EXP was just a small distance from reaching the limit. Just as he was about to give the command to save Marco, something unexpected happened. The man that everyone thought was dead suddenly rose to his feet and stabbed Loras with his sword. Everyone was shocked by the quick turn of events. When they processed what had happened, Loras had already fallen on his knees, grabbing onto Marco's sword while looking at the latter with disbelief. Ow! Loras thought that he had won that final clash. With a deep look, Marco replied, "Your conviction wasn't strong enough." Loras was about to say something, but Marco pulled his sword from the former's chest and cut off his head with a single slash. Whoosh! Blood sprayed from Loras's headless corpse before it fell to the ground. After killing his opponent, Marco staggered and collapsed. "Commander Loras!" No! Harun's troops fell into despair when they saw Loras being beheaded. "Kill that man. Tear him apart. We must avenge the commander." Furious, they rushed towards the crater, their eyes bloodshot. Seeing this, Alaric raised a sword and roared, "Don't let them harm Lord Marco. Protect him." The Astanian troops immediately charged towards the crater, and this caused another violent battle between both sides. While the two armies were fiercely engaged in battle, something startling happened in the fight between the venerables. Rudner was directly hit by Ignatius's scorching arrows, which left devastating damage on his body. He had severe wounds from his face down to his feet, making him look incredibly hideous. As for his armor, a huge portion of it had melted, and it had even stuck to his skin like glue. "Damn it! I must escape. I can't die here." A thought flashed in Rudner's mind, but before he could do something, a mocking voice suddenly drifted into his ears. "Rudner, you have become much weaker. The guy I fought in Ackland Pass was much stronger than you. How disappointing." Hearing this, Rudner turned around, his eyes overflowing with rage. "Do you think you have already won? Ignatius, I still have enough energy to take you down with me to hell." Upon saying this, he ignited his energy core and forced out all the mana he had. The air around him fluctuated vigorously. Ignatius didn't seem to be afraid, and even revealed a disdainful smile. "Is this your last-ditch effort? How meaningless." He aimed the flame spear he was holding and threw it at Rudner with his full force. Whoosh! Rudner was stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to attack him while he was still preparing for his final move. "Where is your chi chivalry?" he muttered as he looked down at the gaping hole in his chest. He could see his own internal organs slowly melting from the heat. "Chivalry? Who cares about that?" With a cold smile, Ignatius conjured a fireball and released it. Whoosh! The fireball struck Rudner's head and exploded with a mixture of red mist. Ignatius looked at the half-cooked corpse and left with a shake of his head. "Even in death, you smell revolting." The death of Loras and Rudner was a huge blow to Midgard's troops. They lost the will to fight, and more than half directly surrendered. As for the remaining half, they fought aggressively, but they were quickly wiped out by the Astanian troops. Looking at the corpses strewn across the battlefield, Alaric let out a deep sigh. He could see their comrades among the dead. He brought his hands together and prayed for their souls. "Your Highness, what should we do with those who surrendered?" Galanter's voice echoed behind him. Alaric looked away from the corpses and turned around. Troy Azrahan didn't come alone. He brought two warriors with him who were also Transcend Knights. The atmosphere was tense, and it looked like it would explode at any moment. Facing the old Marquis, Troy furrowed his eyebrows. "I would like to speak with His Highness." Tyrone was about to say something when Laynard patted his shoulder. "Please step aside, Lord Tyrone. I want to hear what Lord Troy has to say." Hearing this, Tyrone took a step back, but he kept his eyes on the trio. Laynard turned his head and smiled faintly. "You can speak freely, Lord Troy." This guy had spoken with him yesterday and expressed his disapproval about the decision to send the war prisoners as cannon fodder. He said that the surrendered enemies shouldn't be mistreated. Troy had even quarreled with Tyrone over this matter, but Laynard still didn't budge even with his strong persuasion. Troy cleared his throat before he spoke with a heavy tone. "Your Highness, we cannot continue with this inhuman behavior anymore. They may be enemies, but they were only forced by their foolish leaders. We must stop this madness at once." Troy came from House Azrahan, who were known for their chivalry and strict discipline. His father, the former Lord of House Azrahan, came from a humble background, so he taught his children to respect everyone regardless of their status. Troy followed his father's footsteps, and even the members of House Azrahan were indoctrinated with this belief. Laynard patiently listened with a calm expression. "I understand your frustrations, Lord Troy, but we are at war." He shook his head, his tone becoming increasingly serious. "Sending those people would prevent us from losing our own troops. Do you want me to send our warriors instead?" Troy frowned, but he couldn't give up just yet. "Your Highness, I didn't say that. We can think of a better plan. We don't need to send those people to their deaths." Laynard sighed and shook his head. "We don't have much time to come up with a better plan. If we continue to dawdle, Harun will only send reinforcements. If that happens, more of our troops will die." He stared deeply at the other and said, "Lord Troy, if you do not wish to participate in this battle, then you are free to leave. My actions might be evil in your eyes, but I don't mind becoming a devil as long as I can minimize our casualties. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. I don't want to hear any more of this." Laynard waved his hand dismissively. Troy revealed a look of disappointment. He let out a deep sigh and lowered his head. "I apologize for disturbing, Your Highness." After apologizing, he turned around and left with his subordinates. Tyrone, who was observing the whole situation, furrowed his eyebrows and expressed his inner thoughts. House Azrahan is one of the most powerful neutral houses in the central region. It might not do you good to confront them, Your Highness. I know, they are too principled and difficult to control. I already expected this kind of response from him when I decided to send those war prisoners as cannon fodder. Just leave them be. Laynard wasn't too worried about them. House Azrahan was loyal to the Emperor, so he knew that they would never betray them. Tyrone no longer said anything when he noticed the slight annoyance in the Crown Prince's voice. "My lord, what should we do? His Highness has already made up his mind, and I don't think he can still be persuaded." Troy shook his head with a helpless look. "We tried our best. There is nothing more we can do. Besides, His Highness is right. We are pressed for time, and Harun might send reinforcements at any moment. Although it disheartens me, we can only follow His Highness' commands." Hearing their lord's words, they could only accept it reluctantly. Troy stopped in his tracks, brought his palms together, and prayed solemnly. "Aru, please forgive His Highness's actions. I can feel that he is not an evil man. He is only forced to make this decision as the Crown Prince of Astania. As for the poor men who were killed because of his decisions, please guide them into your divine kingdom and give their souls the peace they deserve." Beyond the eastern gates of Halona, an intense battle was raging between the city's military forces and the invading Astanian troops. One could see a towering figure defending the gates with its own body. It was the mountain golem. It stood at a height of 40 meters, which was even taller than the city walls. At this moment, this towering beast was being bombarded with artillery fire from mana cannons and large boulders from the trebuchets. "My lord, we are running out of beast soul crystals and ballista arrows. What are your orders?" An urgent report was delivered by the artillery unit. Dominic's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Inform the artillery unit to temporarily stop firing the mana cannons and ballistas while we procure more supplies from the main army," he instructed. The messenger bowed his head to acknowledge the command. "I will deliver your words to them, my lord. You may leave." Dominic dismissed him. After the messenger left, Dominic turned his head to Lucas. "What do you think, Lucas? They have been fighting the mountain golem for 2 days, but it showed no signs of exhaustion. It continued to defend the eastern gates and prevented the Astanian troops from advancing. The mountain golem might be powerful, but it is still a living creature. It has already taken some damage from our artillery, so it should reveal a flaw soon." Lucas had been observing the monster for a while, and he noticed that a significant part of its outer armor was broken. He believed that it would likely reveal its weakness if it received more damage. "We cannot let it regenerate. Otherwise, all those efforts would be for naught." While saying this, he unsheathed his sword. "I will make sure that it won't be able to heal itself." "Are you planning to fight it by yourself?" Dominic frowned. The mountain golem's body was too hard for their weapons to penetrate. Even the repeated bombardment of mana cannons only left minor damage to its outer armor. "You've seen it yourself, Lucas. Our weapons don't work on that thing. Lucas kept his eyes on the towering monster as he replied, I know, but we might not have this chance again. We have run out of beast soul crystals, so we can no longer use our mana cannons. Even the ballista arrows we brought are also depleted. If we don't do something now, the beast will only regenerate itself. Lucas turned his head and stared deeply at Dominic. Lord Dominic, while I am fighting with the mountain golem, keep an eye on Leroy Durova. After saying this, Lucas jumped onto his horse and squeezed his legs while shouting, Hiya! The warhorse kicked off its hooves and galloped with quick strides. Dominic watched him leave with a faint smile. He still has his flair from his younger days. He then moved his eyes toward the city walls where dozens of figures could be seen. With his powerful vision, he could see them clearly as if they were in front of him. Among the people atop the city walls was a stalwart middle-aged man with a bushy beard. He had a broadsword that was almost as tall as him strapped on his back. This person was Leroy Durova, the four-ringed beast soul grandmaster and the master of the mountain golem. As if sensing his gaze, Leroy let out a mocking smile. Seeing this, Dominic snorted and quickly looked away. Arrogant bastard. Let's see if you can still give me that look once your mountain golem has been taken down. He muttered with annoyance. While he was cursing Leroy, Lucas had already stepped into battle. He maneuvered his horse to evade the enemy arrows as he urged it to rush towards the mountain golem. Sue! 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 Dozens of arrows whistled past him. As for those that he couldn't evade, he swung his sword to destroy them. Whoosh! At this moment, the mountain golem had already sensed his presence. It struck the ground with its fists, causing a devastating earthquake that shook the lands. Bang! Cracks appeared on the ground, making the road uneven and difficult to navigate. Lucas grabbed the reins with his left hand while holding his sword with the other. He expertly controlled which direction the horse would take, and he also perfectly timed when it would jump. Hiya! With his excellent control, they managed to get closer to the towering beast without taking any damage. Just a little bit more. Lucas imbued mana into his sword, preparing to attack the mountain golem. However, the beast suddenly grabbed the ground and tore a huge chunk of stone. Roar! With a roar, it threw the boulder at the approaching Lucas. It was so fast that there was no time to evade. Left with no choice, Lucas swung his sword and released a strike powered by his mana. Whoosh! The force behind his sword sliced the huge boulder in half. Roar! The mountain golem seemed to be enraged after failing to stop him. It tore another boulder from the ground and threw it at him with terrifying force. Whoosh! Lucas wasn't flustered. He imbued mana into his sword and cut down the boulder with a single slash. Bang! The beast was about to throw another boulder, but then Lucas suddenly jumped off his horse and leaped into the air. It's my turn, you damned beast! He shouted as he released a slash that contained a huge chunk of his mana. Whoosh! His strike summoned a fearsome tornado that heavily struck the mountain golem. Roar! The sharp winds tore a significant portion of the beast's strong external armor, revealing a layer of muscle underneath. So you're not entirely made of rocks, huh? Lucas didn't stop when he saw this. He repositioned himself to deliver another strike, but before he could swing his sword, the golem abruptly threw a punch that caused the air to violently fluctuate. Bang! Lucas evaded by a hair's breadth. It's quick for a beast of its size. With that punch, the golem created a huge hole in the ground. One punch from it, and I'll be left half dead. Sue! 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 Hundreds of arrows rained down from above, forcing Lucas to jump away by a few meters. He lifted his head and saw Helona's archers aiming at him. He clicked his tongue. How annoying. Dominic, who was observing the situation, immediately gave a command. Send our shield bearers and archers forward. Cover Lord Lucas and don't let the enemies attack him. The Astanian troops quickly reacted upon hearing his commands. 3,000 shield bearers charged with their shields raised diagonally above them. Following closely behind them were 10,000 archers knocking their arrows while aiming at the troops above the walls. In the next moment, thousands of arrows were fired from both sides. Sue! 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 Now that the enemy archers were occupied, Lucas no longer delayed. He released a series of attacks on the golem. tearing off more pieces of its external armor. Roar! The mountain golem was furious. It slammed its huge hands into the ground and used its ability to manipulate the surroundings. Sharp spikes suddenly protruded from the ground and targeted Lucas, who was advancing towards the golem. With a snort, Lucas swung his sword left and right, destroying the sharp spikes. Bang! Bang! After dealing with the sharp spikes, he leaped into the air and delivered a combination of slashes that carried tremendous force. Whoosh! 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 The golem was too big to evade his attacks, so it could only use its arms to protect its head. Bang! 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 Large chunks of its external armor were destroyed, revealing more of its muscles. With another slash, Lucas's sword finally penetrated its flesh. Blood spurted out from the wound, and the pain made the golem thrash around uncontrollably. The maddened golem razed the whole area to the ground. In just a few minutes, it turned the surroundings into a giant mess. Lucas also had to distance himself to avoid its wrath. When the beast regained clarity, it looked around in search of him, its bloodshot eyes boiling with rage. When it saw Lucas hiding not far away, it stomped its foot and pounced at him. With each stride, it left a deep imprint on the ground. A beast is always a beast. Now that it had revealed its weakness, Lucas prepared for his next move. He stimulated his energy core, unleashing more mana to power up his sword. The energy he gathered was so intense that his relic-level sword almost cracked. It could barely contain the ferocious mana he released. In the next moment, he roared while swinging his sword. His slash was so powerful that it summoned a fearsome tornado that was bigger than the golem. The tornado struck the charging beast, tearing its body apart with its sharp, blade-like winds. The golem used its mana to summon another layer of armor to defend itself, but the armor it produced quickly broke apart. Roar! Just as the beast was about to take some serious damage, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and interrupted Lucas's attack. Whoosh! Your life is mine, Lucas Silversword. A furious roar echoed above the sky. Lucas was about to defend himself, but another figure appeared next to him. Leave this to me. Right after he heard those words, Dominic blocked the incoming attack. Clang! A fearsome shockwave erupted as the two venerables clashed. Dominic, get out of my way, shouted Leroy, his face contorting with fury. Make me, Dominic sneered derisively. Hearing his response, Leroy brandished his broadsword in a wild manner. Each strike of his produced sparks of lightning that webbed through the air. How troublesome! Dominic released a flurry of slashes to deflect the bolts of lightning. Boom! 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 A series of explosions followed, as if dozens of fireworks had been lit up simultaneously. While the two venerables were occupied, Lucas moved his attention back to the golem. The beast was now covered in blood. Most of its external armor had been destroyed, exposing its muscular body. Sensing his gaze, the golem glared at him and opened its gaping mouth, emitting a sound that resembled booming thunder. Rah! Lucas felt his ears splitting from its earth-shattering voice, but he ignored the pain and let loose his remaining mana for one final strike. The golem seemed to have sensed his intentions. It roared at him and charged with heavy strides. Upon gathering momentum, the golem swung its fist at him. Whoosh! Just as its punch was about to hit him, he brandished his sword with overwhelming might. His sword sliced through the golem's fist, penetrating deeply into its flesh and tearing its bones and muscles apart. And after destroying the beast's arm, Lucas's sword continued straight to its head. K-Chesichke! Like an exploding watermelon, its head burst into a red mist. Lucas watched as the towering mountain golem's headless corpse fell to the ground with a heavy thud. That took us longer. If we hadn't brought all those mana cannons, trebuchets, and ballistas, killing this beast would have been impossible. They had deployed most of the artillery weapons the Astanian army had brought in this expedition. To destroy the external armor of the golem, they had almost used up the entire army's ammunition and resources. Now all that's left is that guy, Thinking about this, he turned his head and looked at the ongoing battle between Dominic and Leroy. He could feel the shock waves and the tremors of the ground caused by the two venerables' battle. It was no longer a fight between humans. Their destructive power had already exceeded that of a mortal. One could say that they were monsters in human form. At this moment, Dominic was dominating the battle with his higher physical attributes. Coupled with his skills and combat abilities, even the famed Leroy couldn't land a direct hit on him. "I should help out so we can end this quickly," Lucas mumbled. When he took a step, Dominic seemed to have sensed his intentions. The latter raised his hand and stopped him with a stern voice. "Lucas, you don't need to help me. I can handle this guy. Besides, you need to get some rest. You must have expended a lot of mana fighting that monster." Hearing this, Lucas stopped in his tracks. Dominic was right. He had indeed used most of his mana in that fight with the golem. After some thought, he responded with a deep look. "All right, but if this battle drags on for too long, then I will intervene." Dominic grinned at his words. When did he learn to act cool? "You don't have to worry, Lucas. Before you even become a venerable, I have been at this stage for decades. I've fought countless experts and defended Astania from many powerful foes. I am Dominic." A terrifying surge of power suddenly burst forth from Dominic. He raised his halberd and swung it down with tremendous force. Whoosh! A thunderous sound akin to a lion's roar echoed as his halberd cut through the air. Facing his attack, Leroy didn't cower. He lifted his broadsword and imbued it with mana to clash with Dominic's halberd. In the next moment, a deafening explosion rocked the area. Boom! It was so loud that everyone was forced to cover their ears. When the dust settled, everyone saw two figures standing motionless, staring at each other with cold gazes. Dominic appeared to be unharmed, but those with strong perception could see that his hands were bleeding. On the other hand, Leroy was in a much worse situation. His right arm was hanging loosely, clearly dislocated after taking on that attack. "Dominic, why go this far? We hadn't taken any of your land. There should still be room for negotiations." Leroy spoke as he quietly used a healing trait to heal his broken arm. "Damn it, I thought I could take on that move, but it seems like Dominic has become more powerful since the last time we met. I need to buy as much time until my arm recovers." Leroy thought to himself, "It's all because of that fucking bastard, Lemuel. If only I hadn't listened to his nonsense, I wouldn't have been involved with this bullshit." While he was inwardly cursing Lemuel, Dominic flashed him a cold smile. "Leroy, what have you been doing all these years? To think that someone like you would resort to cheap tactics like this. You weren't this weak before." Veins protruded on Leroy's face upon hearing his mocking remarks. He had never felt this humiliated before, but he held it in. His dominant arm was broken, so it was dangerous for him to fight Dominic. With a forced smile, he responded, "Dominic, don't be like this. There is no need for us to fight to the death. You should know that we are only following orders. Continuing this battle would only result in more casualties between both sides. Why don't we talk this out? I guarantee that I will speak with the imperial family of Haroun to give Astania a proper explanation and compensation. What do you say? I can't beat two mythical knights on my own. I need to negotiate with them, even if it means lowering my head." He was scared of death. He just realized it now. He didn't want to lose everything that he had worked so hard for. "No, I must not die here. Who cares about saving face? Being humiliated is better than getting myself killed." Unlike most nobles who had inherited their titles from their ancestors, Leroy got his position all by himself. He was just a commoner who didn't hesitate to use every means necessary to claw his way to the top. Dominic revealed a thoughtful look. He then let out a chuckle and said, "Leroy, are you really that afraid of death? If you don't want to die here, tell your subordinates to surrender and have them open the gates." Leroy's face fell at his words. "You want me to surrender?" If he surrendered here, he would be branded as a weakling and a traitor. "What are you hesitating for? Your golem is already dead, and you'll have to face two mythical knights. Wouldn't it be better for you to surrender?" Dominic tried to pressure him. Leroy was silent for a moment. "He wants me, Leroy Durova, to surrender? Hold on. I just thought of a much better idea." Dominic's voice drifted into his ears. Leroy raised an eyebrow. With a faint smile, Dominic said, "How about changing sides? If you swear fealty to Astania, we will welcome your entire family with open arms. You will face no discrimination, and I will make it so that you will receive the respect that a venerable deserves." Leroy's face darkened, and his aura leaked out controllably. "Are you mocking me?" he roared. Dominic shook his head. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm just giving you an option. You are a smart man. I'm sure you understand what I mean." Leroy took a deep breath to contain his rage. "He is forcing me to take their side. Damn cunning old bastard." He thought that he could negotiate with them, but Dominic was a lot smarter than he looked. "Leroy, you built House Durova from scratch. Do you want to see it get destroyed just for the stupid mistake of Harun's crown prince? Think about it carefully before you open your mouth." Dominic reminded with a cold look. Leroy fell into silence. After an entire minute, he stared deeply at Dominic and asked in a low voice, "Can you guarantee the safety of my entire family?" He had seen it for himself. Astania was no longer the weak nation that it was decades ago. They had a new mythical knight on their side, and he even heard that House Silversword also had a catastrophe-grade beast. Astania might be stronger than Harun now. There is no use in being stubborn here. That would only get me killed. Loyalty? Who gives a fuck about that? Only those old shitheads are stupid enough to give their loyalty to this corrupted nation. Dominic lowered his halberd and replied with a chuckle, "How about we discuss this amicably?" With a defeated sigh, Leroy nodded his head. "Fine. I hope you're not lying to me. If I go crazy, I don't know what kind of shit I might do. I'm not sure if you know, but a mountain golem's weakness isn't its head." Hearing this, Dominic furrowed his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" With a mysterious smile, Leroy shook his head. "Did you really think that the mountain golem would die so easily?" Suddenly, the headless mountain golem lifted itself. One could see that it was slowly regenerating its broken limb and its head. "What? Is this monster unkillable?" Lucas, who was the nearest to the golem, was stunned when he saw the monster rising from death. Even Dominic was surprised. They had information on a mountain golem, but there was no report that it could regenerate a lost head. "So you still had this ace up your sleeve?" Dominic narrowed his eyes into slits. Leroy felt much better when he saw Dominic's expression. "You see, my path to the top wasn't an easy one. You don't know what kind of tribulations I faced just to get to where I am now." He sheathed his broadsword and turned around as he spoke. "Dominic, we have much to talk about." Looking at Leroy's back, Dominic felt that he had made a mistake negotiating with him. He felt regretful, but the arrow had already been shot, so he could only see it through the end. "I hope I made the right choice." With a soft sigh, he sent Lucas a knowing look. Sensing his gaze, Lucas nodded. "Let's take it slow. This might end well for us." Meanwhile, on the Crown Prince's side, a messenger came to give his report. "Your Highness, I bring a message from the two venerables." Laynard beckoned to the messenger. The messenger walked towards him, but someone appeared in front of him, preventing him from getting closer to the Crown Prince. The messenger nervously lifted his head and realized that it was Tyrone, the old Marquis. "Give it to me," Tyrone spoke. The messenger hesitated and sent the Crown Prince a look. Laynard nodded in assent. Seeing this, the messenger immediately handed the letter to the old Marquis. Tyrone took the letter and inspected it carefully before giving it to Laynard. "You didn't need to scare him like that, Lord Tyrone." Laynard smiled helplessly. The old Marquis bowed his head and explained himself. "I apologize, Your Highness. We can't be certain if there are still spies hidden among our ranks, so we need to be careful." After Stephen's betrayal, Tyrone had become more cautious. Laynard couldn't blame him, so he just responded with a smile. "You may leave." He dismissed the messenger before he opened the letter. Upon reading the contents, he revealed an unusual expression. Interesting. No wonder he managed to reach his position without anyone's support. Tyrone was confused by his words, so he asked, "What happened on their side?" Laynard burned the letter and replied with a thoughtful smile. "Well, I wonder. Lord Tyrone, taking over Helona might be easy after all." Black lines appeared on Tyrone's forehead. He asked the Crown Prince to explain, but Laynard only laughed and told him to wait and see. Although frustrated by his response, Tyrone could only hold back his curiosity. The troops led by Ignatius headed straight to Midgard after decimating Rudner's army. When they reached the city, they faced resistance from the remaining enemy soldiers. Most of Midgard's troops might have perished, but there were still tens of thousands left to defend the city. Moreover, most of these troops were from the city's noble and martial houses. Looking at the shut gates, Giovanni clicked his tongue in annoyance. They just won't give up. Why struggle when the outcome is still the same? He felt that they were struggling meaninglessly, but Alaric had a different opinion. They are only trying to defend their land from invaders. To them, we are the enemies. They are risking their lives for the sake of the people inside the city. Let me go and talk to them. Alaric stepped forward. Our soldiers are still exhausted from the last battle. If we send them to fight, it would only add to our casualties. Giovanni furrowed his eyebrows. Will they even listen? Just look at them. I don't think they will let you walk inside their city unharmed. He pointed at the soldiers atop the walls who were eyeing them with furious faces. Giovanni is right, Alaric. You don't need to place yourself in danger. Ignatius was also against his decision. Our soldiers are not in their peak condition. Alaric shook his head. How many more of our men will perish if we choose to attack a city full of furious warriors? I've already made up my mind. Besides, I am confident that I can retreat safely if something goes wrong. Please trust me on this. Hearing this, Giovanni and Ignatius fell into deep thought. Like Alaric had said, most of their warriors were injured from the last battle. Knowing you, I'm pretty sure you won't listen to my advice. Giovanni helplessly shook his head. Then I will follow you inside. Ignatius suddenly spoke. Alaric shook his head. No, if you follow me, Giovanni will be left alone to lead the army. He might do something rash if there is no one around to stop him. My lord, please stay here. The army needs you. If you suddenly disappear, our troops might feel uneasy. Ignatius stared deeply at him and said, Then you must bring some people with you. Alaric nodded with a faint smile. I will bring a few of my subordinates. With them by my side, even if there are thousands of enemies before us, I am confident that we can escape. All right, but remember, your safety is the top priority. If you feel that things are going awry, you must retreat immediately. Ignatius reminded him. Yes, my lord. Alaric did a fist palm salute. After bidding them farewell, Alaric went to gather his subordinates. For this task, he would only bring the most powerful warriors of House Silversword. Bringing more with him would only make the enemy troops feel wary, and it might negatively impact the negotiations. 30 minutes later, a small group of men gathered before him. I gathered you all here to inform you about our next task. Alaric paused and scanned their faces one by one. These men were the top powerhouses of House Silversword. Galliner, Sekus, Fredrin, Butch, Azazel, and Warwick. 6 transcendent knights who were ranked at the top of the Astanian dragon leaderboard. Taking these 6 should be enough. I will leave Einar and the others here to lead our troops. There were still more transcendent knights in the household, but if he took them all, House Silversword's troops would be left leaderless. Alaric cleared his throat and opened his mouth. We will enter the city and try to negotiate with their leaders. Once inside, we must refrain from using force unless absolutely necessary. There will be people who will badmouth us, but you must be patient and... He gave them a few reminders to make sure that everything would go smoothly. Inform your subordinates that you will be leaving and you must be back within 15 minutes. Now go. After sending them off, Alaric made his preparations. He brought a few hidden weapons and some elixirs. He also brought some dried meat for emergencies. That should be it. He double-checked his equipment before heading back to the meetup location. By the time he arrived, everyone was already there, fully geared up. Looking at their faces, Alaric said in a deep voice, Let's go. Soon, the group left the camp and headed straight towards the city gates. As they got closer, they could feel the warriors atop the walls tensing up. They aimed their arrows at them, looking like they were ready to shoot. Alaric gestured with his hand and instructed Fredrin. Give them the signal. The guy was responsible for holding a white flag, which signified their request for peaceful negotiations. It was also a symbol to inform the enemies not to attack. Fredrin raised the flag and waved it back and forth. The warriors atop Midgard's walls frowned when they saw the signal. There was a heated discussion between them. They were far so Alaric's group couldn't hear what they were saying, but one thing was certain. Midgard's troops were divided. Your Highness, will they let us in? I think those people will shoot us down if we step into their range. Warwick asked with a concerned look. There should be some smart people up there. If they want to live, they will come down to speak with us. Alaric calmly replied. Half an hour later, a group composed of 10 cavalrymen stepped out of the main gate. Alaric used his appraisal on them and found out that they were transcendent knights. Did they intentionally send these men to tell us that they still have the strength to fight? Although they were transcendents, they were still far weaker compared to the 6 men he brought. However, there was one of them who stood out from the rest. It was a bald and brown-skinned, middle-aged man with a big scar on top of his head. One could see the stitches on his scalp, which had already healed for some time. Because of his hideous scar, he looked rather intimidating. That man's attributes are a bit higher than Sir Warwick's. He is dangerous. While he was assessing them, the other group was also observing their party. General Marlin, can we really trust those men? What if they suddenly attack us once we get closer? Is that a demonkin? Why would a demonkin willingly follow them? General, those Astanian bastards killed our warriors. I can't forgive them. If they make one foolish move, my sword will cut them apart. The middle-aged man with the scar on his head raised his hand, signaling to his men to keep quiet. They raised a flag. It means that they want to negotiate. Marlin spoke with a deep frown. With the size of their army, our troops wouldn't be able to defend the city. We must seize this chance for the sake of our people. His words silenced his companions. As they neared Alaric's group, their tension intensified. Some of them even grabbed the handle of their weapons, prepared to take action if something went wrong. When they were only 100 meters apart, Marlin raised his fist, signaling his men to stop. He then looked at Alaric's group and shouted, I am Marlin Thorne, the commander of Midgard's city defense troops. With his introduction, the tense atmosphere seemed to have eased up. Alaric lightly squeezed his legs to make his horse move forward by a couple of steps. He then did a fist-palm salute to greet the other party. I am Warwick, the leader of this small group. He didn't give his real name since he might be targeted if he were to reveal it. His subordinates had already been briefed about this, so they didn't react when he announced his fake introduction. We came here in hopes of speaking with your leaders. As you can see, I only brought 6 men with me to show our sincerity. Hearing this, Marlin and his subordinates furrowed their eyebrows. If you want to negotiate, then you can speak your terms with me. I have enough authority to make a decision for the city. Marlin responded, in that case, can we discuss this more comfortably? It's rather exhausting to shout all the time. Alaric's words made Marlin's subordinates feel nervous. No problem. Unlike his subordinates, Marlin remained calm. He jumped off his horse and gestured for his men to do the same. Seeing this, Alaric's group also jumped off their horses. In the next moment, the two groups slowly walked toward each other. There was a slight tension in the air as the members of each group warily glanced at the other. 70 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Soon, both groups stood just a few meters apart. They could clearly see each other's faces. These men are formidable warriors. Marlin could sense it clearly now that they were this close to Alaric's group. He could sense the strong fluctuations of mana around them. They weren't even intentionally releasing their mana. Just their terrifying aura alone was enough to intimidate him. General Marlin, I'm pleased to meet you. Likewise, Alaric and Marlin exchanged simple greetings. I won't beat around the bush. I hope that Midgard will surrender. Alaric spoke without hesitation. Marlin's subordinates were furious when they heard this. How arrogant of you. Do you think we are afraid to fight you? The bottled-up emotions were released, but Alaric's group remained unmoved. Enough, Marlin shouted authoritatively. They were at a disadvantage, so he chose to hold back his fury. After silencing his men, he stared deeply at Alaric and replied, You look younger than me, so I will call you by your name. Warwick, why should we surrender to you? We still have tens of thousands of brave warriors prepared to sacrifice their lives. Alaric let out a deep breath before he responded. Is there really a need to fight? General Marlin, There is no need for more bloodshed. Our goal here is only to force Harun's imperial family to listen to our demands. We have no intentions of killing the innocent people. If you cooperate with us, we will ensure your people's safety. Marlin fell into deep silence. We only have a little more than 15,000 warriors left. If we include the volunteer forces. No, most of them are old men and youngsters who could barely hold a sword. If we fight Astania's army, it would be a disaster. His face darkened the more he thought about the situation. While he was hesitating, Alaric's stern voice drifted into his ears. General Marlin, we have hundreds of thousands of warriors who can fight, and the person leading us is also a venerable. Please think wisely. Hearing this, Marlin's face fell. He had received word that the venerable stationed in their city, Rudner, had fallen into battle. However, he didn't believe it. He thought that it was the work of Astania's people, intentionally spreading false rumors to make all of Midgard anxious. He didn't want to believe that Rudner had died. Is Lord Rudner truly dead? Marlin's heart sank at the bottom of the abyss. With a gloomy expression, he stared straight into Alaric's eyes and said, "You must guarantee the safety of our people." "General, this man might be lying. Don't fall for his tricks." One of his subordinates lashed out, looking completely agitated. Alaric's subordinates were about to grab their weapons when the former motioned at them to stay calm. The atmosphere was tense, and it looked like both groups would fight at any moment. "I understand your fury, but our decision here will decide the fate of Midgard." Marlin suddenly spoke, his words breaking the tension. His subordinates lowered their heads, their faces filled with anger and indignation. With a deep sigh, Marlin turned his head back to Alaric. "I accept your demands. I will inform the people of Midgard and have them surrender to you." However, his face suddenly turned cold as he continued. "If you break your promise, we will take you guys to hell even if it kills us." A terrifying aura burst out from him. Oomph. With a snort, Galliner released his own aura, which overpowered Marlin's. Marlin's group was terrified. It felt as if a savage beast had locked its eyes on them. This person, at that moment, Marlin realized that he was nothing compared to the giant warrior behind Warwick. "If we fight here, I won't last a single blow against this man. Stop scaring them. We are here to negotiate." Alaric sent Galliner a scolding look, but everyone could tell that it was just for show. So, Alaric smiled at Marlin. "Do we have a deal, General Marlin?" Marlin clenched his fists, struggling to hold back his rage. Gritting his teeth, he nodded with a grim look. "We accept your terms." "Excellent choice." Alaric beamed. "You should head back and inform everyone about this, but don't make us wait for too long. The venerable leading us might not like it. You see, he is an impatient man." Alaric warned him. Marlin almost failed to hold back his rage, but he chose to lower his head for the sake of his people. "Yes, I will have a word with everyone. Just give me 3 days." "1 day? You have 1 day." Alaric sent him a deep look. "That's impossible. There are still people who dash." "General Marlin, don't make me repeat myself." Alaric's voice suddenly turned cold, and a chilling aura burst out from him. Is he this powerful? Marlin thought that Alaric wasn't that strong since he looked so young, but the aura leaking out from him was almost no weaker than the aura released by the big guy earlier. "You understood. I will make it happen." Marlin responded, his face covered in thick beads of sweat. "Good. I will wait for your good news." Alaric smiled faintly, turned around, and left with his group. Marlin stared at their retreating figures with a helpless expression. That arrogant bastard. "General, do we really have to surrender to those people? We have already sent word to the Imperial family. There should be reinforcements coming soon. We just need to hold on for a few to dash." "That's enough," Marlin muttered in a reprimanding voice. "You have seen it for yourself. Just those 6 people are strong enough to kill us all. Reinforcements? Did you really think that our letters would reach the capital?" With a furious look, Marlin jumped onto his horse. "Even if reinforcements are coming, we wouldn't last a single day against their army." Hearing his words, his subordinates could only gnash their teeth in anger. Somewhere in Halona, a heated discussion was happening between 3 venerables. "What? You want a dukedom in exchange? Lucas almost drew his sword when he heard Leroy's demands. "Stop giving me that look," Leroy snorted. "Look here, Lucas. If you want me to betray my own nation, then you'd better make it worthwhile for me. Besides, Astania wouldn't lose out on this deal. Your nation will get a 4-ring B-Soul Grandmaster who has full control of a catastrophe-grade monster. Not to mention the army under my house, Durova." Veins protruded on Lucas's face, but he couldn't offer a retort. Suddenly, Dominic, who was silent the entire time, opened his mouth and spoke. "All right, I will speak with His Majesty about this." Lucas stared at him and raised an eyebrow. It didn't sit well with him to give such a high position to someone from another nation. "I like this guy. He knows what he's doing." Leroy grinned and gave Dominic a thumbs up. "Don't be happy just yet." Dominic shook his head. "I only said that I will speak with His Majesty about your demands. The final decision is in His Majesty's hands," he clarified in a grim tone. Leroy furrowed his eyebrows, but his face soon relaxed. "Fine. I don't trust you guys, so we'd better sign an official agreement, and I'm sure you need it too." Dominic nodded. "No problem. I will call someone to write the official agreement. All 3 of us here must sign it. Are there any objections?" Dominic summoned a literate warrior to write the official agreement. This was an important document, so he chose someone trustworthy. "My lords, I have written everything according to the terms you have stipulated. It just needs the stamp between both parties." The warrior nervously handed the written document to Dominic. He was just a low-ranking warrior, so he was afraid that he would be killed to keep the information from leaking. Noticing his anxiety, Dominic placed his hand on the man's shoulder. "Don't be nervous. As long as you keep your mouth shut, nothing will happen to you." Hearing this, the warrior immediately lowered his head and solemnly promised, "I assure you that no one will ever hear of this, my lord. Even if I am tortured, I will never disclose this information." Dominic chuckled at his response. "Relax. You just need to keep quiet for a few months. Once things are set in place, this information will be revealed to the public. By then, you will have nothing to worry about anymore." "Yes, my lord." "All right, you may leave." Dominic dismissed him. The warrior didn't linger and left in haste. "Here, put your stamp on it." "A thumbprint is fine too." Dominic handed the document to Leroy. "We will review it first." Leroy took the document and handed it to his trusted subordinate to be checked. Dominic shrugged. After some time, Leroy's subordinate didn't find anything unusual in the document. "My lord, there is nothing wrong with the document." "All right, your job here is done. You may go." Leroy dismissed the man before he stamped the document. Dominic carefully kept the signed agreement in his inner pocket. "Now that our agreement has been officially established, let's proceed with the next step." Leroy's expression became serious all of a sudden. "Let's hear it." Dominic let out a deep breath before he replied. "As of the moment, Helona is still fiercely resisting our troops. I want you to try negotiating with the city officials and aristocrats to surrender. If Helona's troops surrendered, they would greatly minimize their losses. Leroy would also stand to gain a lot from this if he did his job well." Leroy squinted his eyes. "So you're testing me, huh?" If he could successfully make Helona willingly surrender, he would definitely earn the favor of Astania's imperial family. This would also increase the likelihood of his demands being accepted. "Leave it to me. Just give me a few days." He smiled confidently. As a venerable, he had a huge network of friends who would willingly do his bidding. "A few days? That's too vague. Give me an exact number," Dominic demanded. Leroy raised an eyebrow, but he didn't complain. He thought for a moment. "Most of Helona is under my house, Durova, but I might face some resistance from the loyal followers of the imperial family." Politics wasn't his strongest point. Despite his overwhelming martial power, his house, Durova, wasn't able to fully control Helona. Other than his household, there were also a few powerful aristocratic houses that had high authority in the city. The biggest issue was that these aristocratic and martial houses were loyal to the imperial family. After a long time of silence, he answered, 5. No, give me 3 days. That should be more than enough time to make everyone surrender." Dominic frowned. "That's too long. You should know that we are still within enemy territory. There could be enemy reinforcements coming at any moment." Listen here, Dominic. I understand your point, but Helona's political situation is more complicated than you think. Leroy paused for a moment and shook his head. Unlike my house Durova, most of the aristocratic and martial houses in the city are inherited from the previous generations. This means that they are very loyal to the imperial family. Negotiating with those stubborn people will be extremely challenging, he explained. Dominic rubbed his chin in contemplation. It seems like your house Durova is in a tough spot. That is quite unexpected for a household helmed by a venerable. Leroy bitterly smiled. The imperial family is threatened by how fast my household has grown. They also don't like the fact that I came from a mixed descent. You see, I'm not a full Harunian. My mother. His words trailed off, and it looked like he didn't want to continue with the topic. I understand. Just try your best. We will wait for your good news. Dominic didn't make things difficult for him. Their alliance was still fragile, and it could break at any moment, so it was necessary to establish trust between both parties. This would be a good test to know if Leroy was serious about defecting to Astania. Leroy nodded. Don't worry. I will keep you guys updated. All right. I will send our people to follow you so we can keep track of your whereabouts. This way, exchanging messages will be easier. Leroy sneered inwardly. You just want to keep an eye on me. Do you think I'm an idiot? Although he didn't like it, Leroy could only agree. Both parties were still wary of each other, since they still hadn't established enough trust. Fine by me. I will do the same. I'm sure you won't mind, right? Leroy smirked while sending him a knowing look. Dominic's face twitched, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. Of course, doing this will make it easier for us to send messages. I'm glad you understand. Leroy chuckled with a victorious expression. Looking at the two exchanging words back and forth, Lucas felt that he was watching two old foxes. I'm really not cut out for these things. It's a good thing that Dominic is here. Otherwise, I would only ruin things. He smiled wryly while shaking his head. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Dominic's voice drifted into his ears. That should be all for now. We will regroup with the others first and inform them about the situation. Just keep us updated. Sure thing, Leroy responded. The trio exchanged farewells before they went their separate ways. Later that day, another letter was delivered to the Crown Prince. Your Highness, we received word from the Venerables. The messenger reported with a deep bow. Leonard smiled faintly. It seems like their conversation has concluded. He turned his head to Tyrone and sent him a knowing look. Understanding his intentions, Tyrone took the letter from the messenger and handed it to the Crown Prince. Here is the letter, Your Highness. Leonard took the letter and signaled to the messenger to leave. After the man left, he unsealed the letter and read it with a look of anticipation. A while later, he let out a chuckle. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? He then looked at the confused Tyrone and explained the situation to him. So that's what happened. The old Marquis was surprised by the news. He now understood why the prince revealed an unusual expression when they received a letter recently. But can we really trust an enemy venerable? Sensing his doubtful look, Leonard spoke. Don't worry about it, Sir Tyrone. I'm sure the two venerables have a strong reason why they chose to believe that man. He turned around and added, if this goes perfectly, we will gain another venerable on our side. You're right, Your Highness. I hope everything goes smoothly. Tyrone sighed inwardly. At this moment, in the city hall of Midgard, there was a heated argument between Marlin and a group of aristocrats. General, what were you thinking? Did you really tell those bastards that we will surrender? Are you out of your mind? Shouted a rotund, middle-aged man with neatly combed hair. He was so furious that his beard flared up. His shoulders were also trembling, which showed how agitated he was. General, those men might be planning to deceive us. If we surrender and open our gates to their army, they might kill us all. This time, the one who spoke was an old man dressed in shiny silk clothes. How about we wait for reinforcements? We just have to hold out for a few days. Marlin could no longer contain his anger when he heard their ridiculous words. Wait for a few days and what? Haven't you seen the size of their troops? Do you think we could defend the city against an army of that size? Are you guys fucking dimwits? All you guys do is sit on your comfortable chairs, so you know absolutely nothing about warfare. Startled by his strong response, The aristocrats stared at him with dumbfounded gazes. Marlin was usually very accommodating to them, so they were shocked by his unexpected reaction. Looking at their stunned faces, Marlin took a deep breath and continued. They have a venerable leading their army, and they also have a large group of powerful warriors. Even with all the defensive weapons in the city, that army will besiege us in just a day. The only reason they are willing to negotiate with us is to minimize their losses. Everyone fell silent as they began to contemplate his words. I understand that you have properties to protect, but ensuring the safety of our people is more important. Please, give me your approval so Midgard can survive this crisis. Marlin bowed deeply, his voice ringing with emotion. The hall was silent for almost an entire minute before someone responded. Whatever happens will decide the fate of our city. I will give you my support this time, but I hope that you are right, General Marlin. Otherwise, I will be very disappointed. The first person to give his support was quite an influential figure. The nobles who had no intentions of giving their support began to reconsider their decisions. Marlin, you better be right about this. Another one expressed his support, albeit in a fierce manner. With two aristocrats voicing their support, a few more also followed. More than half of the influential people and aristocrats who were gathered in the hall had given their support, leaving only less than 20 people who remained undecided. Marlin looked at them and was about to persuade them when, if you're planning to persuade us into supporting your cowardly decision, then you'd better shut your mouth. I don't give a fuck about the size of their army. I will never yield to those Astanian dogs, shouted the rotund, middle-aged man with undisguised fury. Staring at him deeply, Marlin furrowed his eyebrows. Viscount Peterson Shakewell, I knew you would be my greatest obstacle. Peterson Shakewell was one of the three most influential figures in Midgard. This was because he controlled the biggest mining industry in the city. With the success of his business, he managed to gain the favor of Haruan's imperial family. Lord Peterson, please think about the lives of the people of Midgard. Marlin wanted to say something, but his words were rudely cut off. Did you not hear what I just said? Peterson shook his head with a cold look. I don't want to hear any of this bullshit. If you guys want to surrender, then go do it yourselves, you damn cowards. I am leaving. With an angry flick of his sleeves, he walked away with heavy strides. A few aristocrats who were undecided chose to leave with him, leaving only 4 people who were yet to make their decisions. Marlin glanced at Peterson's group, who were about to exit the city hall, and muttered under his breath, Peterson, if you try to get all of us killed, then you will have to die by my sword. While he was crafting a plan on how to quietly eliminate Peterson, a voice suddenly drifted into his ears. General Marlin, we need to discuss this properly. Things have already come to this point, so we have to do it right. Turning his head, Marlin nodded his head. What do you propose we should do? I want to hear the thoughts of you, wise lords. Hearing this, everyone's faces eased up. And how certain are you that the Astanian army will not harm our people if we surrender to them? One of them suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Marlin when they heard this. Sensing their gazes, the general's expression turned serious as he replied. To tell you the truth, I cannot guarantee whether they are being truthful. However, I'm certain that our soldiers will be annihilated if we choose to fight them. They might even massacre the entire city out of anger. Everyone's faces turned grim upon hearing this. So you're saying that if we do not surrender, all of Midgard will most likely perish? Spoke an aristocrat in a questioning tone. Yes. Marlin nodded. If we surrender, there might be a chance for all of us to live. One of the aristocrats frowned and mumbled. But all depends on what the Astanian troops will do. For things to go smoothly, we must make sure that there will be no accidents. Our first obstacle will be Lord Peterson. You all know what kind of man he is. That guy is greedy, but he is loyal to the imperial family. He will never lower his head to Astania. Everyone agreed with this. Looking at their worried faces, Marlin spoke. I will take care of Lord Peterson. I just need you all to keep his allies in check. I will handle the rest. The aristocrats were taken aback. Peterson Shakewell had a huge influence over the city's defense forces. If Marlin were to go head-to-head with him, he would face strong resistance. Very well. We will take care of his allies. The group discussed their plans for close to an hour before they ended their meeting. They then went their separate ways to do their respective tasks. Upon leaving the city hall, Marlin summoned his most trusted subordinates, his face looking grim. "My brothers, we are heading to the estate of House Shakewell. Inform the troops that we will march at once." "Yes, sir." Outside Midgard, the Astanian troops had built a temporary camp surrounded by tall logs used as walls. At this moment, Alaric had received news from Seekis's assassin unit about the ongoing situation inside the city. "That Marlin guy is quite the decisive person," he remarked with a faint smile. Marlin had some decent attributes, so he had piqued his interest. He wondered if the guy could handle a big shot like Peterson Shakewell. Thinking about this, Alaric turned his head to Seekis. "What do you think, Seekis? Do you think he can win against Peterson?" Seekis's face remained serene, with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. "Based on the information we have on hand, it will be a difficult battle for him." "Oh, how so?" Alaric raised an eyebrow. "Peterson has a strong grip on Midgard's city defense forces. I believe some of them will betray Marlin." Seekis calmly responded. Alaric rubbed his chin with a look of anticipation. "I only gave him a day. We should get our answers before midnight." When evening came, dark and gloomy clouds hovered above Midgard, as if to warn the residents about an imminent storm. In the inner ring of the city was a man-made hill where one could see the estate of House Shakewell standing imposingly. Beneath the hill, an army of over 10,000 warriors was gathered, surrounding the estate with cold gazes. "General, we don't have much time. If it rains, our troops will have a hard time climbing the hill." His subordinate's worried voice drifted into Marlin's ears. Hearing this, Marlin lifted his head to look at the cluster of dark clouds. "It's about time," he muttered. He then jumped onto his horse, unsheathed his sword, and raised it into the air. "Warriors of Midgard, tonight we will fight for the sake of our families. I know that this is a hard decision to make, but this is our only option to give everyone the chance to live." With a fierce look, he roared, "Charge!" Marlin kicked his horse's belly, urging it to charge forward. The city defense troops immediately followed when they heard his command. The loud, resonating cries of the warriors echoed across the hill, chilling the hearts of everyone in House Shakewell's estate. Thousands of warriors rushed up the hill with their weapons in hand. Just when they were about to reach the walls of the estate, arrows were suddenly shot into the sky. "Sue! Sue! Sue!" Seeing this, Marlin lifted a shield above his head and shouted to his men, "Raise your shields!" The warriors of the city defense troops quickly raised their shields, but some of them still failed to react in time. When the arrows fell, hundreds of warriors were turned into sieves, killing them on the spot. Although most of the troops had survived, there were arrows stuck on their bodies which brought them immense pain. How do they have so many arrows? Marlin's face fell when he saw his troops dying one by one. Most of the arrows should have been allocated to the city defense troops. So how did they get their hands on so many arrows? Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, making his face turn unsightly. Did someone betray me? Numerous faces flashed in his mind. Why? I only want all of us to survive. Why betray me? He felt a wave of anguish at the thought of being betrayed by his subordinates. "General! General!" A loud shout echoed in his ears, disrupting his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw his young adjutant, who had 4 arrows stuck to his shoulders, staring at him with concern. "General, please focus on the battle. Are you all right?" Marlin's face fell when he saw the adjutant in this state. "Please don't worry about me, General. The troops are in disarray. We need to change formation." The adjutant responded, his face slowly turning pale. Marlin swallowed hard as he nodded his head. "Siege units, forward. We must destroy their walls in one push. Shield bearers, protect them. Archers, cover their backs." He shouted a series of commands. In case you didn't know, the privilege prices will be 40% lower for the whole of September. Please check it out if you want to read the advanced chapters. If you had already bought the privilege, please ignore this message. A brutal battle followed later that evening. The walls surrounding the estate of House Shakewell couldn't stop the relentless assault of the city defense forces siege units. The seemingly sturdy walls quickly collapsed in just half an hour. House Shakewell's troops tried to stop the city defense forces from advancing, but they were overwhelmed by the enemy's numbers. At this moment, inside the estate's main mansion. "Shit, where are they? Didn't you say that you had already sent them a message?" Peterson's voice was shaking with anxiety. His retainers were also panicking, and there were even a few of them who looked like they were about to have a mental breakdown. "My lord, did they betray us too?" one of his retainers said with uncertainty. Hearing this, Peterson slammed his armrest in anger. "They dare betray me? This is an act of treason." He was so furious that his eyes seemed to blaze with flames. "It's because of that bastard Marlin's treasonous tongue. If he hadn't spoken all that bullshit in the city hall, this wouldn't have happened. What should we do, my lord? Their troops are marching here as we speak." Rubbing his temples, Peterson took a heavy, deep breath. "Including the warriors I have bribed, we have around 4,000 soldiers. If we properly use our familiarity with the layout of the estate, we might win against the city defense forces." Thinking about this, he gradually calmed down. "Don't panic. We still have a chance to turn things around." His words brought some light to his retainer's eyes. "Here's what we should do. General, the enemies are retreating towards the main mansion. Should we give chase?" Marlin furrowed his eyebrows. He could feel that something was amiss, but he could not put his finger on it. Strange. Their formation was all over the place earlier, so how were they able to retreat properly in that chaos? "Hold on. Don't you find it strange?" He sent his young adjutant a heavy look. "What do you mean, sir?" The adjutant replied with a confused expression. Marlin explained his concerns, which made the adjutant's face turn serious. "Are you saying that this could be a deliberate setup to ambush us?" Marlin nodded with a grim look. "It might be so. Our soldiers aren't familiar with the estate's layout, so they wouldn't be able to properly react to an ambush." He added. He thought deeply for a moment before giving an instruction. "Gather the troops. Don't let them wander separately." "Yes, sir," replied the adjutant with a grimace. "Wait," Marlin called out when he saw this. "You're not in good condition. You should get treated first." "I'll be fine, sir." The young adjutant grinned with a pale face. A few hours later, the dark clouds disappeared, revealing the bright moon above the sky. At this moment, Alaric was outside his tent, looking at the shining moon with an unreadable expression. "There's only an hour left before midnight," he mumbled. Even without a clock, he could approximately tell the time based on the positions of the stars. Suddenly, he heard the sound of an approaching horse. Turning his head, he saw that it was Giovanni rushing towards him on his horse. "Alaric!" The guy pulled the reins and jumped off his horse when he was only a few meters from him. He then walked towards Alaric with long, quick strides. "Is there still no word from that Marlin guy?" Hearing this, Alaric shook his head. "I haven't received a word from him yet." Giovanni frowned. Did he perhaps fail to convince the aristocrats? Alaric shook his head. "Impossible. I sent some people to help him out. There is no way he will lose." When Sikis informed him that a part of the city's defense forces had betrayed Marlin, Alaric immediately sent a small group of skilled warriors to support Marlin. Giovanni was surprised. "You did? Why didn't I hear of this?" Alaric chuckled. "Because I didn't tell anyone, you dumbass." Giovanni's face twitched, but he was already used to this, so he didn't give much of a reaction. "Who did you send this time?" He looked curiously at him. Alaric smiled faintly and replied, "I just sent 3 people, Azazel, Sikis, and Galliner. If it's those 3, there is no way for them to lose." Giovanni rubbed his chin thoughtfully. While they were chatting, they suddenly noticed a warrior approaching them with an urgent look. "Your Highnesses, they are back," shouted the warrior. "Sir Galliner and the others are coming here with the warriors of Midgard." Alaric and Giovanni glanced knowingly at each other when they heard this. Marlin could still not believe it. When they were about to charge at the main mansion of House Shakewell, they found out that there was a trap waiting for them. More than 2,000 of his troops were killed in that trap, including his young adjutant. He thought that they would all perish in that moment, but 3 warriors suddenly appeared and turned the situation around. Those three warriors broke through the enemy encirclement and saved the trapped city defense forces. He saw them kill hundreds of enemies in just a few minutes. Not even the most skilled warriors of House Shakewell could stop them. They were unstoppable. Thinking about this, he turned his head and looked at the three warriors riding on their horses in front of him. They were wearing the armor of the city defense force, but he knew that they weren't part of his troops. He recalled the man who had introduced himself as Warwick. He remembered that these three warriors were with him when they were negotiating. "We're here." A deep voice interrupted his thoughts. The one who spoke was the Demonkin. Marlin didn't know his name, so he didn't bother to respond. He just nodded his head. A moment later, he was taken deeper into the camp where he saw a big tent. "He is waiting for you inside." The Demonkin gestured for him to enter the tent. "All right." Upon stepping inside the tent, Marlin thought that only Warwick would be there, but other than him, there was another person who had almost the same facial features except for his golden hair. "It's good to see you again, General Marlin." Alaric smiled while gesturing at the guy to take his seat. "Thank you." Marlin's eyes alternated between the two people in front of him. "Are they brothers?" "Alaric, is this the guy you were talking about?" Giovanni crossed his arms with a disinterested expression. "Alaric? Did I hear it correctly? I thought his name was Warwick. Did he give me a fake name?" Marlin furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. Alaric nodded with a chuckle. "That's right. This is Marlin, the commander of Midgard's defense forces. General, this is my cousin Giovanni." Hearing the introduction, Marlin saluted. "It's an honor to meet you, my lords." Giovanni didn't say anything and just nodded in response. Alaric sent him a glare before smiling apologetically at Marlin. "Please don't mind him, General. Anyway, let's get to the point." He took a pause, his eyes gradually turning serious. "I assume you have already completed your task." "I would have failed if it weren't for the people you sent, my lord," Marlin responded truthfully. Although it was embarrassing, he couldn't deny the impact of those three individuals during the battle. The very moment they appeared, the tempo of the battle changed. They were so skilled and powerful. "Don't sell yourself short." Alaric shook his head. "Marlin isn't weak. He is a skilled warrior and a capable commander. His opponent, Peterson Shakewell, was just too cunning and influential. General, how about working for me instead? If you agree, you could take everyone in your family with you." Alaric's words stunned Giovanni and Marlin. "Why do you want to recruit an enemy general?" Giovanni whispered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Alaric shook his head and chuckled. "Why not?" Giovanni couldn't believe his ears. "You're insane." Alaric didn't bother to explain. He couldn't understand Giovanni's concern. Recruiting an enemy general was indeed a risky move. There was a high chance that the other party would just pretend to work for him and then betray him later on. However, Alaric trusted his instincts. Marlin, who was silent, suddenly replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I must decline." Alaric felt a bit regretful to hear his refusal, but he didn't force the matter. "I see. If you change your mind, don't hesitate to inform me." Marlin nodded. Meanwhile, Giovanni snickered in amusement. This guy actually refused Alaric's offer. I wonder how he would have answered if he knew our identities. A series of small talks followed. Alaric and Giovanni asked Marlin about the current situation of Midgard. The latter responded without missing any detail. Marlin didn't want to give them a reason to attack Midgard, so he answered truthfully. He informed them about the surviving aristocrats. He also told them about the allies of Peterson Shakewell, who were currently imprisoned. An hour later, their conversation ended. "That's all we wanted to hear. When you return, inform your people to open the gates for our troops." Alaric instructed. Marlin knew that this was his cue to leave. He stood up and bowed deeply. "I follow your commands." Just as he was about to leave, Alaric called out to him. "Hold on." Marlin nervously turned around and looked at him. "Is there anything else, my lord?" With a faint smile, Alaric said, "Warwick isn't my real name. I am Alaric." Hearing this, Marlin repeated the name in his mind. "Alaric, I will remember you." There was a mixture of emotions in his heart. Anger, rage, awe, respect. "I will take my leave now, Lord Alaric." Marlin quickly hid his emotions, afraid that it might alert the other party. Chuckling, Alaric waved his hand. After Marlin left, a figure appeared next to Alaric. It was Sekus, who was still dressed in the armor of Midgard's city defense force. "Your Highness, I felt killing intent from him. Do you want me to silence it?" Sekus spoke emotionlessly. Hearing this, Alaric shook his head. "Leave him be. For now, just keep an eye on him. I obey your commands." Sekus nodded before taking a step back. Giovanni, who was seated next to Alaric, glanced at Sekus with a hint of fear. "Since when was he here? I didn't even sense his presence. First, there's Galliner, and now there's this guy. Just how many monstrous warriors are working for this damn bastard?" Giovanni was a bit jealous. He also had a group of talented people on his side, but they couldn't compare to Alaric's retainers. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Alaric's voice drifted over. "Midgard has already been conquered, but there might still be remnants loyal to Harun's imperial family in the city. You should tell everyone to be careful." Giovanni nodded at his words. "I know. In Halona, there was an internal conflict between two separate factions. One faction was led by Leroy's house Durova, and the other faction was a union between multiple aristocratic houses. Venerable, why would you tell us to surrender to those vermin? We can still fight. Besides, we still have you on our side." "He is right, Venerable. Halona's defenses are impregnable. Those bastards wouldn't be able to besiege the city. We just need to wait for reinforcements from the capital." Leroy almost had the urge to kill these people. He could feel that they didn't take him seriously. Although he was a venerable and held a high aristocratic position, he was born a commoner. They were subtle with it, but he could sense the prejudice behind their words. "Why do you want us to surrender, Lord Venerable?" An aged voice suddenly echoed. Turning his head, Leroy's face darkened. "Lemuel, I really want to tear this bastard apart." Leroy didn't like this cunning old man. He even thought of killing him. However, Lemuel had a huge influence on Halona, and killing him would only spoil his plans. With a deep look, Leroy spoke. "The Astanian troops. The Astanian army has two mythical knights on their side. My golem almost died fighting against them. If they hadn't run out of artillery ammunition, things could have ended badly for my troops." Leroy explained. Lemuel raised an eyebrow and sent him a mysterious smile. "I heard that you had a discussion with their two venerables. Can you tell us what you have discussed with them?" Leroy narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. "This bastard. How did he get that information? Is there a spy on my side?" "No. I only negotiated a truce with them. It was necessary to give our troops ample time to rest," he calmly replied. Lemuel rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. While he was silent, Leroy persuaded the others. "Everyone, I understand your concerns, but this war will not be as easy as you think. They might send their mythical knights to two separate locations. If they breached, he had already prepared his script for this meeting. He needed more than a convincing argument to convince a group of arrogant nobles. We can just pretend to surrender." While saying this, he let out a faint smile. Pretend to surrender? The nobles were taken aback, and some also began to seriously consider his suggestion. Even Lemuel fell into deep thought. Leroy nodded his head. "Think about it. If we choose to fight them, we would only suffer heavy casualties. By pretending to surrender, we wouldn't have to fight them. We can even buy enough time until reinforcements arrive." There was a heated discussion between the nobles as soon as he gave this suggestion. Some stuck to their previous decision and refused to surrender, but there were already a few who had changed their minds. "Something doesn't feel right." Lemuel looked suspiciously at Leroy. This guy is the type of man who would never yield. He wouldn't even give face to the imperial family. Something is going on here. As if sensing his gaze, Leroy sent him a deep look. Lemuel let out a smile before looking away. Did he sense something? Leroy frowned. It would be bad if Lemuel were to discover the truth. The discussion continued for the next hour. Lemuel tried to convince the others not to support Leroy's suggestion, but the majority decided to trust Leroy. Damn it, these idiots. Can they not sense that there is something odd about the whole situation? Lemuel cursed in his mind. I need to get out of here and report everything to the imperial family. After the meeting concluded, Lemuel excused himself and left with haste. He brought a few of his closest aides, and they all headed to a secret entrance that led directly outside the city. "My lord, Shouldn't we report this to the Venerable? One of his subordinates said. Lemuel sent him a glare and replied in a cold voice. No, we must leave at once. I have a feeling that Leroy has already betrayed us. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How is that possible? No way. Why would the Venerable do that? They couldn't believe it. Lemuel sneered. Leroy is already on the bad side of Haroun's imperial family. He also has numerous enemies among the nobility. If it weren't for his overwhelming martial power, his household would have already been destroyed by those people. If I'm not wrong, Astania must have already promised to accept him in their nation. Truthfully, he was still not 100% sure about this, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that Leroy had already betrayed them. Enough talking, and just follow me. Lemuel led his subordinates to this secret passageway, which was an underground tunnel that led to a hill over a mile away from the city. Only a few people knew this secret passageway. Even Leroy didn't know about this. Due to the rough path of the tunnel, it took them almost 2 hours to reach the exit. Looking at the bright sky outside, Lemuel smiled. There are horses outside. We will move separately to dash. While he was talking, he noticed that his subordinates had gone unusually quiet. Furrowing his eyebrows, he turned around and saw something that made him terrified. The subordinates he brought were now lying on the ground with deep slits in their throats, and the culprit was just about 2 meters from him, staring at him with a mocking smile. Lemuel, I didn't plan on killing you so soon, but you just dug your own grave. The Venerable. There must be a misunderstanding. Lemuel broke into a cold sweat, and he hurriedly tried to explain himself. A misunderstanding? Do you think I don't know what you're planning to do? Leroy sneered. No, I just wanted to dash. Lemuel was about to say something, but his words were cut off when Leroy suddenly grabbed him by the neck. Cock! Eck! Lemuel was a transcendent knight, but he couldn't even break free from his grip. He tried to stimulate his energy core, but it was useless. He couldn't overpower Leroy. With a frosty expression, Leroy added more strength to his grip. In the next moment, the sound of bones cracking echoed in the tunnel. Thud! Oh, you're still alive. With a disdainful smile, Leroy looked down at Lemuel, who was crawling towards the exit. He had already broken the old man's neck, but the strong vitality of a transcendent knight kept him alive. You would have lived a bit longer if you had stayed in the city. Leroy clicked his tongue. With a swipe of his hand, he cut off the old man's head. KHSSHK. After killing him, Leroy didn't even bother to look at the corpse. He just spat a mouthful of saliva and left. In your next life, you should treat people's lives better. Lemuel's sudden disappearance made many people suspicious. They felt that Leroy had a hand in the matter, but no one dared to voice their suspicions. With Lemuel's death, the nobles of Halona were forced to follow the Venerable's orders. That was how Halona stopped their resistance and surrendered to the Astanian army. On the same day that Halona surrendered, Alaric received a report about the situation through a letter. How strange. My mission says that I only need to occupy 3 cities, but I still haven't received any notification. They had already conquered Atarkan, Midgard, and Halona, but the system still hadn't confirmed the completion of his mission. Did I miss something? He frowned. Just what is it that I have missed? Hey, you dumbass. A furious voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw Giovanni glaring at him with an annoyed expression. What is it? Stop bothering me. Alaric scowled and made a shooing gesture. Veins protruded on Giovanni's face when he heard this. Look at this bastard. He was about to lash out, but he noticed that Alaric was unusually quiet. What happened? You've been like this since you got that letter from Exler. He was curious to know what was bothering Alaric. Alaric sent him a weird look. Are you, perhaps, worried about me? Stop acting tough. Giovanni sneered. I know something is bothering you. Just spit it out. It's so boring here. Listening to your worries might help alleviate my boredom. Alaric facepalmed and shook his head. This guy is really treating me as some form of entertainment. With a serious face, he opened his mouth. Giovanni, I think something big will happen soon. Hearing this, Giovanni raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Do you remember how many enemy venerables have been stationed here? Alaric asked. Giovanni thought for a moment and replied. I heard that there were 3 of them. If we include the catastrophe-grade beast, that's 4. Why do you ask? Alaric took a deep breath and crossed his arms. After capturing 3 cities, we only encountered 2 enemy venerables and 1 catastrophe-grade beast. There's still 1 more we hadn't met. Giovanni furrowed his eyebrows. Are you saying that this remaining venerable might be waiting for an opportunity to attack us? Alaric shook his head with uncertainty. I don't know, but we should be careful. I will also send word to the guys on Mount Tyrad, Atarkin, and Helona. He had a feeling that his mission would only be completed if this remaining enemy venerable was defeated. The only problem was that they had no clue where this person was hiding. Even the Crown Prince still hadn't updated them about the person's whereabouts. I will inform everyone to be careful. Giovanni trusted Alaric's instincts. This guy was usually spot on about things like this. All right, I will leave this task to you. I'll go back first and write a letter to the others. Alaric stood up, waved his hand, and left with haste. Marlin provided Alaric with a small mansion as his accommodation. It was owned by an aristocrat who had been killed in the recent battle. To prevent retaliation from the members of the mansion, Marlin changed all the servants. At this moment, Alaric was in the master's bedroom, writing a letter when a series of knocks interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. He stopped and turned his head. Come in. It's unlocked. Creak. A grim-faced Giovanni stepped inside the room. His face was covered in thick beads of sweat, and it looked like he ran all the way here. Alaric, Atarkin has fallen. Our warriors, all of them have perished. The guy spoke with a mixture of anger and sadness. Alaric seemed to have been electrocuted when he heard this. What? His expression changed dramatically as he rose to his feet. I received a letter from a survivor who managed to escape from there. He said that an army consisting of 500,000 soldiers attacked them. Giovanni added with a gloomy look. 500,000? Where did they gather that many troops? Alaric's face fell. Now, he finally understood why the system didn't send any notification. It turned out that Atarkin had been recaptured by the enemies. Atarkin has been recaptured. This means that Mount Tyrad might have fallen first. That seems to be the case. Giovanni nodded. Alaric fell on his seat, his eyes shaking with fury. Our troops! Giovanni grabbed a stool and placed it next to his seat. What should we do? We can't just divide our forces now. If they divided their troops, the enemies might use the chance to attack the cities they had captured. Alaric rubbed his temples as he racked his brains. Is there any word from Laynard's side? Giovanni shook his head. We haven't gotten any news from their side since they told us that Helona has been conquered. Alaric narrowed his eyes. Did they cut off our communications since that day? Giovanni, I think the enemies are already marching towards us. Alaric muttered. No way. I just received word that Atarkin has fallen. How is that even possible? Giovanni couldn't believe it. It could be a ploy to make us think that they're still in Atarkin. Alaric became more nervous the more he thought about it. There were only 2 options for the enemy troops. The first one was to march towards Helona, and the other was to march towards Midgard. If he were the enemy commander, he would choose the weaker side, which was them. Only one venerable was leading the Astanian troops in Midgard, and that was Ignatius. Giovanni's face darkened. He stood up and said, I will go look for Lord Ignatius. We need to tell him this. Wait. Alaric grabbed his shoulder. I will go with you. We need to discuss this together. Giovanni nodded. The two didn't waste any time and headed straight to the mansion where Ignatius was staying. When they arrived at the mansion, the servants took them to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Your Highnesses, what is going on? Ignatius felt that something was amiss when he saw their grim faces. He put down the tea he was drinking and gestured for them to sit down. Tell me what happened. Alaric and Giovanni nodded at each other before they told him everything. My lord, we received a message from. Ignatius' face turned grave upon hearing their words. If Atarkin has fallen, our people on Mount Tyrad might have already perished. He had the same guess as they. We need to act immediately. If what you said is true, Harun's 500,000 troops should be heading towards Midgard. Yes, my lord. We will gather all the available troops and tell them to get ready. Giovanni nodded solemnly and was about to leave when Ignatius suddenly stopped him. "Hold on. Is there something else, my lord?" Giovanni furrowed his eyebrows. The warriors and aristocrats of Midgard might sense that something is going on if we do something this big. It's also possible that they're already aware of the situation. Ignatius spoke with a frown. At this moment, more than a fourth of their warriors were still recovering from the recent battle, so the troops weren't in their full force. With the condition of their warriors, it would be a disaster if they had to fight against an army of 500,000 soldiers. Not to mention that the warriors of Midgard could stab them in the back at any moment. They were in a dangerous position right now, and their options were limited. Hearing his words, the two princes fell into deep thought. Excluding those who are recovering, how many of our warriors can still fight? The venerable asked in a low voice. Alaric sent Giovanni a knowing look. The latter had more interactions with the troops, so he could give a more accurate answer regarding this matter. Understanding his gaze, Giovanni immediately replied. "From the recent report I received, we should have about 140,000 warriors who can still fight. If we include those who have some minor wounds, we would have an additional 20,000 soldiers." Ignatius let out a deep breath. Their situation was more terrible than he had thought. "Gather everyone, including those who can still wield their weapons. We need every man we can get." Ignatius instructed with a heavy look. "Yes, my lord." Giovanni nodded, stood up, and left in haste. After he left, Ignatius turned his head to Alaric and said, "Your Highness, please send your men to scout the area. We need to find the exact whereabouts of the enemies. If they could get the exact location of the approaching army, they would be able to react properly." Alaric knew this, so he nodded without hesitation. "We will do our best, my lord." Ignatius waved his hand to dismiss him. Alaric didn't linger and left right away. Now, left alone on the balcony, Ignatius was no longer in the mood to drink his tea. He stood up and looked at the horizon with a deep sigh. Alaric headed back to his mansion. Upon his arrival, he immediately formed 10 scouting teams, each led by a transcendent knight. The teams he gathered were curious why they had been summoned so urgently. By the looks on Alaric's face, they could tell that something bad had happened. Looking at the 10 scouting teams, Alaric first informed them about the recent news they received. When everyone heard that their comrades on Atarkan and Mount Tyrad might have already perished, they were distraught. "Your mission is to track the enemy's location. I will send each of your teams to the 10 possible routes that they might have taken. If you encounter them, don't engage in battle and report back to me immediately." Alaric called the 10 Transcendent Knights who would lead each team. He then told them where each of their teams would go. "If you have any questions, you can ask them now." No one raised any questions, so Alaric quickly sent them off. "I hope all of you will come back unharmed." Alaric mumbled as he watched them leave. On Helona's side, Laner had also received the same message. At first, he thought it was just the same regular report, but his face changed abruptly as soon as he read the contents of the letter. He rose to his feet with a dark expression. "I miscalculated. I thought that man was in Nakalub." He gritted his teeth, his face warping with anger. "I need to calm down. What could be their possible move after recapturing Atarkan and Mount Tyrad?" He gathered his thoughts. A few seconds later, his eyes flashed with a glint. "Midgard! They are heading to Midgard!" Thinking about this, he looked to his left and shouted to the nearest servant, "Quickly go and call the venerables." "Never mind. I will go find them myself." Without wasting time, he abandoned what he was doing and left the mansion. Half an hour later, he brought the venerables to Helona's city hall, including Leroy, who had defected to their side. "Why did you call us here so urgently, Your Highness?" Lucas stared at the crown prince with a serious look. Leroy was already aware of Laynard's identity, so he wasn't surprised by how Lucas had addressed him. "Venerables, Midgard might be in danger right now. I don't have time to explain, so I will make it short." The crown prince summarized the situation for them. He told them about the fall of Mount Tyrad and Atarkan. "Are you saying that the enemy troops might be heading to Midgard?" Lucas couldn't sit still when he heard this. His son was in Midgard. Although they had Ignatius on their side, he was still concerned about Alaric's safety. Laynard shook his head and spoke with uncertainty. To tell you the truth, I am not entirely certain, but there's a high chance that they are heading there. The Venerables frowned. No, I know that guy. He is the most unpredictable person among us. Leroy suddenly spoke. His words brought more concern to the group. What do you mean? Lucas sent him a deep look. Leroy took a deep breath and responded. Ramondin Hildebrand is one crazy man. No one can accurately predict what he will do next. Ramondin Hildebrand was a four-ringed B-Soul Grandmaster like Leroy Derova. But unlike the latter, whose integrated monster traits were diverse, Ramondin's traits were focused primarily on offense. The one-man army. That is his nickname. Leroy spoke in a serious voice. The key reason for him getting this nickname is because of one of his integrated monster traits called gravity collapse. It's a trait he got from a dimensional abyss spider, a catastrophe-grade beast. He explained, his eyes visibly shook when he mentioned this monster. Lucas and Dominic weren't familiar with this monster, but the knowledgeable Crown Prince had read about it in a book. It was a beast capable of manipulating gravity. With this unique ability, it could immobilize an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Ramondin, can we beat that person? Leonard asked with a deep look. Hearing this, Leroy took a deep breath and shook his head. To be honest, even I am not confident in defeating him. He could render my golem incapable of fighting with just his gravity collapse, not to mention his other traits. His words made everyone's faces turn grave. Leroy was a powerful man, and he also had a golem that was almost unkillable. For him to speak so highly of someone spoke volumes about Ramondin's power. Is there any way to beat him? Does he have a weakness? Lucas asked. Leroy fell silent for a moment. After half a minute of silence, he opened his mouth and spoke. Ramondin is considered the strongest venerable of Harun. He was unbeatable for a long time until he met her. Ischila Veronica, the Queen of Veronica. When he mentioned this name, an image of a beautiful woman flashed in everyone's mind. Ischila Veronica was a woman who rose to power after killing the tyrannical ruler of her country. She wasn't just beautiful. She was also considered the most powerful warrior in the surrounding empires. As you all know, Queen Ischila is a warrior focused on speed. She is so fast that it is almost impossible to detect her. Even venerables would have a hard time following her movements. Is this story related to the Harun-Veronica War 25 years ago? Leonard suddenly asked while Leroy was in the middle of his storytelling. Leroy nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Skip the story and just tell us how she defeated Ramondin. The Crown Prince said. Leroy awkwardly chuckled. I apologize. You see, Ramondin would need some time to cast his gravity collapse. It's a skill that requires him to use his mana to tap into. He was about to go into the specifics when he noticed the Crown Prince's stern face. To make it short, he needs about 5 to 10 seconds to cast this skill. Queen Ischila managed to take him down before he could cast it, so we just need to be fast enough to defeat him. Lucas muttered to himself. He was confident in his strength and speed, but he was uncertain if he could take down an experienced venerable in a short amount of time. While he was immersed in his thoughts, the Crown Prince's voice suddenly drifted into their ears. What do you think, my lords? Can you take down that person before he can cast his skill? Lucas didn't respond and turned his head to Dominic. Sensing his gaze, Dominic rubbed his chin and replied hesitantly. It's difficult to say. I have faced Ramondin before, but he still didn't have his gravity collapse at that time. Leonard frowned at his words. Even Lord Dominic is not confident. This is troublesome. At this moment, Leroy spoke once more. There is another way to beat him. Hearing this, everyone stared at him with furrowed eyebrows. Leroy did a throat-slitting gesture and said, Assassination? Didn't you just say that only Queen Ischila managed to defeat him? How can we assassinate someone like that? Lucas felt that it was ridiculous. Leroy shook his head and explained. He might possess one of the most powerful integrated monster traits, but he is still, after all, a human being. There are also times when he lowers his guard. Leonard was initially uninterested, but when he heard Leroy's words, he revealed a pondering look. That might work, but is there even someone who can do this job? Lucas and Dominic are powerful warriors, but their auras are too conspicuous. If they appear near Ramondin, he would immediately sense them. Leroy also isn't fit for this role. Just to his perf. Suddenly, he thought about a certain individual. If it's him, he might be able to pull it off. A few miles west of Midgard was a narrow creek that was covered in blooming purple water lilies. The fragrant floral scent lingered in the air, giving the surrounding area a pleasant smell. Walking along this creek was a team composed of 20 lightly dressed warriors. It was almost difficult to spot them since their green uniforms camouflaged perfectly with the greenery. They also covered their skin with ground paste made from all sorts of leaves to mask their scents. "Sir, we are only half a mile away from Dash." One of the camouflage warriors was about to give his report when the person leading them suddenly did a shushing gesture. "I see them." Seekus pointed in a certain direction. The average warrior wouldn't be able to see it, but he could see a large number of dots moving in sync. Hearing his words, his subordinates followed his gaze only to be left baffled. They couldn't see anything. All they could see was the vast grassland and the lush forest in the distance. "Sir, is it the warriors of Harun?" one of his subordinates asked. Seekus nodded. "I can't tell their exact numbers, but there are hundreds of thousands of them." "Sir, how can you see them when you are Dash?" "A blind man cannot see through his eyes, but he can see the world through his mana." He tried to explain, but it only made his subordinates even more confused. "Sir, we should return and report the situation to His Highness," one of his subordinates suggested with a hint of urgency. Their mission was only to locate the enemies, so there was no need for them to stay. Seekus didn't respond immediately. "I can sense him. This is the aura of a venerable. Leave and immediately send word to His Highness about the situation," he instructed in a calm voice. "What about you, sir?" Without turning his head, Seekus urged them. "Just go." After some hesitation, his subordinates glanced at each other and left with haste. They didn't know what Seekus was planning, but the most important thing now was to inform Alaric about the enemy's location. As soon as his subordinates left, Seekus's figure vanished from where he was hidden. Then, like a ghost, he reappeared 100 meters away. "I need to get some information about the enemy Venerable so we will know how to deal with them." Thinking about this, he quietly slipped into the grassland, camouflaging himself within the greenery. "I will destroy them all. I will spare no one." Ramondin was seething with rage, and everyone could feel it. No one dared to get close to him, afraid that they would incur his wrath. When he learned that 3 of their cities had fallen into the hands of the Astanian troops, he quickly gathered his army to recapture the conquered cities. Their first target was Mount Tyrad. There were Astanian troops stationed at the mountain, but Ramondin's army quickly annihilated them. The second target was Atarkan. There was quite some resistance when they fought the stationed enemy troops, but Ramondin suddenly joined the fight and ended the battle in a bloodbath. After recapturing Atarkan, he didn't even bother to get some rest. He led his troops to the third target, Midgard. "My lord, we are only a few miles from Midgard. Do you want me to send our vanguard units to check the route?" A voice interrupted his thoughts. Ramondin nodded with a frown. "If you see those Astanian soldiers, kill them immediately." "Yes, my lord." At this moment, Ramondin suddenly narrowed his eyes. What was that? He felt as if he was being watched, but no matter where he looked, he didn't find anything unusual. Did I make a mistake? No. An enemy is nearby, and it is someone skilled in camouflage. If he were alone here, he would have already used his gravity collapse, but he couldn't activate his skill with his subordinates around. With a stern look, he beckoned to his deputy, an old warrior with sunken eyes. "What is your command, my lord?" The old warrior saluted. "Rado, send 10 teams to scout the area. If you discover anything unusual, report to me immediately." He instructed. "I obey your commands." The old warrior named Rado nodded, turned around, and left to complete the task. He noticed my gaze, but he failed to detect my location. Seekus saw Ramondin sending his troops to scout the forest and the grassland. Should I kill him here? No, not yet. I need more information. The thought of killing the enemy Venerable crossed his mind, but he quickly restrained himself. He decided to quietly observe his prey. There are people approaching me. He turned his head and saw a 5-man team searching near his hiding spot. Seeing this, he quietly took out 5 needles from his wrist guy and threw them at the approaching team. Sue! Sue! In the next moment, the 5-man team collapsed, their foreheads bleeding profusely. As for Sekus, he had already left to change his hiding spot. This smell, a familiar scent, assaulted Ramondan's nostrils. Blood. With a dark look, he rushed towards the direction of the scent and discovered something alarming. Lying on the grass were 5 men whose faces were drenched in blood. Furrowing his eyebrows, he crouched and inspected the wounds on their foreheads. He then looked around to see if there was something he could find, but except for the corpses, there was nothing to be seen. They were all killed at the same time. They weren't even able to sense the culprit and died in an instant. Whoever killed them is a highly skilled assassin. Knowing that an assassin was lurking nearby, he sent more troops to scour the area. His soldiers thoroughly searched the forest, but they weren't able to find anything. My lord, another scouting team was killed. An anxious voice drifted into Ramondan's ears. What? Ramondan was infuriated. He kept his senses active the entire time, but he wasn't even able to detect the enemy. With a grim look, he went to the location where the second scouting team was killed. When he arrived, he discovered that they also died in the same way. This is clearly done by one person. Is it a mythical knight? He frowned. Just when he was about to tell his subordinates to bury the dead, he heard another report. My lord, 2 more scouting teams were killed. Lord Rado also died. This time, he felt a trace of fear. Rado was no ordinary warrior. He was a peak transcendent knight, the strongest warrior under his command. For such a strong man to die without even emitting a sound, it left everyone scared. They even began to suspect that the enemy had already disguised himself as one of them. Everyone was on guard with each other, and the panic spread to the rest of the troops. Take off your helmet. Show me your face. Why are you looking at me like that, you bastard? The warriors were in disarray, which greatly affected their formation. Meanwhile, the culprit behind this attack was now hidden atop a tree, observing the commotion with indifferent eyes. I will kill a few more people and cause disturbances. This should buy us enough time to make some preparations. Thinking about this, he jumped off the tree and blended into the greenery. Ramondan's face darkened when he saw his troops in chaos. What a sly bastard. With Butch's troops holding back the monster army, Lucas and the others were able to focus on the catastrophe-grade beasts. Lucas looks completely worn out. This isn't good. Vulcan frowned as he looked at the exhausted Lucas. He thought that Lucas was already invincible after he had become a mythical knight, but even a powerful warrior like him was helpless in front of these monsters. The winged goblin monarch isn't the problem here. Lucas can block it on his own. The real threat is that thing. He looked at the half-kobold monster that was continuously releasing spirit attacks against their troops. Boom, boom. We need to stop it somehow, so Lucas can focus on the winged goblin monarch. As he thought of this, he raised his hand and shouted, My brothers, follow me to attack that big-headed beast. Upon saying those words, he urged his horse to charge towards the half-kobold beast. Thousands of warriors unhesitatingly followed him, their roars shaking the forest. Lucas, who was fighting the winged goblin monarch, immediately understood what he was trying to do. That fool. Is he trying to get himself killed? He wanted to say something, but the winged goblin monarch didn't give him the chance. It attacked him with fearsome force. Each of its strikes was fatal, so he had to be careful not to get hit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lucas imbued mana into his sword to deflect and block the monster's long, sharp claws. Clang! Clang! His arm was already covered in cuts, and the injuries were starting to affect his strength and speed. Sensing his weakening power, Lucas snorted and unleashed a massive burst of mana to temporarily increase his strength. Your efforts are commendable, but you are not my match. Just give up, human. I promise to give you a quick death. The winged goblin monarch spoke with a demonic smile. Lucas was repulsed by its expression. He sneered and simply ignored its remarks. It never spoke like this earlier. He narrowed his eyes and observed the monster closely. It was then that he found out that its arms were shaking almost imperceptibly. I see. It's also tired. He grinned at the discovery. Knowing that the monster was also exhausted, Lucas fought with less intensity. Once it shows a flaw, I will attack with full force. The monster didn't seem to notice his plan and continued to fight with extreme aggression. Suddenly, Lucas noticed that Zephyr was quietly gathering its mana. With one look, he realized what the Draconic Lion was doing. "We can do this, Zephyr. I'll buy you time." Lucas squinted his eyes as he forced the winged goblin monarch to keep its focus entirely on him. This way, it wouldn't be able to sense Zephyr's unusual movements. About 5 minutes later, Lucas suddenly kicked the winged goblin monarch, which made it lose balance in midair. "Zephyr now!" he shouted. Upon hearing his words, Zephyr opened its mouth and spat out a giant ball of flame. Whoosh! Caught unprepared by the unexpected attack, the winged goblin monarch couldn't defend itself from the ball of fire. It was struck, and its body was quickly engulfed by the fearsome flames. "Zazie! Roar!" The beast roared in pain and fury as it tried to expel the flames using its mana. Seeing this, Lucas immediately rushed towards the monster and released a series of slashes that carried tremendous force. "Do you think I will let you escape?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The winged goblin monarch was focused on expelling the flames from its body, so it was late to react to Lucas's attacks. In the next moment, one of its arms was cut off, and it also received a long laceration on its chest that exposed its bones. Roar! The winged goblin monarch collapsed on the ground, grimacing as it grabbed its bleeding shoulder. It managed to remove the flames from its body, but it was still steaming from the heat. With furious eyes, it glared at Lucas. It was as if it wanted to tear him apart. "I don't like the look in your eyes," Lucas muttered as he slowly approached the monster. His sword was emitting a terrifying amount of energy that made it produce a sharp wailing sound. Even the monster could feel the enormous mana his sword was emitting. Fear flashed in its eyes for the first time since they fought. Lucas smiled faintly when he saw this. "So, you also know how to make that kind of face." Just then, he tapped his foot, and his figure vanished all of a sudden. Like a mirage, he appeared in front of the winged goblin monarch and stabbed it with his sword. "Schhk." The winged goblin monarch lowered its head and looked at the sword that had pierced through its chest. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. "Don't worry. Your beast's soul crystal will not be wasted." Lucas's mocking voice drifted into its ears. It raised its head and saw Lucas staring at it with a sharp gaze. "Die!" Lucas's face contorted with fury as he unleashed a fearsome wave of mana. The terrifying amount of energy tore a fist-sized hole in the beast's body. The winged goblin monarch lifelessly fell to the ground, blood leaking out from the hole in its chest. Lucas stared deeply at its corpse and flicked his sword. Turning his head, he saw that Vulcan and the others were still fighting against the half-kobold beast. "I need to help them." He gathered his mana and was about to rush over when he felt a sharp pain in his energy core. "Shit, did I overexert myself?" He gritted his teeth and clutched his chest, sweat trickling down his face. He then felt a stabbing sensation in his head that made him grimace. Arg! Lucas staggered toward a nearby tree. He found himself feeling nauseous, and he had this urge to vomit. "Not now." Grimacing, he grabbed his head as he leaned against the tree. Why'd it have to be now? Damn it. When the Astanian troops in Midgard received the order, they immediately went to the walls to prepare. Various artillery weapons were set up atop the walls. The auxiliary units also brought ammunition and supplies. Their sudden military activity caused the city's residents to feel alarmed. At this moment, inside Marlin's residence, the surviving influential people of Midgard had gathered to discuss the situation. "General, do you have any idea what's happening out there? Why did the Astanian troops suddenly move to the walls? Maybe the reinforcements from other cities are coming. This is our chance." Everyone discussed heatedly. Marlin took a deep breath as he rubbed his temples. The Astanian troops sent his subordinates away from the walls, so they had no idea what was happening. "I've already sent a small group to keep an eye on the situation beyond the walls. We should hear from them any time now," he told the crowd. During the commotion, he suspected that their troops were coming, so he secretly sent a small unit to confirm if he was right. General, if there are reinforcements outside, we should help them. We can just lower the gates so their troops can enter the city. They must be punished for killing our people. Because of them, so many of our warriors died. With a sigh, Marlon replied, I understand your point, everyone, but we must proceed with caution. We are still unsure what is happening out there, so we should wait for the confirmation from the people I sent. But if there are really reinforcements outside, I will be the first one to stab the Astanian troops in the back. He spoke in a cold voice. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill. Marlon was the strongest person in the room, so everyone was threatened by his aura. Meanwhile, the scout teams that Alaric sent out of the city to search for the enemy's whereabouts had already returned, including Sikas and his subordinates. Upon his return, Sikas immediately informed Alaric about his discovery. So, it's indeed him, the last venerable that Harun sent to protect its borders. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. He sent Sikas a deep look and asked, Did you say that he can control gravity at will? Yes, your highness. He can make gravity heavier by manifolds. Sikas calmly nodded. Hearing this, Alaric's face darkened. There were only a few monsters who could control gravity, and all of them were incredibly powerful creatures. Facing a venerable with this kind of monster-integrated trait would be extremely troublesome. If he can manipulate gravity, sending out our troops to fight them would be useless. What do you think, Lord Ignatius? Do you have the confidence to beat this man? Alaric turned his head to Ignatius, who was seated opposite him. Ignatius's expression was solemn as he replied, I have heard rumors about this venerable who can manipulate gravity, but I haven't fought with him yet. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. If Lord Ignatius is defeated in battle, all of our troops would die here. While he was immersed in his thoughts, Sikas's emotionless voice drifted into his ears. My lord, I might be able to help you deal with him. Alaric raised an eyebrow. And how do you plan on dealing with him? Everyone was also stunned. They were talking about a four-ringed B-Soul Grandmaster here, so they were a bit skeptical. However, Sikas wasn't the type of guy who would speak nonsense, so they were eager to hear his response. Under everyone's curious eyes, Sikas spoke with unchanging emotion. That man is overly reliant on his gravity manipulation that his perception has stagnated. If he fights with Lord Ignatius, his focus will be completely on him, and I can take that chance to kill him. They all thought that he had some kind of meticulously laid-out plan, but when they heard this simple strategy, they were left speechless. Pardon my disrespect, Sir Sikas, but we are talking about a four-ringed B-Soul Grandmaster here. His senses might be weaker compared to other venerables. This is an expert that must not be underestimated. Giovanni thought that it was incredulous for a transcendent knight to speak of assassinating a four-ringed beast-soul grandmaster with such confidence. Ignatius didn't say anything, but he agreed with the second prince. Venerables possessed an innate skill that other warriors didn't have. It was the ability to control a domain. They could freely manipulate the element they had an affinity within this domain, which means inside this domain, they were invincible. The only exception would be if there was someone who had a much stronger domain. Sikas indifferently glanced at the second prince. His distinct, unusually white pupils made the latter flinch with nervousness. Those who had been targeted by my daggers had never survived, not even venerables. Except for Alaric, everyone's eyes widened upon hearing his words. You killed venerables before? Giovanni exclaimed in shock. This was an extraordinary feat. There were some stories written in history books about this, but none had been verified, so everyone thought that it was impossible. However, not everyone present felt that he was lying. Sikas was about to respond, but he suddenly closed his mouth as if something was preventing him from speaking. The others thought that he simply didn't want to explain it, but Alaric realized what was happening. Something is preventing him from speaking more. He had seen the situation every time he tried to ask Galliner, Butch, and Sikas about their pasts. Let's try it. Alaric spoke, his words gathering everyone's attention. Giovanni no longer dared to say anything. He was afraid that it might offend Sikas. Meanwhile, Ignatius thought for a moment before nodding his head. All right, since Sir Sikas is confident, there is no harm in giving a try. We could just retreat if we fail. Good. Alaric smiled faintly. With Ignatius's approval, the plan was set into motion. The military officers didn't even dare voice their objections. Ramondan's army was still stuck in the forest near the creek outside of Midgard. The warriors were on edge, afraid that they would be the next target of the assassin. A few hours had passed since the last victims were killed, but they still hadn't found the culprit. Ramondan had already razed the surrounding trees and landscapes to the ground, but he couldn't even find the assassin's shadow. Damn it! Where'd he go? He finally realized that he had been fooled. It was only a deliberate act to make them waste time and delay their march. Thinking about this, he shouted to his troops, "We must delay no further. We are heading straight to Midgard to destroy the enemies." Destroy the enemies. Kill them all. The warriors echoed his words. Ramondan led his troops to march towards Midgard. Due to the size of their army, it took them several hours before they arrived outside the city. Looking at the familiar walls, Ramondan furrowed his eyebrows. He could see the flags of Astania erected atop the walls, fluttering along with the wind. How dare those bastards plant their filthy flags in our lands? He almost flew into rage, but held back his fury. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong aura atop the city walls. HM. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the aura. How arrogant! Is he intentionally pissing me off by releasing his aura? Taking a deep breath, he raised his head and shouted in a booming voice. People of Midgard, hear my voice. I am Ramondan Hildebrand, the one-man army, the strongest warrior of Harun. I have come here with 500,000 warriors to save you all. Just give me half a day, and I promise you that the Astanian dogs will be annihilated. His words, filled with confidence and spite, echoed across the city, shocking everyone to their core. Everyone in Harun was familiar with the name Ramondan Hildebrand. He was the symbol of their power and strength. Knowing that he was outside the city, the residents of Midgard were excited. Ramondan Hildebrand, is it? I am Ignatius Firecrest, the man who killed Rudner Crestor. A loud, mocking voice suddenly reverberated across all of Midgard. Hearing this, Ramondan's face contorted with rage. Rudner Crestor was his friend and mentor. He was like an older brother to him. Knowing that Rudner's killer was right in front of his eyes, the rage that he was trying to hold back could no longer be contained. You bastard! Come out and face me if you dare. He bellowed, his earth-shattering voice ringing in everyone's ears. Do you think I'm afraid of a runt like you? Ignatius responded in a disdainful tone. Following his words, a blazing bird flew into the sky. Upon looking closely, everyone realized that it was no blazing bird. It was a man covered in flames, hovering above the sky like the god of fire. Seeing his spectacular display of power, everyone was amazed, except for one person. Paltry tricks. Ramondan snorted as he released his aura. All of you step back. You wouldn't want to be caught in this battle. He shouted to his troops. Hearing his warning, his troops immediately retreated by a few hundred meters. At this moment, Ignatius descended from the sky and landed gracefully with a whoosh. With a taunting smile, he said, "Show me the strength of the so-called one-man army." With a dark look, Ramondan stepped forward while silently covering the area within his domain. You will pay for killing him. I will skin you alive and hang your corpse on the wall to be feasted upon by the birds. He spoke coldly, his voice shaking with fury. With a snort, Ignatius activated his flame domain. Fire sprouted from out of nowhere and engulfed everything around him in a sea of flames. As soon as he released his domain, the surrounding temperature abruptly rose, making everyone feel like they were being cooked. Despite being far from him, the warriors were forced to gather their mana to shield themselves from his flames. Sensing his fire domain, Ramondan furrowed his eyebrows. So this is Ignatius Firecrest. He is indeed strong. He was aware that Ignatius was the biggest reason why Harun failed their last expedition. Facing this kind of man, he didn't dare to be careless. In the next moment, the two venerables unleashed their attacks. Ignatius summoned thousands of fire arrows that shot towards Ramondan like an endless stream of flames. Sue! 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 With a cold gaze, Ramondin activated his gravity collapse. The sudden explosion of weight caused the fire arrows to lose their balance in midair. They gradually lost power and dissipated. If that's the extent of your power, then you'd better surrender now. I might even grant you a quick death if you beg me. Ramondin laughed coldly. Ignatius sneered in response. He raised his hand into the air and conjured a gigantic flaming sword. It was so big that it covered all of Midgard in its shadow. Try stopping this, he shouted as he released the gigantic flaming sword towards Ramondin. Ramondin's troops shivered in fear when they saw this. This attack alone would kill tens of thousands of them in an instant. This time, Ramondin finally became serious. He released more mana into the air and unleashed a more fearsome force that increased the gravity by almost 20-fold. Boom! The ground within his gravity domain sank deeply, causing a cloud of dust to rise and fall. Ignatius, who was within the domain, almost fell to his knees. He felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him. Just where is the limit of his power? Gritting his teeth, he stimulated his mana to keep himself steady. He could feel his internal organs screaming from the intense pressure. I need to get out of his domain. Thinking about this, he summoned a pair of flaming wings to fly out of his enemy's domain. Do you think I will let you leave? Ignatius flapped his flame wings when an even stronger force came crushing down on him. What heavy pressure! The overwhelming weight that descended upon his body kept him in place, preventing him from flying away. Gritting his teeth, Ignatius released more mana to control his flame wings, but it was to no avail. Just give up. Once you are inside my gravity domain, escaping is impossible. Ramondin shook his head. Give up. Ignatius laughed coldly as if he'd heard the funniest joke. With a mocking grin, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Ramondin felt something was amiss, but it was already too late when he realized what had happened. The ground beneath his feet suddenly caught fire, and this roaring flame quickly enveloped his entire body. Ramondin's skin turned red at the sudden exposure to the extreme heat. To protect himself, he hurriedly covered his body with a thin layer of mana, which acted like a barrier that stopped the flame from touching his skin. However, despite this layer of protection, he could still feel the unbearable heat from the scorching flames. He intends to clash with my gravity domain. The golden flames enveloped the area around them, looking like a miniature sun, blazing like an inferno. Under the intense heat, Ramondin was forced to use a portion of his mana to protect his vital organs. This made his gravity domain significantly weaker. The drop in the pressure gave Ignatius some room to breathe. I now have the upper hand, but using my mana like this places a huge burden on my energy core. I cannot maintain my flame domain for very long. He could only hope that Seekus would take the opportunity to attack before he ran out of mana. Don't fuck this up, Seekus. Otherwise, all of us would be done for. While the two venerables were fighting, there was an uprising inside the city. Marlin and the heads of the aristocratic houses gathered their subordinates to attack the Astanian troops. They timed their attack perfectly while everyone was focused on the venerables' battle. Kill them all. Open the gates. Marlin roared as he charged on horseback with thousands of cavalrymen. Surprisingly, they realized that the road was unusually empty. There were no Astanian troops stationed in the streets. It was like they had suddenly disappeared. Confused by the situation, Marlin raised his hand with a deep frown, signaling his troops to stop charging. Strange. Where are they? Why is this place empty? Up ahead was one of the city's main gates. They just had to cross the street, and they would get to their objective. However, Marlin felt a sense of foreboding. It was as if something was gripping his heart and could crush at any moment. I don't like this feeling. He looked around, trying to sense if there were enemies hidden somewhere, but he couldn't detect anything unusual. General, we are close to the gates. We should take this chance while there is no one around. One of his subordinates exclaimed. Hearing this, Marlin hesitated. Hold on. There is something strange about the situation. Why would they leave the main gate unprotected at this crucial moment? Unbeknownst to him, one of the people behind him revealed a mysterious expression beneath his helmet. Slowly, He took out a dagger hidden underneath his armor and threw it towards Marlin. Whoosh! The unexpected attack caught everyone by surprise. Just when the dagger was about to hit Marlin's head, a figure suddenly appeared to block it for him. Clang! General, be careful! Marlin was stunned. He didn't expect to be attacked by someone on his side. He felt betrayed. With a furious look, he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the attacker. Who are you? Lift your helmet. Everyone drew their swords and glared at the attacker. The culprit remained calm in the face of their death stares. He lifted a hand and reached out to his helmet. After he took off his helmet, everyone gasped in astonishment. You are Sir Redden. Marlin immediately recognized the other party. It was Redden, one of Alaric's direct subordinates, a transcendent knight with unparalleled might. He hadn't fought with Redden before, but the latter's aura was so strong that he was intimidated by it. Get back, all of you! Marlin shouted to his men, but before everyone could react, Redden suddenly made his move. He brandished his sword in one circular motion. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, all the cavalrymen around him had their heads detached from their bodies. He was so quick that they only realized what had happened when the headless corpses fell off their horses. Kill him. Avenge our comrades. The warriors were furious when they saw their friends getting killed. Wait! Marlin wanted to stop them, but his voice drowned in the midst of the cavalrymen's loud battle cries. In the next moment, something unbelievable happened. The tens of cavalrymen who had charged towards Redden were slaughtered mercilessly with just a few strikes of the latter's sword. His armor was drenched in blood, but his face remained utterly cold. This time, the cavalrymen finally realized that they couldn't overpower him with numbers alone. Only Marlin and the few transcendent knights could fight him. Sensing their gazes, Marlin gritted his teeth and raised his sword into the air. Transcendent knights, we are close to the main gate. We just need to kill this man and freedom will be ours. Kill him. As soon as he gave the instruction, he kicked his horse's belly and roared with a face filled with determination. Die, Astanian bastard! Several transcendent knights followed right after him, brandishing their weapons with heavy force. Looking at the approaching cavalrymen, Redden narrowed his eyes. A strong surge of mana gushed out of him as he stimulated his energy core. He then moved like a mirage and slashed out his sword in several directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! KHSHK! KHSHK! Marlin was shocked by his abrupt increase in speed. He hastily lifted his sword to protect himself, but the force behind Redden's attack sent him flying off from his horse. What unbelievable strength! In case you didn't know, Redden is the former vice commander of the Dragon Guard who once served the Emperor of Astania. See Chapter 324 for reference. Unlike Marlin, the other Transcendent Knights weren't as lucky. 2 of them were immediately killed, while the rest were heavily injured. All this happened in just a minute. The cavalrymen were stunned. They never thought that a single person could defeat several Transcendent Knights on his own. Redden, who was silent the entire time, spoke in an indifferent tone. You guys are insufferably weak. Didn't you know that there are different levels between Transcendent Knights? We might be in the same realm, but you're so much weaker than me. To think that you would actually dare to stab us in the back with this pathetic strength? How laughable. The thick mockery in his voice made everyone furious. Stab you in the back. Marlin snorted as he picked up his injured body. We were never in the same team from the very start. You are enemies who have killed our people and invaded our lands. Redden furrowed his eyebrows. His Highness was benevolent enough to spare you worthless lives, but you didn't even cherish the chance he had given you. As expected of a Harunian, you guys never fail to disappoint me. Filled with rage at his mockery, Marlin rushed towards him and roared. Warriors of Midgard, he is alone. There is no need to fear him. Charge with me and kill him. Redden let out a deep breath. What makes you think that I am alone? As soon as his words fell, the ground suddenly trembled, forcing Marlin and his subordinates to take an abrupt halt. This is... With a horrified look, Marlin saw that the empty street was now surrounded by thousands of fully equipped Astanian warriors. It was a trap. They were already expecting us to betray them. His face changed dramatically. It wasn't just him, The cavalrymen he brought were also terrified. All the escape routes had been blocked, leaving them with no room to escape. "General, what should we do?" one of his subordinates anxiously asked. Marlin's face was covered in sweat. He looked around, trying to find a way out, but the defense was so tight that even an ant couldn't escape. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted into his ears. "General Marlin, I was wrong about you." Marlin looked in the direction of the voice and saw Alaric approaching on his horse. "Alaric, your highness." Marlin trembled upon seeing him, his face filled with regret. Alaric sighed, his face gradually turning cold as he muttered, "General Marlin, do you know what I hate the most?" Marlin didn't know how to respond, so he could only stare at Alaric with a blank look. "Betrayal. When people stab me in the back. I hate that feeling," Alaric muttered. Marlin wanted to say something, but Alaric suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Kill them all. Leave none alive." In the next moment, the Astanian troops charged at them with full force. Seeing this, Marlin quickly reacted. "Warriors of Midgard, we need to break out of this encirclement and head straight to the main gate. Once we open the gates, Lord Ramondan's troops will annihilate the Astanian army. Charge with me." Marlin led his men to focus on attacking in one direction. However, there was a big problem. A giant warrior holding a broadsword appeared out of nowhere and fearlessly rushed towards them. Sir Galliner. Marlin was so scared when he saw this man. His knees almost buckled under the pressure, but since he was leading the charge, he could only grit his teeth and push on. "Shit, why did he have to be here? If it's only Redden, we would still have a chance, but this guy..." He had seen Galliner fight. He was also a transcendent knight, just like him, but the difference in their strength was like comparing heaven and earth. Whoosh! With a swing of Galliner's broadsword, dozens of cavalrymen were cut in half. Even their horses weren't spared. Marlin managed to evade at the right time, so he came out unscathed, but all of the transcendent knights who had followed him were killed. They couldn't even scream and died in just a single move. "Oh no, he is too strong. There is no way we could go past him." Galliner's power made him lose all hope. "Escape. I need to get out of here." He turned around and was about to escape when a big hand suddenly grasped his neck. "Eck, cake." The strong grip made him breathless. He subconsciously let go of his sword as he struggled to break free. "You could have lived if you had only followed what you were told to do." Galliner's deep voice echoed behind him. Hearing this, Marlin opened his mouth and tried to speak, but only unintelligible words came out. "I don't want to hear your worthless explanations." Galliner exerted more strength in his hand. Crack! The sound of bones being crushed echoed. After crushing Marlin's neck, Galliner yanked off his head and ruthlessly threw it into the ground. Still unsatisfied, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the head, crushing it into a bloody pulp. Splat! Marlin, the last general of Midgard, died just like that. Seeing their general die, the warriors of Midgard were overwhelmed with grief and anger. They furiously charged towards Galliner, hoping to avenge Marlin. "Die! Kill him! Avenge the general!" Galliner snorted and swung his broadsword with terrifying intensity. Whoosh! More than 100 warriors were killed in an instant, covering the street in blood and mangled bodies. With no more transcendent knights to lead them, the remaining cavalrymen of Midgard were soon slaughtered. They couldn't even fight back. It was an overwhelming defeat. Looking at the corpses that littered the street, Alaric let out a sigh while shaking his head. "Marlin, I try to be lenient with your people, but you led them into ruin. You have only yourself to blame for this tragedy." He looked away from the gruesome mess and ordered his men, "Search for the remaining enemies and kill them if they resist." "Yes, your highness." The thick mockery in his voice made everyone furious. "Stab you in the back." Marlin snorted as he picked up his injured body. "We were never in the same team from the very start. You are enemies who have killed our people and invaded our lands." Redden furrowed his eyebrows. "His Highness was benevolent enough to spare you worthless lives, but you didn't even cherish the chance he had given you. As expected of a Harunian, you guys never fail to disappoint me." Filled with rage at his mockery, Marlin rushed towards him and roared, "Warriors of Midgard, he is alone. There is no need to fear him. Charge with me and kill him." Redden let out a deep breath. "What makes you think that I am alone?" As soon as his words fell, the ground suddenly trembled, forcing Marlin and his subordinates to take an abrupt halt. This is... With a horrified look, Marlin saw that the empty street was now surrounded by thousands of fully equipped Astanian warriors. It was a trap. They were already expecting us to betray them. His face changed dramatically. It wasn't just him. The cavalrymen he brought were also terrified. All the escape routes had been blocked, leaving them with no room to escape. "General, what should we do?" one of his subordinates anxiously asked. Marlin's face was covered in sweat. He looked around, trying to find a way out, but the defense was so tight that even an ant couldn't escape. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted into his ears. "General Marlin, I was wrong about you." Marlin looked in the direction of the voice and saw Alaric approaching on his horse. "Alaric, your highness." Marlin trembled upon seeing him, his face filled with regret. Alaric sighed, his face gradually turning cold as he muttered, "General Marlin, do you know what I hate the most?" Marlin didn't know how to respond, so he could only stare at Alaric with a blank look. "Betrayal. When people stab me in the back. I hate that feeling," Alaric muttered. Marlin wanted to say something, but Alaric suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Kill them all. Leave none alive." In the next moment, the Astanian troops charged at them with full force. Seeing this, Marlin quickly reacted. "Warriors of Midgard, we need to break out of this encirclement and head straight to the main gate. Once we open the gates, Lord Ramondan's troops will annihilate the Astanian army. Charge with me." Marlin led his men to focus on attacking in one direction. However, there was a big problem. A giant warrior holding a broadsword appeared out of nowhere and fearlessly rushed towards them. Sir Galliner. Marlin was so scared when he saw this man. His knees almost buckled under the pressure, but since he was leading the charge, he could only grit his teeth and push on. "Shit, why did he have to be here? If it's only Redden, we would still have a chance, but this guy..." He had seen Galliner fight. He was also a transcendent knight, just like him, but the difference in their strength was like comparing heaven and earth. Whoosh! With a swing of Galliner's broadsword, dozens of cavalrymen were cut in half. Even their horses weren't spared. Marlin managed to evade at the right time, so he came out unscathed, but all of the transcendent knights who had followed him were killed. They couldn't even scream and died in just a single move. "Oh no, he is too strong. There is no way we could go past him." Galliner's power made him lose all hope. "Escape. I need to get out of here." He turned around and was about to escape when a big hand suddenly grasped his neck. Eck, cake. The strong grip made him breathless. He subconsciously let go of his sword as he struggled to break free. "You could have lived if you had only followed what you were told to do." Galliner's deep voice echoed behind him. Hearing this, Marlin opened his mouth and tried to speak, but only unintelligible words came out. "I don't want to hear your worthless explanations." Galliner exerted more strength in his hand. Crack! The sound of bones being crushed echoed. After crushing Marlin's neck, Galliner yanked off his head and ruthlessly threw it into the ground. Still unsatisfied, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the head, crushing it into a bloody pulp. Splat! Marlin, the last general of Midgard, died just like that. Seeing their general die, the warriors of Midgard were overwhelmed with grief and anger. They furiously charged towards Galliner, hoping to avenge Marlin. "Die! Kill him! Avenge the general!" Galliner snorted and swung his broadsword with terrifying intensity. Whoosh! More than 100 warriors were killed in an instant, covering the street in blood and mangled bodies. With no more transcendent knights to lead them, the remaining cavalrymen of Midgard were soon slaughtered. They couldn't even fight back. It was an overwhelming defeat. Looking at the corpses that littered the street, Alaric let out a sigh while shaking his head. "Marlin, I try to be lenient with your people, but you led them into ruin. You have only yourself to blame for this tragedy." He looked away from the gruesome mess and ordered his men, "Search for the remaining enemies and kill them if they resist." "Yes, your highness." While the Astanian army was dealing with the uprising in Midgard, the battle between Ramondin and Ignatius became more intense. The area around them had been turned upside down with the constant clash of their domains. When viewed from above, one might mistake their battlefield as an active volcano with all the flames and burnt rocks. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. At the epicenter of this chaos, Ignatius and Ramondin stood 100 meters from each other. Ramondin's skin had severe burn marks. Half of his face was burned, making him look hideous. On the other hand, his opponent, Ignatius, wasn't any better. The guy's armor was in an utter mess with various dents and holes. He was also bleeding from a large ruptured wound on his chest. Ignatius was breathing heavily while injecting mana into the wound on his chest. I need to stop the bleeding. If he didn't infuse his wound with mana, he would suffer from severe blood loss. Even to a venerable, losing too much blood would be fatal. You don't look good, Ignatius. Why don't you just obediently offer your head so I can end your suffering? Ramondin spoke with a cold smile. Ignatius sneered at his words. You talk as if you are in better condition. Do you think I'm blind? The two engaged in a brief verbal spat before they resumed their fight. I have only seen him use 3 of his integrated monster traits. He still hasn't shown me the last one. Is he waiting for the right moment to use it, or is it just an auxiliary skill that he can't use in combat? Ignatius furrowed his eyebrows. When absorbing beast soul crystals, the monster traits that one could integrate were random. Because of this, beast soul warriors preferred to absorb the crystals from high-grade monsters since most of their skills were powerful. In his case, he was lucky enough that all his traits were related to fire. Should I intentionally show an opening and force him to reveal his final trump card? He hesitated. Doing this was very risky, and he might even be killed. No, this is our only chance. If we don't succeed here, everyone will perish, including His Highness Alaric. I cannot let that happen. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. In the next moment, he conjured a flame spear. This was the same skill he used to defeat Rudner Crestor. Seeing this, Ramondin frowned. Is he planning to use that as a melee weapon? Looking at his confused face, Ignatius let out a mocking smile. Did you know that this is the same flame spear that I used to kill Rudner? He was quite the troublesome opponent, but he wasn't skilled enough to block this flame spear. I guess that was the extent of his strength dash. He was about to say a few more words, but then he sensed an unusual energy swirling around Ramondin. What is this strange energy? If you're trying to piss me off, congratulations. You succeeded. Ramondin muttered coldly, his eyes burning with rage. In the next moment, he put his palm forward and summoned a black door above him, which seemed to merge with the space. I didn't want to use this since it's difficult to control, but I don't plan on holding back anymore. As soon as he said this, dozens of black tentacles emerged from the door and rapidly moved towards Ignatius. Whoosh, whoosh. Ignatius narrowed his eyes. His instincts were telling him that if these tentacles could touch him, he would be done for. Sensing the danger of the black tentacles, he stabbed out his flame spear with great speed and force. Bang, bang. Each stab destroyed multiple black tentacles, turning them into a black gooey mist. However, he realized something horrible. New black tentacles emerged from the black door to replace those that had been destroyed. It was as if there were an infinite number of them inside the door. There are too many of them. Ignatius' face fell. He was still holding out, but his mana was about to be depleted. Once his mana ran out, he would be at the mercy of his enemy. Damn it. It seems like I have to use my last trump card now. Thinking about this, he leaped backwards to create some distance from the black tentacles. He then put his left palm forward and communicated with the fire elements in the surrounding. Ramondin's instinct screamed danger, so he instinctively leaped to the right. Just then, the ground where he last stood exploded into a fire vortex. Shit! He couldn't escape from the fire vortex, and it soon engulfed his entire body. Boom! Did I get him? Ignatius narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the thick black smoke. Everyone watched with bated breath. When the thick smoke cleared, they all saw a black ball suspended in midair. Slowly, the black ball unwrapped itself, revealing the unharmed Ramondin inside. It turned out that he used the black tentacles to cover his body just when the fire vortex was about to consume him. How was that possible? Ignatius was stunned. That was a skill that consumed a huge portion of his mana. The flames were so powerful that they could practically devour anything, but Ramondin actually survived such fearsome flames. With a victorious smile, Ramondin looked at him and said, "You look like you have used up all your mana." That was a satisfying battle, but this is where it ends. Ignatius. He put his palms forward and conjured 3 black doors where hundreds of black tentacles had suddenly sprung out from. With no more mana left to protect his body, Ignatius could only smile bitterly. Soon, the black tentacles wrapped around his body, slowly crushing him with their squeezing force. With a mocking smile, Ramondin spoke. "You were all talk after all dash." His words suddenly halted when he felt a sharp pain spreading through his body. Ramondin looked down in horror and saw a blade sticking out his chest. Who was behind me? He tried to stimulate his energy core, but he found out that he had lost control of his mana. This blade is made of mithril and adamantium. Just like mithril, adamantium is a very rare metal that could restrict one's ability to use mana. The only difference between these two metals was that adamantium was a lot rarer, and it was also more durable. Even mythical knights would fall prey to weapons made from this metal. "Who are you?" Ramondin grabbed the blade, his face contorting with pain. There was no response. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. "Is it you, the assassin who killed my men?" He roared furiously, blood trickling down from the corner of his lips. He turned his body, which caused more blood to seep out of his chest, but he ignored the pain. Behind him was a man with white pupils. He had an indifferent expression, like a puppet with no emotions. "What's your name?" asked Ramondin as he stared deeply at the man. Sekus didn't say anything. In the next moment, he pulled his dagger and stabbed it into Ramondin's neck. KHSHK. Ramondin didn't expect him to be this ruthless. He wanted to say something, but he could only emit gasping sounds. How did they train this man to be this cruel? Sekus pulled out his dagger from his neck, causing blood to splatter all over his face. Ramondin staggered weakly. He quickly covered his neck to stop the bleeding, but before he could lift his hand, Sekus suddenly swung his dagger. Whoosh! With a single slash, Sekus cut off his hand, but his expression remained unchanged. Thud! Ramondin fell to his knees, gasping for breath as he stared at the remorseless man before him. To think that Ramondin, would fall at the hands of an assassin. Whoosh! Sekus swung his dagger once more. This time, he cut off Ramondin's head and sent it spinning into the air. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. No one expected something like this. Just half a minute ago, Ramondin was about to kill Ignatius, but then someone came out of nowhere and stole the show. When everyone went back to their senses, there was a commotion. Lord Ramondin. He killed Lord Ramondin. We must avenge Lord Ramondin. Kill him. Ramondin's troops roared like maddened beasts. With their emotions out of control, they charged towards Sekus in a disorderly fashion. Even the military officers who were supposed to organize their troops were agitated. Looking at the approaching army, Sekus took out several circular objects from his inner pocket and threw them. Some soldiers discovered his actions, but they didn't know what he had thrown out. They all thought that it was just some concealed weapons, but they soon found out that they were something much more horrifying. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rocked the battlefield. Screams of pain and panic echoed. It was then that they realized what those circular objects were. Mana bombs. He has mana bombs. Be careful. He might have more of them. Ramondin's troops fell into confusion. No one dared to step in. All they could do was glare at the culprit. While they were hesitating to attack him, Sekus rushed to Ignatius' side and helped him stand up. "We should head back to the city, my lord. I only have a few of those mana bombs," Sekus calmly whispered. Hearing this, Ignatius nodded his head, his face covered in sweat. All right, his fight with Ramondin had emptied his mana. Given his current situation, even an elite knight might be able to kill him. Sekus didn't waste any time. "Excuse me, my lord." He carried the severely injured venerable and rushed back to the city. Ramondan's troops were furious when they saw this. Quick, chase him. Don't let him enter the city. Archers, shoot him down. Artillery units, fire at him. Blast them into pieces. Thousands upon thousands of arrows blotted the sky, shooting down upon Sikis like heavy rain. Sue, Sue, Sue. The enemies also aimed their trebuchets and ballistas at him. At this point, they were no longer afraid of wasting their ammunition. Bang, bang, bang. Large boulders and ballista arrows descended from the sky, but Sikis nimbly evaded them with his quick movements. Except for some arrows that he couldn't evade, he managed to escape the bombardment and safely entered the city through the main gate. Ramondan's troops immediately charged towards the city, roaring like ferocious beasts. The death of their leader dealt a huge blow to their morale. They didn't even bother to come up with a proper plan and decided to head straight into battle. Their formation was a mess, and a few even stumbled and fell to the ground, which caused a stampede that killed a few more thousands of them. However, they didn't even stop to help those who had fallen. They just charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Just then, dozens of large boulders suddenly appeared above the sky. Watch out! They're firing their catapults and trebuchets. The military officers warned their troops, but due to the messy formation, they couldn't react in time. The large boulders fell upon them and crushed thousands of warriors, turning them into meat paste. It was a disaster. Ramondan's troops wanted to reorganize their formation, but it was already too late. The Astanian troops fired their arrows and their artillery upon the enemy warriors. Up above the wall, Giovanni looked down at the disorderly enemy troops with a cold gaze. You shouldn't have foolishly charged. This is what happens when you let your emotions take control of your body. He mumbled. He raised his hand and shouted to his troops. Keep firing. The soldiers atop the walls felt a wave of pity for their enemies, but they knew that it would be them dying if they were to stop firing. For their own survival, and for the sake of their families waiting for them at home, they must kill the enemies. TSK. With the ammunition we have, we can only eliminate about 100,000 of them at most. Giovanni furrowed his eyebrows. Most of their artillery ammunition had already been used up, so they could only rely on the arrows they had hastily made in the past few days. Can we defeat them? Although Ramondan's army was like a headless fly now that their leader was gone, they were still a force to be reckoned with. They had several transcendent knights who were on the same level, if not stronger than Marlin. House Silversword's troops are still taking care of the uprising. I need to hold out until they deal with the situation on their side. Thinking about this, he sent a look to the cavalrymen and infantrymen waiting behind the main gate. Prepare to move out at my signal. He shouted. Luckily for him, there was still Kristen Evander to lead these men. His presence alone would stabilize the morale of the troops. Yes, Your Highness. Giovanni turned his gaze back to Ramondan's troops. The disorganized troops finally realized their mistake. They knew that charging head-on would only get themselves killed, so the military officers commanded their subordinates to form a defensive line beyond the range of the Astanian artillery and archers. They sobered up real quick. This isn't good. If they use proper methods to besiege the city, our troops wouldn't be able to defend them for long, especially now that our venerable is critically injured and is not in the condition to fight. Giovanni frowned when he noticed the changes in the enemy's formation. Seeing this, he raised his fist and shouted, Artillery units and archers, don't fire unless they are within our range. Hearing his commands, the artillery units and archers quickly halted their attacks. Suddenly, someone approached him and whispered, Your Highness, we cannot let the enemies take a breather. With their numbers, we wouldn't be able to stop them if they move in proper formation. The one who spoke was Derek. The guy still hadn't recovered from the last battle against Rudner's troops, but he insisted on joining. Looking at Derek, who had a cast on his right arm and shoulder, Giovanni swallowed back the words he was about to say. He took a deep breath and responded with a grave look. I know, but we don't have much ammunition left. Your Highness, we can send our cavalry and infantry to attack them while they are still organizing their troops. Giovanni frowned as he contemplated deeply. Can our soldiers really handle that many enemies? Sensing his hesitation, Derek urged him. Your Highness, Please trust our warriors. They aren't that weak to fear an army double their size. Besides, Lord Kristen, hearing him mention this name, Giovanni raised an eyebrow. What about him? Derek revealed a look of fear as he replied. I have never seen Lord Kristen this furious before. Can you not sense it? The aura he is exuding is even making his men uncomfortable. Hearing this, Giovanni turned around and looked at Kristen, who was in the frontmost position of the melee units. The old man's face looked terrifyingly cold, and he exuded a kind of aura that deterred anyone from approaching him. Lord Kristen, he must be furious because of what happened to Marco. He failed to defeat Loras, which ended up in Marco having to fight the guy himself. Although Marco won the fight, he ended up in a comatose state. Until now, he still hadn't woken up. The old man must be blaming himself for what happened to Marco. Giovanni thought to himself, will he be able to command our troops effectively when he is in this state? While he was hesitating, Derek's voice drifted into his ears. Your Highness, this might be a chance for Lord Kristen. He is already at the peak of the transcendent realm. With the right stimulus, he might even advance and become the next venerable in our nation. Giovanni rubbed his chin. Derek's words sounded convincing, but advancing to the realm of the venerables was easier said than done. After almost an entire minute, he let out a deep breath and said, All right, let's do it. I will also join them in battle, Giovanni added. Derek was stunned by his words. Your Highness, it's too dangerous for you to step into battle. There is no need for dash. Giovanni raised his hand, gesturing at him, stop talking. I have given it much thought. Relying on Lord Kristen wouldn't be enough. I need to be there to raise our troops' morale. This is the only way for us to fight against an army that is more than double our size. Derek wanted to dissuade him, but Giovanni didn't look like he would listen. In that case, I will follow you into battle, he exclaimed. Giovanni sent him a stern look. How can you fight in that state? Derek grinned. Your Highness, I only need one hand to wield a sword. As for controlling my horse, I can just tie the reins on my injured hand. Giovanni was exasperated at his stubbornness. You are getting bolder and bolder these days, Derek. You even dare to oppose my decisions now. I learned from the best. Derek chuckled. What did you say? Derek quickly ran away and shouted. I will prepare your horse, Your Highness. I will wait for you down there. Looking at him running away, Giovanni could only helplessly shake his head. Since when did I become this soft? I'm becoming more like Alaric. His behavior must have rubbed off on me, he complained. A moment later, Derek came back to inform him that his mount was ready. Your Highness, everything has been prepared. We are only waiting for your command. Giovanni stared deeply at him and nodded. Let's go. It's about time to crush those bastards. After saying this, he went down the wall and jumped onto the horse that was prepared for him. He then grabbed the reins and took a deep breath before he shouted to the gate operator, Lift the gate. Kacha! As Giovanni watched the gate being lifted, his expression gradually turned cold. Just when the gate was lifted halfway, he suddenly unsheathed his sword and raised it in midair. Warriors of Astania, outside are the disorganized troops of the fallen Ramondan. They may outnumber us, but we are more powerful than those bastards. Let go of your fears and prepare to charge with me. Today we will defeat this so-called unbeatable army. Kacha! When the gate was fully opened, Giovanni squeezed his legs and shouted, Charge! The warriors of Astania followed him while shouting their loud battle cries to erase their fears. Meanwhile, Ramondan's troops didn't expect them to take the initiative to attack. Caught by surprise, the military officers weren't able to react immediately. When they finally gathered their senses, the Astanian troops were already halfway towards them. It was already too late to send their archers, so the military officers could only hastily send their shield-bearers and cavalrymen to slow down the approaching enemies. At this moment, the Astanian troops had gathered considerable momentum from their charge. Destroy them! Giovanni roared as he stimulated his energy core. For this battle, he couldn't afford to get careless. He immediately covered his body with mana to protect himself from unexpected attacks. A small group of skilled soldiers led by Derek also circled him, protecting him from every direction. A violent clash followed. The screams of the soldiers and the clashing of their weapons echoed across the battlefield. Ramondan's troops fiercely resisted, but the Astanian warriors were like ferocious beasts, wildly charging without fear for their lives. The most eye-catching among them was Kristen Evander. He led the Griffin Knights' order to penetrate through the enemy's defensive line. With them leading the charge, the Astanian troops managed to pierce through the enemy formation unhindered. "Stop them! Don't let them break our formation!" shouted one of the military officers under Ramondan. He was a transcendent knight with considerable skill and experience. If it weren't for him and a few others, Ramondan's troops would have already surrendered by now. Just then, he suddenly felt a strong presence locking in on him. Turning his head, he saw an old man riding a griffin charging at him with a cold gaze. With just a glance, he could already tell that this old man was not to be trifled with. A peak transcendent. "All of you on me," he commanded his men. He couldn't show any weakness here. Otherwise, the morale of their troops would fall even further. Seeing them charging at him, Kristen snorted and brandished his lance with tremendous force. Whoosh! With a swing, more than 10 elite knights were torn apart. Clang! "I won't let you take another step," shouted the enemy commander as he blocked his lance with his shield. Kristen narrowed his eyes. The enemy was stronger than he had thought. Although not on the level of Loras, he still had some considerable power. "You are strong, but not strong enough to stop me. I am Kristen Evander, the strongest transcendent knight of Astania. How dare you block my path?" Kristen exerted more strength on his lance, his mana overflowing like a torrent. The enemy commander was overwhelmed by his strength and formidable presence. In the next moment, his shield, a relic-level equipment, suddenly broke apart. Kristen's lance struck his body and cut him in half. Whoosh! Blood splattered all over Kristen's armor, but he ignored the stench and urged his griffin to move forward. "Griffin Knight's order, stay close to me. Today, our names will resonate across the lands as an unrivaled force," he bellowed. Hearing his roar, the Griffin Knights' order roared. "Kill them all! Crush them!" Giovanni was just right behind them. They are indeed the Imperial family's sharpest blade. He thought as he watched the Griffin Knights' order's ferocious attacks. We might be able to do it. He was starting to feel more confident about their victory, but it didn't last for long. 30 minutes into the battle, the Griffin Knights' order was forced to take a halt due to the presence of an unexpected force. It was an army consisting of 5,000 men, a heavy cavalry unit who were armed to the teeth. Each of their soldiers was significantly larger than the others. They held a shield and a broadsword, looking like the stalwart barbarian warriors. The person leading them was also no slouch. It was a dark-skinned man with short curly hair. He had a fierce look in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour his enemies whole. Clang! "This man is a peak transcendent like me." Kristen frowned when he sensed his opponent's power. He thought that Loras was the most formidable transcendent knight he had fought, but the man in front of him seemed a tad stronger. "Who are you? I don't remember someone like you among the top warriors of Haruan." His opponent snorted and responded with a frosty look. "Do you think that only Astania has a secret force? Listen carefully, old man. I am Devian Redina, the commander of the unbreakable heavy cavalry." Devian Redina. I don't remember hearing this name. Is he someone personally nurtured by Ramondan? Kristen never thought that Ramondan was still hiding a man of this caliber. Not to mention the unbreakable heavy cavalry, which seemed to be the most formidable unit in his army. Fighting this man might push me into advancing to that realm. Kristen suddenly grinned. His vigorous aura fluctuated intensely, taking Devian by surprise. What's wrong with this old man? Devian, is it? Show me the strength of the so-called commander of the unbreakable heavy cavalry. Kristen's taunting voice drifted into his ears. Hearing his words, veins protruded on his face. "How dare you look down on me?" Furious, Devian roared as he charged at the old man. He activated his broadsword's engraved ability by pouring in his mana. "You will die by my hands today, Kristen." It should be me saying that. The two fought fiercely, causing massive damage to the surroundings. Boom, boom. Each time they clashed, violent shock waves erupted. Kristen's lance pulsated with overwhelming force. With each swing, he left deep holes in the ground. I can feel it. I can feel my mana boiling with excitement. He could finally sense the sign that he had been waiting for. He had never felt this kind of sensation before since he stepped into the peak of transcendence. Devian, who was on the receiving end of his ferocious attacks, was starting to get annoyed. His hits are heavy. I don't think my shield would last for long. Realizing the situation, he knew that he must not be passive in this battle. With a cold snort, he pushed him back with his shield and swung his sword with lethal force. Whoosh! Seeing this, Kristen wasn't flustered. He turned and deflected the blow to forcefully change its trajectory. Shirring. Bang! Devian's broadsword heavily smashed into the ground. You are strong, but you move too slowly. Even a skilled elite knight can dodge your attacks if they are fast enough. Kristen spoke in a mocking voice. You talk too much. Devian roared and released a series of slashes, but Kristen evaded them all with ease. While they were fighting, the unbreakable heavy cavalry and the Griffin Knights Order also fought relentlessly. Individually, the warriors of the Griffin Knights Order were more powerful and skilled. On the other hand, the warriors of the unbreakable heavy cavalry were experts in defense and tactics. The battle between the two armies was brutal, and the casualties of both sides rose as the battle progressed. However, this stalemate was quickly broken when the intervention of one person. It was a man dressed in black armor. He moved like a mirage, wielding a pair of daggers with unbridled power. He was so fast that he left afterimages in his wake. Even transcendent knights could barely follow his movements. With each kill, he would disappear into the crowd and reappear to kill another. He was like a grim reaper, a shadow of death. There's another expert on your side? Devian grimaced when he saw the situation. He thought that Kristen would be the only troublesome foe he would have to face, but the presence of another warrior at their level would make things unpredictable. Sir Seekus? Kristen furrowed his eyebrows. He was planning to use Devian as a whetstone to advance his realm, but Seekus might spoil his chances. Sir Seekus, leave this man to me. I can handle him by myself, he shouted. Seekus heard his words, but he didn't respond. He continued to assassinate the warriors of the unbreakable heavy cavalry. It was as if he were sending a message to Kristen. What does he mean by this silence? Kristen couldn't understand what Seekus was thinking. How dare you look away from me? A furious roar drifted into his ears. Kristen quickly blocked the incoming sword, but the tremendous force sent him back a couple of steps. He looked down and discovered a deep gush on his arm. I was careless. He lifted his head and narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a blurry figure moving past him. Sir Seekus. He recognized the figure. Seekus ignored him and threw several hidden weapons to Devian. Sue! Devian lifted his shield to protect himself from the hidden weapons, but when he lowered his shield, he found out that the enemy had already disappeared. Where is he? Where did he go? KHHSK. His body suddenly turned cold, and he felt a stabbing pain in his throat. Looking down, he saw a bloody dagger sticking out his neck. How? Those were his last thoughts before his head was separated from his body. After killing him, Seekus stopped moving and stared deeply at Kristen. I understand your urgency to advance, but we are at war. Waiting for you to kill him would only result in more casualties. Kristen took a deep breath. He is right. I should be thinking of how we can minimize our losses instead of prioritizing my advancement. Seekus's words made him recall the promise he made when he became the commander of the Griffin Knights Order. I promised to protect my subordinates, but because of me, he was ashamed of himself. He was about to respond to Seekus, but the guy was nowhere to be found. He smiled faintly and mumbled, I will express my gratitude later. I must thank him for making me remember the promise I made back then. With Seekus' help, the Griffin Knights Order managed to push back the unbreakable heavy cavalry and force them into retreat. The Astanian troops also dealt a huge blow to Ramondan's army and drove them away from Midgard after a few hours of battle. We won. Giovanni took off his helmet as he watched the retreating enemy soldiers. Derek, who was next to him, said with a chuckle, "You did great, Your Highness. We won because you were here to inspire our troops." Giovanni shook his head. "It wasn't because of me. You saw it too. It was because of him." When he said this, he looked at the lone figure in the middle of countless corpses. He was dressed in black armor that was drenched in blood. The daggers he was holding were still dripping wet, looking incredibly terrifying. Derek followed his gaze and nodded without saying a word. Sekus wasn't the flashiest fighter, but he killed the most dangerous foes on the enemy's side. He made things easier for them by killing the enemy's commanders. Once things are over, House Silversword will be recognized as the strongest household in all of Astania, Giovanni added, his voice filled with certainty. That's true. For a countryside aristocrat, they have more transcendent knights than those big shots in the capital. Derek agreed. Enough about that. We still have things to deal with. Besides, the battle isn't over yet. Later that day, an urgent meeting was held, and all of the Astanian military officers in Midgard were invited. The atmosphere was solemn despite their victory. This was because of the losses they incurred from the battle. "We lost 40,000 warriors." Alaric announced the number of deaths, and it made everyone's face turn dark. "It's my fault, Your Highness. If I hadn't been so selfish, we wouldn't have lost." Kristen spoke with remorse, but he was cut off by Alaric. "I'm not looking for someone to blame here. Just promise me that we won't be making the same mistake again." Alaric sent him a cold look. The Griffin Knights' order lost half of their men. If Sekus hadn't been there, they would have lost more people. "I understand. I will be more careful." Kristen lowered his head. "Now let us discuss our next steps. Ramondan's army still has over 300,000 soldiers. They may have lost several of their commanders, but they are still a huge threat to us. We must make thorough preparations before their next attack." Alaric stated the main agenda of the meeting. They were only lucky enough to win because Sekus succeeded in killing Ramondan. Otherwise, things would have gone differently. There was a long discussion, and it took them over 2 hours to come up with a proper solution for the situation. After the meeting concluded, the military officers left the meeting location with grim faces. "Will this be enough?" Giovanni asked. They only had a little more than 100,000 warriors left, including those who were still recovering. Among them, only half could fight, and the rest were not even in the condition to lift their weapons. Their venerable, Ignatius, was also not in the condition to help them since he had taken some serious damage from his battle with Ramondan. Alaric frowned as he leaned on his seat. "To tell you the truth, I am not sure. The residents of Midgard were dissatisfied with them, and they might cause them trouble soon. They also had to be wary of Ramondan's troops, who could attack them at any moment." Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door interrupted their conversation. Giovanni sent Alaric a look before he said, "You may come inside." Creak. Derek stepped in, his face lighting up with excitement. "Your Highnesses, I have good news. We received word from His Highness, Prince Leonard." Hearing this, Alaric and Giovanni sat up straight. "Bring it here." Giovanni beckoned to him impatiently. Derek didn't make him wait and handed him the letter while making his report. "According to His Highness, they have already retaken Atarkin." He also said that there were survivors from Mount Tyrad who came to Halona. Alaric was surprised to hear this. He thought that everyone in Mount Tyrad had perished. "That's good to hear. Hold on. It says here reinforcements are coming, and the person leading them is Lord Lucas." Giovanni looked at Derek in disbelief. Only a few days had passed since Atarkin had been recaptured by Ramondan's troops, but it had already been conquered by Leonard again. He couldn't believe it. The letter has His Highness's seal, so it's definitely true. Derek smiled. "Great. We can defeat Ramondan's troops now." Giovanni laughed heartily. The gloominess from earlier vanished and was replaced with joy. Alaric was also relieved. Leonard is truly amazing. 2 days later, "My lord, we spotted the enemy's camp." Lucas furrowed his eyebrows. "Where is it?" The scout pointed in a certain direction and said, "About 2 miles from that direction, there is a hill. The enemy's camp is beneath that hill." 2 miles? It would take us half a day to get there at our current pace. Lucas pondered for a moment. He had already received a report on the situation in Midgard, so he knew that things were dire on their side. I must make a move now before they attack Midgard. Thinking about this, Lucas shouted to his troops. Warriors of Astania, the enemies have been located. Our allies in Midgard are still recovering from the recent battle, so we must attack the enemies before it's too late. We are running now. Vanguard troops, clear the path. Make sure that our army will move unhindered. He issued a series of commands. Meanwhile, beneath a hill several miles from Midgard, a simple camp was built by the surviving soldiers of Hermondon's troops. The whole mood around the camp was dreadfully tense. Everyone was shaking with anxiety due to the deaths of their commanders. At this moment, the 5 surviving Transcendent Knights gathered to discuss their next course of action. What should we do now? Lord Hermondon has fallen, and many of our skilled warriors have died. One of them spoke with a stern look. We should retreat further and head south. Astania had already taken control of 3 key cities. With the current state of our troops, we no longer have enough strength to recapture the cities they had conquered. You want to give up just like that? Haven't you seen what they did to Lord Hermondon? Those bastards sent an assassin to kill him in the middle of a duel. They deserve to die. The 5 of them argued back and forth, which almost escalated into a fist fight. Enough, all of you. There are only 5 of us left, and you are still arguing here like whining kids. Spoke a white-haired old warrior wearing an eye patch. He had the most seniority among them, so they all quieted down the moment he spoke. Sir, what do you think we should do then? Everyone stared at the old warrior, hoping to hear some kind of solution from him. With a helpless sigh, he shook his head. I suggest that we surrender. What? There are only 5 of us left, while the enemies still have many Transcendent Knights. Moreover, the morale of our troops is low. Fighting in this situation would only get all of us killed. The old warrior explained. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching them. Commanders, enemies are coming. It's them. The Astanian troops are coming. The old warrior wearing an eye patch rose to his feet, his face looking grim. I will bring my troops to them and surrender. I don't think they will kill war prisoners. He spoke in a heavy tone. Hearing this, the 4 Transcendent Knights didn't know how to react. Sir, you've seen what they did to Atarkan. Are you really going to surrender to those people? I understand your frustrations. I really do. I have friends and relatives among the warriors killed in Atarkan, so I'm also furious. However, the old warrior scanned their faces one by one before he continued. Behind us are 300,000 men. I don't want to see any more of them getting killed. The 4 commanders fell silent upon hearing this. We have no time to discuss this. The old warrior didn't wait for their response and left with haste. The enemies are before us. Unsheath your weapons. Lucas roared as he urged his horse to move faster. Hearing his words, the Astanian troops issued their battle cries. For Astania! For Astania! At this moment, Lucas noticed movement in the enemy camp, but something was unusual. Why are they waving a white flag? Is this a trap? It was a signal of surrender, but Lucas found it suspicious since only a portion of the enemy troops had stepped out, while a huge bulk remained at the camp to fortify their defenses. My lord, it appears that the enemy troops are divided, but this could be a trap to lure us in intentionally. An aged voice drifted into his ears. Lucas turned his head. The one who spoke was Sherwin, one of the Transcendent Knights nurtured by his wife, Jade Christine Astania. Sherwin was a highly skilled warrior with rich experience and knowledge. What do you think we should do, Sir Sherwin? Lucas asked while gesturing to his troops to slow down. Author's note. Sherwin is a character who works under Jade Christine. See Chapter 311 for reference. Sherwin narrowed his eyes. If you permit it, I would like to speak with those people. Lucas frowned and shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. It might be a trap they had deliberately set up to make us lower our guard. My lord, we don't have as many men as they. Even if we have you on our side, it will still be a tough battle. Thousands of our men will definitely perish. Sherwin shared his insights. But we can minimize our losses if we try to negotiate with them. Please leave it to me. Lucas pondered deeply before giving his approval. All right, but I will come with you. Sherwin hesitated, but he eventually agreed with the Venerable's decision. If Lucas were there, they would be able to escape if something went wrong. I will follow your commands, my lord. Good. Lucas nodded. He then raised his fist in midair, signaling his troops to stop charging. Although surprised, the trained Astanian warriors followed the instructions. Lucas beckoned to another commander, a man named Rendon, who was also the current 10th ranked in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. Author's note: in case you don't remember Rendon, see chapter 312. Rendon, we will try to negotiate with those people. While I'm gone, you will take command of the troops. Lucas instructed. Rendon furrowed his eyebrows. My lord, isn't it too risky to negotiate with them in this situation? It is, but if we can minimize our losses, I'm willing to take the risk, Lucas responded with a stern look. Rendon let out a deep breath before he nodded. I understand. You can leave everything to me, my lord. However, if we see any sign of hostility from them, I will lead our troops to destroy them all. Lucas nodded solemnly. My lord, 2 cavalrymen are heading this way. It must be their negotiators. Sherwin's voice drifted into his ears. Hearing this, Lucas sent him a look and said, Let's go. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. It looked as if a fight could break out at any moment. Sherwin took the lead, while Lucas followed half a meter behind him. The two controlled their horses to walk slowly, as if hinting to the enemies that they were willing to negotiate. Soon, both parties stood before each other, just separated by several meters. I am Sherwin, a warrior of House Silversword and commander of the army behind us. Sherwin noticed the opposing side silence, so he introduced himself. He then pointed to Lucas and said, This is Venerable Lucas Silversword, the shield of the north, and the strongest man of the northern region of Astania. When they heard this introduction, the 2 men on the opposing side visibly shivered. Venerable, this was an expert on the same level as their lord, Ramondin Hildebrand. Please pardon our ignorance, Lord Venerable. An old warrior wearing an eye patch stepped forward and lowered his head. He tried to mask it, but fear was evident in his face. Lucas indifferently waved his hand and spoke in a cold voice. You can speak with Sherwin here, but if I sense any falsehoods in your words, then you'd better be ready for the consequences. Yes, Lord Venerable. The old warrior with an eye patch nervously wiped off his sweat. He then turned his head to Sherwin and cupped his fist. I am Brenwyn, a commander under Venerable Ramondin Hildebrand. Under me are close to 100,000 soldiers, which makes a third of our troops. We are willing to surrender if you can guarantee the safety of my men. He spoke with sincerity. He was still harboring other thoughts earlier, but he quickly changed his mind when he discovered that the other side had a venerable leading them. Sir Brenwyn, we can guarantee your men's safety, but they must surrender their weapons and horses to us. Otherwise, our soldiers wouldn't feel safe, and it might lead to conflict between our soldiers. Sherwin offered them a way out. Brenwyn already expected them to demand this, so he nodded with a grave look. I hope you will keep your word, Sir Sherwin. You can rest assured. I'm just curious, what about those people in the camp? Are they intending to oppose us until the end? When Sherwin mentioned this, the surrounding temperature drastically dropped. Brenwyn and his deputy felt a chill. If they made a mistake here, they knew that the negotiations would fail. Brenwyn took a deep breath before he responded. Sir, can you give me some time to discuss with my comrades? I'm sure they are just hesitant to surrender, but if I dash, we can give you an hour, but you must have an answer by then. Otherwise, our army will charge with full force and destroy everything in your camp, including your people. Sherwin didn't mince his words. Brenwyn's face fell. Understand. I will persuade them to surrender. After bowing to Lucas, he returned to their camp with haste. While watching them leave, Lucas asked, What do you think? Will they surrender? Sherwin shook his head. It's unclear, my lord. If they are loyal to Ramondin, some of them might choose to fight until the end, even if it ends with them dying. I apologize for deciding without your permission. Lucas understood what he meant, but he wasn't offended by it. You don't have to apologize. I would have made the same choice. Let's go back first and wait for their decision. Yes, my lord. After Brenwyn returned to the camp, he immediately summoned the 4 Transcendent Knights, hoping to persuade them into surrendering. However, The four transcendent knights immediately surrounded him with unkind faces. What is the meaning of this? Brenwyn flew into rage. Sir Brenwyn, you are a traitor. How dare you lower your head to those Astanian bastards? Have you no shame? Can you still face Lord Ramondan in the afterlife? One of the four roared furiously. Brenwyn frowned, his face darkening. Traitor? I only want my men to live. Is that considered betrayal? He thought that he could still persuade his comrades, but it seemed impossible now. Enough with your excuses. We don't want to hear the words of a traitor. The four transcendents unsheathed their weapons. Shirring, seeing this, Brenwyn stared deeply at him, his aura rising by the second. Move out of my way if you don't want to lose your heads. Do you think you alone can stop the four of us? Don't think too highly of yourself, old man. You are way past your prime. Hearing this, it was as if something had snapped inside Brenwyn. He unsheathed his sword and brandished it with terrifying force. Whoosh! I will let you young ones know why I am the fourth in command under Lord Ramondan. A fearsome battle broke out between the Ramondan's troops. My lord, it seems like the negotiations on their side have broken down. Should we intervene? Sherwin asked when he noticed the situation in the enemy camp. Lucas suddenly smiled while shaking his head. No, we will wait for the battle to conclude. We can decide what to do when the winner is revealed. I understand. I will inform the troops about your decision. Sherwin nodded and left to deliver the information to the military officers. Meanwhile, Lucas kept his eyes on the enemy camp. This is for the best. Whichever side wins, their troops wouldn't be in the condition to fight us. The Astanian troops coldly watched the battle without any intention of interfering. The battle became more intense as time passed by. Brenwyn's side was outnumbered, so they were being pushed back since the battle began. After an hour, the corpses from both sides piled up, but there was still no sign of them stopping. Finally, after more than 2 hours of brutal battle, one side emerged victorious. Surprisingly, Brenwyn's army came out as the victor despite being severely outnumbered. Initially, he had about 100,000 warriors, but 90,000 of them perished. Those who survived were all injured, and some were even half dead. It was a Pyrrhic victory. At this moment, Brenwyn stood blankly as he watched the corpses around him. Why did it have to come to this? Tears fell from his eyes as emotions welled up in his heart. He only wanted to survive and to ensure his subordinate's safety, but it led to a misunderstanding that caused this tragedy. He fell to his knees and lifted his head, screaming with remorse. Why? The surviving soldiers stared at their commander with complicated gazes. Suddenly, they noticed the Astanian troops marching towards them, their intentions unknown. Sir, the Astanian troops are heading this way. His subordinates' concerned voices drifted into Brenwyn's ears, but he ignored their words and took out a dagger. No, Sir Brenwyn, don't. Brenwyn lifted the dagger and plunged it into his chest, but before it could pierce his body, someone suddenly grabbed his arm, stopping it just a few centimeters away. Sir Brenwyn, you must not leave these men behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Brenwyn lifted his head and saw the old warrior he had negotiated with. Sir Sherwin. Sherwin sighed and felt pity for him. The guilt must have been too much to bear that he thought of taking his own life. You have made this decision, so you must see it through to the end, no matter how difficult it is to bear. Sherwin pulled him up and patted the man's shoulder. I guarantee that your men will be taken care of. We will treat the wounded and feed them well, and I promise that no one will mistreat them. Brenwyn lowered his head without saying a word. Sherwin took his dagger and his sword. As per our agreement, we will be taking your weapons. Brenwyn didn't resist and let him take his weapons. After taking his weapons, Sherwin sent a hand signal to the Astanian warriors. Their weapons and horses were confiscated, including those owned by the dead warriors. All of Brenwyn's troops were injured, so they didn't dare to resist. They reluctantly surrendered their possessions and allowed the Astanian troops to cuff them regardless of how humiliating it was. Alaric was looking at the reports submitted by his subordinates inside his mansion in Midgard when a sudden notification popped up in front of him. Mission complete. Rewards: 10,000 battle points, 2000 EXP, 300 stat points, 3-ring B-Soul Warrior card X1, random trait upgrade card X2, SS rank trait card X1. Undersert Funafunivar, Alaric Silver Sword, Transcendent Knight, EXP, 1233, 3233/5000. Potential S. Traits, Swordsmanship SSS, Ruthless Slaughterer SS, Supreme Regeneration S, Horseback Riding A, Close Combat, Sixth Sense B, Appraisal B, Hunting C, Tracking C, Monster Affinity C, Mana Gathering C, Archery D. Strength 423, Stamina 415, Agility 415, Vitality 365, Endurance 365, Mana 400, Battle Points 11,330, 21330, Stat Points 0, 300. Requirements for the next advancement: 5,000 EXP, 500 in all attributes, and 25,000 battle points. Seeing this, he was ecstatic. It seems like Dad has already dealt with Ramondan's remnant forces. While he was thinking about this, another notification popped up. Do you want to use your SS rank trait card? Yes, no. I wonder what trait I will get this time. His eyes were filled with anticipation when he clicked yes. You have awakened the SS rank Shield Mastery trait. A Shield Mastery trait? That's not too bad. His traits were mostly focused on the offensive side, so having a defense-type trait was a good addition to his arsenal. Do you want to use your random trait upgrade card X2? Yes, no. Alaric unhesitatingly clicked yes. Congratulations. Your trait Sixth Sense B has been upgraded to Sixth Sense A. Congratulations. Your trait Swordsmanship SSS has been upgraded to Swordsmanship L. With a look of disbelief, Alaric rose to his feet when he saw what had been upgraded. Holy shit, I thought SSS rank was the limit. What does an L rank mean? Suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his head that made him grimace. Foreign memories flooded his mind, bombarding him with complex information. His face was filled with sweat, but a broad grin hung on his lips. It still makes me uncomfortable, but it is the best feeling in the world. While steadying himself, he glanced at the swords leaning against the wall. He felt the urge to try out his upgraded swordsmanship, but he knew that it wasn't the best time. Based on the memories he received, his L-rank swordsmanship wasn't just an improvement in his sword skills. As long as he wielded his sword, he could freely manipulate the ice element without consuming a lot of mana. Doesn't this make me equivalent to a beast soul warrior with ice manipulation integrated monster trait? He was excited just thinking about it. Using the ice element was a heavy burden to his energy core since it consumed huge amounts of mana, but things were different now. Do you want to use your 3-ring B-Soul Warrior card? Yes, no. Alaric contemplated for a moment before making his decision. If an unfamiliar person appeared at this moment, the others might mistake them for an enemy. No, I shouldn't be hesitating now. The recent battles caused them significant losses, so they were in dire need of capable men. Who is outside? He called out in a stern voice. Creak. Galliner stepped in and bowed his head. Your Highness, there's only me and Seek is here. Hearing this, Alaric nodded and said, Don't let anyone enter without my permission. I will be summoning someone. Galliner's eyes flashed upon hearing this. Yes, Your Highness. Alaric waved his hand. All right, you may leave. Galliner bowed and left the room. After the door closed, Alaric clicked. He already knew what was about to happen, so he tried to keep his eyes open to see if he could catch a glimpse of the summoning process. In the next moment, a blinding ray of light flashed before him, almost forcing him to shut his eyes. In that instant, he saw arcane writings floating in the form of a human. It was a form of writing that he had never seen before, but for some unusual reason, he found it familiar. When the light vanished, a brown-skinned, middle-aged woman appeared. She looked ordinary, and there wasn't anything remarkable about her facial features. However, her body figure was very well defined for someone her age. The woman lowered her head, causing her long, curly brown hair to fall from her shoulders. Greetings, my lord. Alaric nodded. From now on, your name will be Scylla. Normally, He would need a long time to come up with a name, but this time, it just occurred to him naturally. "Thank you for bestowing your servant with a name, my lord." Scylla's voice sounded stern and cold, like that of a strict teacher from a renowned academy. He habitually used his appraisal on her. "Scylla, three-ringed beast soul master. EXP, 4,599 of 5,000. Potential, S. Integrated monster traits. Controller of the dead, SSS. Corrosion, SS. Expanded energy core, SS. Traits, poison mastery, SS. Discipline, S. Intimidation, S. Swordsmanship, A. Archery, A. Sixth sense, A. Calligraphy, A. Painting, A, Strength, 277. Stamina, 288. Agility, 299. Vitality, 264. Endurance, 275. Mana, 999. Scylla, can you show me what you can do? Alaric instructed when he saw her integrated monster traits. As you command. Scylla took 3 steps back. She then chanted some kind of demonic passage, which caused a drastic reaction in her surroundings. The temperature dropped all of a sudden. Dark and purple patterns floated around her, giving her an eerie and gloomy aura. A few seconds later, the dark and purple patterns clustered together and formed a hideous-looking 3-meter door that gave off a strong scent of death. Alaric could even see a black aura seeping out from the door, looking incredibly terrifying. He felt goosebumps as he watched Scylla conjure this mysterious power. Alaric thought that it was the end of it, but the hideous-looking door abruptly opened, and from there emerged a decaying corpse wearing tattered armor. It was also riding on top of a dead horse. What the hell is that? He was stunned. Do you want to use appraisal on the selected target? Yes, no. Huh. His appraisal could only detect living beings, so he was dumbfounded when he realized that he could use the trait on the monster. Is that a living creature? Out of curiosity, he clicked yes. Death Knight, Transcendent Knight, EXP, not applicable. Potential, not applicable. Strength, 400. Stamina, 400. Agility, 400. Vitality, 400. Endurance, 400. Mana, 0. Bloody hell. It's strong. He was astounded by the monster's attributes. It had the power to contend with the warriors in the top 3 of the Astania Dragon leaderboard. While he was reeling in shock, Scylla's voice drifted into his ears. I can summon this guy, but keeping him consumes a lot of my mana, so I can only control him for 5 hours at most. Alaric raised an eyebrow and asked, what happens after those 5 hours? Scylla made a hand gesture and replied, this happens. The Death Knight suddenly corroded and slowly turned into a pile of pungent mud. Looking at the dark mud beneath his feet, Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. It was a being summoned from the dead. I only gave it temporary life with my mana. Scylla explained how her skill worked. I see. So she gives them temporary life. No wonder my appraisal can detect them. That's an amazing skill you have. I'm just curious. Alaric stared deeply at her and asked, can you only summon one Death Knight? Hearing this, Scylla let out a smile as she replied, I can summon 3 Death Knights at maximum, but I can only keep them for 2 hours. I can also summon lower-ranking Death Warriors for a much longer time. Alaric was intrigued by her ability. You can summon other kind of monsters? He wondered how she got this integrated monster trait. Scylla nodded her head. Yes, my lord, but I can only summon the beings from the underworld. Alaric asked her a few more questions related to her skill, to which she answered without hiding any details. If used appropriately, we can make use of her ability to minimize our casualties. Alaric got some ideas after hearing her explain the nature of her integrated monster trait. According to her, she could control 20 skeleton warriors which were as strong as elite knights for over 5 hours. She could also summon 100 undead, which were equivalent to knights. The only problem is that we might be branded as demonic believers if someone saw the monster she summons. Alaric clicked his tongue, feeling slightly annoyed. I need to come up with a way to hide the identities of her summons. Otherwise, it might cause me some trouble in the future. Demonic believers were seen as a threat by all individuals from other religions. If House Silversword was associated with them, the entire household would face a major backlash. Alaric couldn't let that happen. With a serious face, he looked at Scylla and said, "You will stay with me for the time being. I will teach what you need to know. Given the unusual nature of your abilities, you must not carelessly reveal them to anyone without my permission. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." Alaric patiently explained what she should not reveal in public. He repeated things twice to make sure that she wouldn't forget them. "You will have to refer to me as your highness." He also told her all that she needed to know about his identity. "I understand, your highness." Scylla quickly grasped things, and it looked like she had already understood the situation. "Good." Alaric was pleased with her response. "I will bring some people here and have them introduce you to those on our side. That way, no one would mistake you for an enemy. I will follow your arrangements." Scylla nodded without protest. "Galliner," Alaric called out. "Creak." Galliner stepped in, his gaze momentarily stopping on Scylla before he turned his head to Alaric. "I am here, your highness. Bring some of our guys here. I want them to introduce Scylla to our people." Alaric instructed. "As you command." Galliner acknowledged his command with a fist-palm salute. He then stepped out of the room to look for people to do the job. A moment later, Galliner returned with 3 warriors, which included Aldrin. "You 3 will introduce Dame Scylla to our people. Don't let anyone offend her. Do you understand?" Galliner spoke sternly to the 3. Aldrin and the other 2 looked at the unfamiliar woman before nodding their heads. "Yes, Sir Galliner." Not long later, Galliner and the trio took Scylla and left the room, leaving Alaric alone once more. "Now that they are gone, I should distribute my stat points." He had 300 unallocated stat points. Normally, he would keep them and only distribute them if necessary. However, he was already close to maxing out some of his attributes, so he decided to distribute them now. "Let's see, what should I max out first?" He rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he observed his stats. After some consideration, he decided to max out his strength, agility, and stamina. These 3 were the most important attributes for warriors. Improving all 3 would bring about a huge boost to his overall combat power. Thinking about this, he quickly distributed his stat points between the 3 attributes. Strength, 423, 500. Stamina, 415, 500. Agility, 415, 500. The 300 stat points he received from completing the mission immediately dropped to 53. "I don't really need to upgrade my mana, since I can just increase it through mana gathering. I'll just divide the remaining stat points and allocate them to my endurance and vitality." Endurance, 365, 392. Vitality, 365, 391. Stat points, 53, 0. Looking at the huge improvements in his stats, Alaric grinned. "I wonder if I can beat Galliner or Seekus now. I will spar with them once we return to Astania." News about the 3 cities being conquered spread across all of Harun, causing massive unrest among the populace. What made everyone more uneasy was the deaths of Rudner and Ramondan. They had already lost 2 venerables during the battle in Acklam Pass, and the loss of 2 more peak experts greatly weakened their nation's military presence. There were mixed reactions from the various aristocratic and martial houses. Many of them wanted to send their troops to the 3 cities to retake them, but there were also some who chose to stay silent. Everyone waited for the imperial family of Harun to make a move, but for some reason, they were unusually unresponsive. A week after the defeat of Ramondan's troops in the imperial castle of Harun, the emperor of Harun, Arciantis van Harun, sat on his throne with a gloomy face. He was a middle-aged man with a pair of purple eyes that seemed to spark with mysterious energy. Wearing his imperial dragon robes, he looked incredibly intimidating and filled with unquestionable authority. Beneath the throne was the remaining venerable of Harun, who is also his most trusted advisor, Donovan Cleavesnow. He was a middle-aged man dressed in gaudy golden armor with a deep blue cape. At this moment, Donovan lowered his head and spoke to the emperor in a solemn voice. "Your Majesty, the Emperor of Astania is demanding that we cede the 3 cities they had conquered." Arciantis van Harun frowned, his face darkening. That greedy old bastard! How dare he covet the great lands of Harun? He slammed his fist into the armrest, smashing it into smithereens. Bang! He was absolutely furious. Seeing his reaction, Donovan sighed and said, "Your Majesty, I understand your rage. I am furious too, but if we reject his demands, he might send more forces to attack other cities and conquer them." He paused for a moment before he continued in a grim voice. "With 4 of our venerables gone, going to war with them would only lead to irreversible damage to our military power. They might even take the chance to seize control of our nation." He was implicitly telling the emperor that they stood no chance against Astania. Arciantis was livid, but he quickly controlled his anger. He then asked, his voice shaking with suppressed rage, "Is he only demanding those 3 cities?" Donovan shook his head and responded with a stern look. "I'm afraid not, Your Majesty. Geographically speaking, if they take control of those 3 cities, it would mean giving up on 3 more cities which are closely connected to those 3. The emperor frowned in confusion. Seeing this, Donovan quickly explained. Atarkan, Midgard, Halona, Noyum, and Zerkith are closely linked to each other. Once they station their troops to control the routes of these 5 cities, Nakalub, which is located in the middle, would be isolated. Arcianus almost flew into rage when he heard this. "You mean that bastard is not just aiming for 3 cities, but 6? "That's right." Donovan nodded with a grave look. He smartly demanded that we cede those 3 cities, but his goal is definitely to conquer all 6 neighboring cities. Taking a deep breath, Arciantis rubbed his temples to ease his nerves. "Is there any way for us to stop them from getting those cities?" Donovan narrowed his eyes and nodded. "There is. We are currently allied with Veronica, so we can ask them for help." Arcianus raised an eyebrow. The thought of asking someone for help was too humiliating, but he knew that it was their only option. "Will they be willing to help us?" He asked in a skeptical tone. Veronica was ruled by a powerful and prideful woman. Asking that kind of person for help would be extremely difficult, especially now that Harun no longer had its past military prowess. Donovan did a fist-palm salute as he replied, "You can leave it to me, Your Majesty. I will make sure that Veronica will help us in repelling the invaders." Hearing his words, the emperor thought for a moment before giving his approval. "All right, you have my permission. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. You may go. We don't have much time, so you should communicate with Veronica as soon as possible," the emperor urged. Donovan understood the urgency of the situation, so he didn't linger further and left right away after bidding the emperor farewell. After he left, Arcianus's face darkened as he beckoned to the warriors standing guard at the door. "Bring the crown prince here." Sensing the emperor's rage, the warriors nervously acknowledged the command with a bow. "Yes, Your Majesty." Inside Alaric's mansion in Midgard. "For how long do we have to stay here? I already miss my wife." Giovanni mumbled with a bored look. Alaric, who was seated adjacent to him, chuckled at his words. "I thought you didn't like her. How come you miss her all of a sudden?" Giovanni sent him a look and replied with a nasty grin. "I thought she was the same as those stuck-up noblewomen, but her sucking skills are top-notch. When he mentioned this, Alaric didn't bother to listen. He even covered his ears with manna to mute Giovanni's voice. The latter didn't notice anything at first, but he soon realized that Alaric wasn't listening, which made him displeased. "Look at this guy acting like a virgin after he accepted that big-breasted slave knight from me a few months ago." Giovanni snorted and crossed his arms. Suddenly, he heard a series of knocks on the door. "Hey, asshole, someone is here to see you." Giovanni gestured to Alaric with an annoyed look. The latter understood what he meant. "You may enter," Alaric said while adjusting his sitting posture to a more presentable position. Inwardly grumbling, Giovanni did the same. Creak! A warrior stepped in and bowed to the 2 princes. "Greetings, Your Highnesses. I come here with a letter from His Highness, the Crown Prince. He told me to deliver it in person." Hearing this, Alaric and Giovanni furrowed their eyebrows in surprise. Usually, Leonard would send a letter via messenger bird. For him to send a messenger, an elite knight at that, meant that the letter was of great importance. Thinking about this, Alaric sent a knowing look to Sikas, who was standing behind him. Understanding his intentions, Secus walked towards the messenger and carefully inspected the letter before handing it to Alaric. "There is no issue with the letter, Your Highness." Nodding his head, Alaric took the letter and quickly removed the seal. A moment later, Alaric's face turned serious. "Give it to me," Giovanni impatiently asked after seeing the change in his expression. Alaric passed him the letter and said, "It looks like we would have to stay here a little longer." Giovanni read the letter and frowned. "Did he really tell us to do this?" he asked while scratching his head. "It has a seal on it, so it definitely came from him." Alaric shrugged. According to the letter, Leonard wanted them to gather half of their troops and send them over to Helona, including Lucas and the entirety of the Griffin Knights Order. Giovanni leaned on his seat and rubbed his chin. So he is finally making another move, but which city is he planning to attack this time? Going by their initial plans, there were only 3 cities left for them to conquer: Noyum, Zerkith, and Nakalub. Alaric pondered deeply. Nakalub is the hardest to conquer of the 3, so it's most likely between the other 2, but you know how unpredictable that guy is. We will never know his next moves unless he tells us. He smiled bitterly. Giovanni nodded in agreement. "That's true, but this is making me annoyed. I want to join the action too. Why did he ask us to stay here in Midgard? Does he want to hog all the glory? That scheming bastard." He clicked his tongue. Alaric sneered. "You don't even listen to him. If you really want to join the action, you can just join the troops heading to Helona." Giovanni's eyes lit up. "Right, I can do that. Who does he think he is to tell me what to do? Ha ha, I am Giovanni Aurelius Astania." Alaric shook his head as he watched him laughing arrogantly. Unless a miracle happens, this idiot has no hope of ever stealing Leonard's title as the crown prince. Giovanni didn't notice his unusual expression. He stood up with a broad grin and said, "The situation here has mostly stabilized, so there should be no problem with leaving you alone." Alaric shrugged. "Up to you. You won't listen to me anyway. It's good that you know." Giovanni chuckled. The 2 chatted some more before Giovanni eagerly left. "That bastard will definitely cause trouble for Leonard." "Well, having him gone would make things more peaceful here," Alaric mumbled with a faint smile. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him. _____. Mission: Conquering Harunai. Mission difficulty: Hard. You have already conquered 3 cities, but the enemies are still lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment to attack. Conquer 3 more cities and force Harun to cede all conquered cities to Astania. Mission rewards: 2,500 battle points, 150 stat points, 750 EXP, random equipment card X1. Penalty for failure: destruction of the Astanian army. Alaric stood firmly, staring at him with a confident smile. "I'm not the same as before, Galliner. You need more than that to defeat me now." Hearing this, Galliner let out a smile. "You have caught up to me, Your Highness." In the next moment, the 2 clashed several times. Clang, clang, clang. Each time their swords clashed, sparks would fly out. Galliner was starting to get serious as their battle progressed. Initially, he was only using a small portion of his strength, but unknowingly, he found himself using everything that he had. He no longer held back. Each strike contained his full physical power, but Alaric managed to evade or block them with ease. "He is faster than me, but I still have the upper hand in the strength department." He discovered that Alaric would reveal a flaw momentarily before each attack, so he used it to capitalize on his next move. At this moment, Alaric suddenly appeared to his left, brandishing his swords with overwhelming force. Galliner lifted his broadsword, blocking his swords without hesitation. Clang! Galliner exerted more force and pushed him back. Alaric instinctively swung his short sword after he was pushed back, and this gave Galliner room to maneuver. Now is my chance. Seizing the opportunity, he evaded the blow and stabbed out with his broadsword. Whoosh! In that instant, Alaric suddenly disappeared. "I knew you would do that." A teasing voice drifted into his ears. Stunned, Galliner hastily turned around, but when he did, he felt a prickling sensation on his neck. Looking down, he saw a sword just a few centimeters from touching his skin. I lost. He couldn't believe it. Just a few months ago, Alaric was still struggling against him. He intentionally revealed a flaw, and I fell into his trap. He got me. He got me good. Thinking about this, Galliner lowered his broadsword and let out a smile. You have become a lot stronger, Your Highness. I'm no longer your opponent. Chuckling, Alaric sheathed his swords and replied, Things might be indifferent if we were to use our mana. Galliner shook his head. He knew Alaric was just saying this to save him from embarrassment. Besides, Alaric would be a lot more dangerous if he were to use his mana. He has that cheat-like domain too. He thought about Alaric's domain, which made him even more convinced. I learn a lot, Your Highness. Galliner sheathed his broadsword and lowered his head. Alaric waved his hand and turned his head to Sekus. He beckoned to the guy and said, It's your turn now, Sekus. Don't you need some rest, Your Highness? Sekus asked. Hearing this, Alaric shook his head. We weren't using mana, so I'm not that tired. Just come here and spar with me. Sekus no longer said anything. He stepped forward and slowly unsheathed his daggers. Meanwhile, Galliner quickly backed off to give them the floor. Looking at the indifferent man before him, Alaric took a deep breath. Sekus is faster and moves in an unpredictable manner. I need to be cautious when fighting him. He stretched his arms before unsheathing his swords. Shirring. Right after he pulled out his swords, Sekus vanished from his field of vision. Alaric narrowed his eyes, his senses in full alert. Behind me, he abruptly turned around and saw a dagger moving towards his neck. Clang! He deflected the dagger with his short sword. He then swung his main sword. Whoosh! Sekus seemed to have anticipated this and ducked at the right moment. After dodging his attack, Sekus aimed his dagger towards Alaric's chest. Is he seriously trying to kill me? He is aiming for fatal spots. Alaric tapped his feet and jumped off to the side, narrowly evading his opponent's dagger. They are so fast. If I don't use my mana, I wouldn't be able to follow their movements. Galliner's face was covered in sweat. Among all the warriors he had ever faced, he felt that Sekus was the most dangerous. The guy was like a shadow who would relentlessly aim for your weak spots. They had sparred a couple of times before, and it always ended with unexpected results. Sometimes he would win, but most of the time, it was Sekus winning. Sekus is stronger in 1-versus-1 battles, while I am confident in my strength in war. While he was immersed in his thoughts, the battle between Alaric and Sekus had already concluded. Sekus was defeated. He lost in terms of techniques. Alaric was more skilled than him, and also a lot stronger. His victory wasn't a surprise, and Galliner had already guessed that it would end like this. It was a good fight, Sekus. Alaric smiled faintly as he sheathed his swords. Sekus bowed his head. You two can head back to rest. I will stay here and train some more. Alaric hadn't had the chance to do his daily missions since he left Astania. All the necessary equipment for his exercises had already been brought to the training ground, so he thought of completing today's daily mission. Hearing this, Galliner and Sekus acknowledged his command with a bow, but they didn't leave. We can't leave you here alone, Your Highness. There might be assassins nearby, so we must be close to you at all times. Galliner spoke in a stern voice. Sekus didn't say anything, but he nodded Galliner's words. Alaric didn't force them to leave. All right, even without you two here, I'm confident that I could detect the enemies. His sixth sense trait has been upgraded to A rank, so his senses have become more sensitive. He could even detect someone's aura several hundred meters from him, even if they concealed themselves. Suddenly, he remembered something important. I remember that I gained the SS rank shield mastery trait, but I still don't have a suitable shield. Thinking about this, he sent Galliner a look and said, Galliner, bring Aldrin here. I have a task for him. Galliner didn't say a word and left after nodding his head.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.